Douluo too, after competing with Huogua for the Golden Finger, he became the group's favorite. Chapter 1 Thunderbolt, you said this is the Douluo continent. Xingda Great Forest, the south end. The thin boy was fighting with a tall baboon. The baboon was obviously not an ordinary beast, and the boy was no match at all. When he was about to die at the hands of the baboon, an anxious female voice came from the air. Get out of the way. Objects thrown from high altitudes can kill people. Although she looked anxious, she was obviously too late. As the sound fell, before Huo Yuhao could react, something green happened to hit the wind baboon. It turned out to be a young girl in green clothes. It's over, it's over. I've been tricked by the system this time. Don't let it really kill me. I finally got back, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life in prison. Feeling something under her, Mingwei almost cried, and cursed the system that had just been untied in her heart. Are you okay? The boy's somewhat surprised voice sounded above her head, and a rough little hand appeared in front of Mingwei. Thank you. Standing up with the boy's hand, Mingwei immediately looked at the one under her. Baboon. Thank God, it's not a human. But are there animals like baboons in China? Where did the damn system teleport her to? Wait, what is this white circle? Looking at the white halo rising from the baboon, Mingwei rubbed her eyes, and had the illusion that she was still in the world of immortal cultivation. The soul ring after the 10-year soul beast was killed? What happened to you? Huo Yuhao didn't expect that the wind baboon that almost killed him would be killed by the girl who fell from the sky. When he saw Mingwei falling, he looked up at the sky, but there was nothing. He didn't know how she came. Moreover, Huo Yuhao couldn't understand how there could be someone on Douluo continent who didn't know about soul rings. Seeing that the girl's face was hard to see just now, because of his words, it became even uglier, and he couldn't help but worry. Although it was a coincidence, the girl who fell from the sky killed the wind baboon and indirectly saved his life. He was still grateful and worried about her. Soul ring? Then this is... Mingwei was going to explode. She was really tricked by the system. What a familiar and strange name. This is Douluo continent, Xingda Great Forest. Huo Yuhao was even more worried. He thought Mingwei accidentally broke her brain and was thinking about helping Mingwei as much as he could. Douluo continent? Who are you? Who am I? Where am I? Aren't I going back to Blue Star? Damn system, give me back my resurrection card. Give me back my 20 years of blood and tears. This news was a bolt from the blue for Mingwei. Seeing Mingwei's extremely ugly face and hearing her mumbling, Huo Yuhao thought that Mingwei had lost her memory after the fall. He was very concerned and answered Mingwei's questions. My name is Huo Yuhao. After I find the first soul ring, I will take you out to find a healer. Don't be sad. You are Huo Yuhao. Hearing a familiar name, Mingwei turned back and met Huo Yuhao's unusual eyes. Her heart finally died, and she fainted as soon as she closed her eyes. She died. She was cheated by the system. After doing the task for 20 years, she finally saved enough points to exchange for a sky-high resurrection card and return ticket. Just to return to her dream hometown. Unexpectedly, the system actually teleported her to the world of Douluo continent. That damn system was untied when the resurrection card was used. She couldn't find anyone to settle the score with. Mingwei, who was unwilling to accept the facts, didn't want to wake up at all. Although she felt a strong spiritual power, she just turned over lazily. It was good to let her sleep like this, without having to face the cruel reality. But things didn't go as planned. What should be faced must be faced, and Mingwei still woke up. Brother Bei, she really woke up, you are so awesome. Accompanied by Huo Yuhao's joyful voice, Mingwei reluctantly opened her eyes. She didn't have a big problem, and I didn't help much. Xiao Yuhao, you can finally rest assured now. A man and a woman's voices sounded one after another, but Mingwei couldn't match them up. Although she knew that she was in the world of Douluo continent, it should be the period of Peerless Tang sect. But she didn't know the plot of Peerless Tang sect. The only thing she knew was the protagonist Huo Yuhao. The plot she knew was that the protagonist Huo Yuhao had a big golden finger, known as Huo Gua, started with a million-year soul ring, had a 3-life martial soul, and married the daughter of Tang San, the protagonist of Douluo, a complete winner in life. Mingwei didn't know more. If she knew that she would come to the world of Douluo 2 one day, she would definitely read the whole book and remember the plot well, but unfortunately there was no if. You finally woke up. How do you feel now? Do you remember anything? Huo Yuhao still believed that Mingwei had just lost her memory, but because Bai Bei said that Mingwei was in good health, he wondered if Mingwei had recovered. After living in the crisis-ridden world of immortal cultivation for 20 years, Mingwei learned to observe people's words and expressions and know the big picture from the small details. After knowing that he could not leave this world for the time being, he naturally knew what to do to be most beneficial. I only remember my name, and I forgot everything else. Mingwei shook her head blankly. When she didn't know much about this world, pretending to have lost her memory was the best choice at the moment. Ah! Huo Yuhao was a little surprised, regretful and sympathetic when he heard this, but he still comforted Mingwei. It's okay, you will remember it later, don't be sad. By the way, my name is Huo Yuhao, you can call me Yuhao. You said you remember your name, but I don't know what your name is. I'm Tang Yue, little sister, you can call me Sister Xiaoa. Tang Yue, who was very familiar with people, squeezed in and introduced herself. She also pulled Bei Bei over and said, "This is Bei Bei. You can call him Brother Bei." Sister Xiaoyue, Brother Bei? Mingwei looked at Bei Bei and Tang Yue, who were only in their teens, and then found out another piece of news that was like a bolt from the blue. She had shrunk and was now 9 years old. As for the age, this damn system was clearly remembered. Mingwei cursed the system 10,000 times in her heart again, and then forced a smile and said, "I am Mingwei. Oh my god, Xiao Wei Wei, you are even cuter when you smile. Sister Xiao Yu's heart is melted by you." Tang Yu was smiling and was about to reach out to rub Mingwei's face, but Mingwei dodged her. Bei Bei also stopped Tang Yu in time. "Hold on, don't scare the little girl." "No way, I am very friendly, how could I scare Xiao Wei Wei?" Tang Yu pouted and said unconvincedly. Bei Bei did not talk back. As the most mature and stable person among the group, he looked at the ignorant Mingwei and asked kindly. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Mingwei's Martial Soul, Innate Soul Power. You don't remember anything except your name? What are your plans next? Mingwei just shook her head and continued to play the role of an ignorant amnesiac girl. She knew a little about the story of Douyi. If she traveled to the world of Douyi, she would not be so restricted. Let me introduce you to the continent and see if you can remember something. The warm-hearted Bei Bei first introduced the layout of the continent. There are 4 major countries, Sun and Moon, Xingluo, Tianhun, and Duling. The main profession is soul masters who cultivate soul power. Soul master. Yes, Xiaoa, Yuhao and I are all soul masters. Everyone on Douluo continent will awaken their martial souls when they are 6 years old. If they have soul power, they can carry out subsequent training and become soul masters. He looked at Mingwei again. Just now, when Yuhao asked me to check your injuries and pulse, I found out that your bone age is about 9 years old. Logically, you should have awakened your martial soul. He said this to see Mingwei's martial soul and see if he could infer her identity from her martial soul. He also taught Mingwei how to summon the martial soul. But Mingwei shook her head and said cautiously, "I may not have awakened yet. Is it troublesome to awaken the martial soul?" Mingwei was thinking in her heart that the martial soul hall had long disappeared in the world of the Peerless Tang sect, and she didn't know how ordinary people awakened their martial souls. She had to awaken her martial soul first. Hearing this, Bai Bei looked at Ming Gui with some pity. Since the martial soul 10,000 years ago after the fall of the palace, it was more difficult for civilians to awaken their martial souls. It was possible that some people awakened very late or never awakened. But most of those who did not awaken their martial souls lived a very difficult and miserable life. And Ming Wei, who had seen all this, got another piece of news. Brother Bei, Sister Xiaoa, where can I awaken my martial soul? I want to take her there. Huo Yuhao, who thought Ming Wei had saved his life, was very concerned about Ming Wei's affairs. He wanted to repay her, so he immediately asked Tangya and Bei Bei for help. He didn't know much about this. His martial soul was awakened in the Duke's mansion. He awakened his martial soul in time in a situation like his, which made him feel a little sympathetic to Ming Wei who had not awakened her martial soul. No need to spend money to awaken it. I have tools for awakening martial spirits here. I can help her awaken her martial spirit. Tangya put away the same pity as Bei Bei, and immediately took out a bunch of tools from the storage soul guide and started working. However, although she had seen the awakening of martial spirits, she did not know how to operate it. In the end, she asked Bei Bei to help Ming Wei awaken successfully. Why does this look a bit like a pot? Xiao Wei, you have a weapon martial spirit. What is your pot called? Tangya looked at the exquisite dark green pot in Ming Wei's left hand. In her memory, she had never seen a similar pot, so she became curious. Huo Yuhao on the side was also a little curious, but he was communicating with Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. The voice of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was really too strong. It's actually a top-grade spiritual attribute martial soul. I didn't expect that I couldn't find it after searching for so long, but I encountered two in one day. Do you think I'm lucky or unlucky? The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm felt a little regretful, but not much, because it felt fear in Ming Wei's martial soul, and its intuition told it to stay away from this martial soul. Can a weapon martial soul also be spiritual? Huo Yuhao was a little surprised and a little uneasy. Even though he was not mature enough, he knew that the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm was a huge golden finger that could change his fate. He couldn't help but think, what should he do if the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm chose Ming Wei? As Huo Yuhao's wisdom soul ring, the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm knew what Huo Yuhao was thinking, and immediately comforted him, which was very considerate. Don't worry, Xiao Yuhao, I'm already your wisdom soul ring, I'm yours, and this can't be changed. Her martial soul looks creepy, and I don't want to be her soul ring. After Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said this, he was a little scared. He was really born to fear Ming Wei's martial soul. Ming Wei didn't know about Huo Yuhao's communication with Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. She was calmly pressing the thing in her right hand back, suppressing the joy in her heart, and continued to say another name of the pot in an ignorant tone. It seems to be called July pot. This pot has another name, which cannot be understood by people in this world, but it is well known in the two worlds Ming Wei has been in before. Demon Refining Pot. The ancient artifact refined by Nuwa Niang Niang has the ability to suppress and refine. It seals countless flood beasts and is almost a living Shanhai Jing. The pot is a world in itself, with countless small spaces. The pot with a big world in the sleeve and a long sun and moon in the pot refers to it. July pot? Ha ha ha. This name is good. Tangya knew nothing about any name, and could only praise it dryly. She really had never heard of this martial soul, and couldn't even tell what its attribute was, so naturally she didn't know how to explain it to Ming Wei. In order to hide the embarrassment in his heart, he took out a crystal ball and held it in front of Ming Wei. Come on, let's test our innate soul power. Ming Wei did it very obediently. She knew in her heart that with her martial soul matching, her innate soul power would not be low, so she had no expectations or nervousness at all. On the other hand, Huo Yuhao was very nervous and looked at the crystal ball expectantly. He actually hoped that Ming Wei's innate soul power would be higher and higher. At least not like him, who only had the first level of soul power. He was already in a difficult situation and it was even more difficult. Fortunately, he now had the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. He believed that as long as he worked hard enough and didn't give up, he would have a wonderful life. Mingwei reached out to the crystal ball and cut off the soul power connection immediately when he saw the crystal ball light up quickly. But it was still a step too late. The upper limit of this crystal ball for testing soul power was level 10. It couldn't withstand Mingwei's soul power and broke with a crisp click on the spot. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Seeing that he had broken the crystal ball, Mingwei immediately apologized, and was so scared that he almost cried. "It's okay, it's broken, it's a good thing." The naive Tangya was happy for Mingwei at the moment, and seeing that Huo Yuhao didn't seem to understand what happened, she explained to the two of them with a sense of accomplishment. This crystal ball is used to test the innate soul power, and the upper limit is only level 10. But the upper limit of the innate soul power is not level 10. There are very few people whose innate soul power can exceed level 10. This phenomenon is called innate soul power, so it is a good thing. When Tangya said this, she actually thought of a person in her heart at the same time. That was the representative of the innate soul power, gifted, and once a celebrity. But the four of them tacitly did not mention the person's name. End of this chapter. Chapter 3 Reasons for coming to Douluo continent. Full innate soul power is already a genius. Mingwei is even more innate soul power. It seems that Mingwei is a genius among geniuses. Huo Yuhao was so happy, as if he was the one who measured the innate soul power. "I still have crystal balls with upper limits of level 20 and level 30. Xiao Weiwei, do you want to test your innate soul power again to see the exact level?" Tangya was about to flip through the storage soul guide when she said this. Mingwei waved her hand and said with a worried look on her face. "Don't bother. Won't you know when you absorb soul rings and break through the bottleneck?" It seems that Xiao Weiwei is very confident in herself. Is she afraid of breaking another crystal ball? But what you said is not wrong. We just happen to be in the Xingda Great Forest. It's easy to get soul rings. Tangya made a joke, and Mingwei pretended to be embarrassed and lowered her head. In fact, Mingwei thought that she knew her approximate soul power without testing. Above level 20, less than level 30. But after being happy, Tangya felt lonely. Huo Yuhao was in the same mood as her. Both of them had low innate spirit power, so they inevitably felt a little bitter. It would be great if their innate spirit power could be that high. When it came to spirit rings, Bai Bei thought of Mingwei who was alone, and her heart moved. It's hard to hunt for spirit rings alone. What are your plans next? The innate spirit power can prove that Mingwei has a good talent. Bai Bei has the idea of a recruiting her. After all, there are very few such talents. Whether recruiting her to Tang Sect or Shrek Academy, it is a good choice. Bai Bei is a very considerate person. He understands Mingwei's ignorance at this time, so he continues to explain. Just now, when I was waiting for you to wake up, Yuhao had agreed to join the Tang Sect where Xiaoa and I are, and will go to Shrek Academy to study with us. Tang Sect? Shrek Academy? Tang Sect and Shrek Academy have survived for so long? Mingwei was a little surprised, but when she thought about the fact that Do 2 was the continuation of Do 1, it was normal. Tangya also knew what Bei Bei meant, so she explained Tang Sect and Shrek Academy to Mingwei who had lost her memory, but her tone was a little lonely and resentful. But their explanations were still relatively clear, and Mingwei, who had some understanding, easily figured out the current situation. Tang Sect declined due to the development of soul guides, and now there are only Tang Ye, Bei Bei, and Huo Yuhao in the entire sect. However, Shrek Academy stood firm like a myth, and it was the best soul master academy in Douluo continent, and it was a place that all soul masters flocked to. Although Tang Sect only has one quota to enter the inner courtyard every year, and it has just been promised to Yuhao. But my family has some connections, and I can also find a quota for you. Bei Bei gave Mingwei some sweet things appropriately. But Mingwei was not a person who liked sweet things. She was unwilling to accept Tangya and Beibei's recruitment, so she shook her head. Thank you for your kindness, but I don't remember many things now. What if I already have a family sect and they don't allow me to change to someone else's sect? Amnesia is a good excuse, and you can move wherever you need to go. Tangya and Beibei are not the kind of people who force others to do things, and they understand Mingwei's concerns. It was just a little awkward on the field, so Huo Yuhao asked Mingwei's martial soul to divert attention. What is the attribute of your martial soul, the 9-li pot? It was just that Huo Yuhao was a little nervous, so he asked a question that he knew the answer to. Beibei was also very curious. Mingwei was obviously a weapon martial soul, and he was a top beast martial soul, but he felt a kind of suppression on Mingwei's martial soul, and he couldn't figure it out. It's a spiritual attribute. Mingwei looked at Huo Yuhao and said, your martial soul is also a spiritual attribute, I can sense it. Huo Yuhao nodded, my martial soul is a spiritual eye, which is also a spiritual attribute. Martial souls with spiritual attributes are very rare, and those with strong innate soul power are even rarer. Beibei was moved again and had a reason to continue to recruit Mingwei. Spiritual attribute soul beasts are very rare, and it is difficult to find them by personal strength. You need to find a place to learn, and with their help, you can find the right direction of cultivation and obtain the right soul ring. After all, he still wanted to pull Mingwei to Shrek's ship. Knowing that Mingwei's innate soul power is low and his martial soul is not ordinary, it can almost be concluded that Mingwei's future achievements will not be small. Beibei is unwilling to miss such a good seedling as Mingwei. Shrek Academy is very good. It happens that we are all there. For you, this is not a completely unfamiliar place, and you can adapt better. As for whether the family sect will not allow this, you can rest assured. The academy is just a place to study, and it includes people from major family sects. It is not surprising. Beibei has said so much, if Mingwei refuses again, it will seem a bit unkind and unreasonable. Although Mingwei hated Tang San very much after talking to the unscrupulous system in her coma and learned the reason why she came to this world, she also disliked Shrek Academy and Tang sect. However, it seemed that it did not prevent her from using Shrek as a springboard. Therefore, Mingwei nodded, thank you for the invitation from Senior Bei, I want to go to Shrek Academy to take a look. Join Shrek Academy, understand Shrek Academy, and destroy Shrek Academy. She, Mingwei, has never. They are not good people. If you provoke her, she will do anything. After successfully recruiting Mingwei, Beibei finally felt relieved. We came out this time to hunt spirit rings for Xiaoye. You and Yu Hao will follow us first, and then we can help you get spirit rings together. After the hunting is completed, I will take you back to Shrek Academy. Mingwei still just nodded, thinking that you don't need to help me hunt spirit rings. And Huo Yuhao responded respectfully. Tangya pulled Mingwei, Beibei took Huo Yuhao, and they accelerated to the depths of the Xingda Great Forest. While Mingwei was on the road, she counted the gold fingers that she had extorted from the system that was found to make up for it during her sleep. Yes, the reason why Mingwei fell asleep was that the system found this mistake when it asked her for a 5-star review, and hurried to find her. Host. This is not my fault. My positioning is very accurate. Mingwei didn't want to pay attention to the system. It was a big ghost. It was not accurate at all. We were all affected by the disaster. When a certain God King in this world was fighting, it affected the transmission channel and broke the channel, so you fell here. God King? Tang San. Hey? Host, how do you know him? It was his fight that affected you. Has the host been to this world before? End of this chapter. Chapter 4 July Pot User Guide. Mingwei was in a bad mood after realizing that her journey home was interrupted by Tang San. After the system said that there was no way to take her back to Blue Star for the time being and she would stay in this world for a long time, she was in an even worse mood. Because the system still had errors that led to the current situation, in order to avoid Mingwei's complaints, it was blackmailed by Mingwei for a lot of good things. In fact, it was exchanged with the points that Mingwei had not used up, stolen by it, so it was not a loss. This continent is cultivated with martial souls. The protagonists all have 3 life martial souls. I can't be bad as your host. That's definitely not possible. So Mingwei and the system pulled each other, and Mingwei had 2 god-level martial souls, July Pot and God-killing spear, and a word spirit as a match. She died because of these 2 things when she was in the world of immortal cultivation, and she had been coveting them for a long time. But Mingwei was still not satisfied and set her sights on the spirit ring again. Look, this protagonist has a 1,000,000-year spirit ring at the beginning. I can't be too bad no matter what, don't you think? Yes. The system's voice was a little low, and the short connection between it and Mingwei was about to be broken. Thinking that Mingwei was the most worry-free host it had ever bound, now that it fell into such a situation because of its mistakes, it wanted to make up for Mingwei with everything good. I can't give you a 1,000,000-year spirit ring at the beginning, but I can give you a golden finger that automatically produces spirit rings. The age of each spirit ring will increase according to the limit of your body's tolerance. And soul bones. Just when it came to soul bones, the system's voice became even lower. Mingwei had to work hard to hear its last words of advice. Live well and wait for me to take you home. After being compensated by the system, Mingwei's resentment towards the system also dissipated. All of it was transferred to Tang San. Maybe Tang San didn't mean it, but she couldn't go home because of Tang San, so she was not allowed to resent him. Behind her, Bai Bei's voice explaining Xian Tiangong to Huo Yuhao pulled Mingwei back from her thoughts. Listening to Bai Bei talking about the magic of Xian Tiangong, Mingwei had a new idea. The Xian Tiangong and other skills that Tang San learned in Bashu Tang sect can be brought to Douluo continent and passed on. Then what she learned in the world of immortal cultivation should also be learned and used in this continent. But now there are many people and eyes, Mingwei plans to find another opportunity to try later. Just as she was thinking, she felt like she was being watched. At the same time, Tangya pulled her to avoid something and said unhappily, "These wind baboons are the most annoying. They not only attack actively but also like to sneak attack." Mingwei saw a familiar wind baboon falling from the treetops and leaving. Huo Yuhao was curious about the ghost shadow used by Tangya, and Tangya boasted about how powerful the Tang sect's unique skills were. But Mingwei found that the feeling of being watched had not dissipated. She was not in the mood to listen carefully. Subconsciously, she just wanted to say in her heart, if it was really that powerful, the Tang sect would not have declined to this state, and you would be the only commander left. The vision and requirements are so low that even Huo Yuhao, a young spirit master who had just obtained a spirit ring, was recruited. Although Mingwei knew that Huo Yuhao was the protagonist and was definitely not as ordinary as he seemed, Bai Bei and Tangya didn't know that in their eyes. Huo Yuhao was just an 11-year-old spirit master with a spirit power of level 11 and a first spirit ring of 10 years. It can be seen that it is not that the Tang sect is too proud to keep the standard high, but that even if the standard is lowered, no one can be recruited. Mingwei's mental power is stronger than the other 3, so she immediately discovered what was staring at them. Xiaoye! Mingwei! Be careful! Accompanied by Bei Bei's somewhat nervous voice, before he and Tangya could react, they heard the sound of a blunt object hitting flesh. Looking at the sound, they saw Mingwei's enlarged version of the July pot collide with a black shadow, blocking the shadow's attack. Too huge, the collision of the giants raised a lot of dust, but they could still vaguely see that the shadow was a snake-shaped soul beast, the Mandragora snake. The Mandragora snake was blocked, and immediately made a light puff sound, launching its poisonous fog attack, and a strong sweet fragrance had already rushed to the face. It smells terrible. Mingwei took 2 steps back in disgust, and the July pot sensed her mood and opened a small mouth to suck in the poisonous fog, and the air instantly became fresh. Tangya and Bei had already stood together in tacit cooperation, and they worked together to deal with the Mandragora snake. After distinguishing the age of the Mandragora snake, Tangya excitedly shouted to Bei, "This Mandragora snake is just 1,000-year-old level, I want this soul ring, Bei, help me quickly." While talking, the two had already released their martial souls and soul rings, and attacked the Mandragora snake. Tangya's martial soul is blue silver grass, which currently has only 200-year soul rings, while Bei's martial soul is blue lightning Tyrannosaurus rex, which already has 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings, a true soul master. This martial soul is really useless. Mingwei took 2 steps away again, avoiding Bei's clothes that were broken and flying due to the martial soul, and thought to himself that it was fortunate that he was not a beast martial soul. Huo Yuhao was still surprised at Bei's good talent, and suddenly heard Mingwei's complaints, which made him feel a little funny, but Mingwei was not wrong. "Huo Yuhao, let's hide and don't cause trouble for them." Mingwei pulled Huo Yuhao to a safe area, with the July pot in his hand ready to be smashed at any time. "Don't say, this pot is quite useful and hard enough." Because he was not absolutely sure about the 1,000-year-old Mandragora snake, he didn't want Mingwei and Huo Yuhao to be injured by them, so he prepared to let Tangya protect them, and Bei heard this. Although he was pleased with Mingwei's understanding, he still told Tangya, "Xiao, protect them and provide cover." He then used his first soul skill, Thunder Dragon Claw, on the Mandragora snake, causing the Mandragora snake to move after being hit. He then immediately released his second soul skill, Thunderbolt, a large net of lightning that could well bind the Mandragora snake. But the 1,000-year-old Mandragora snake was not easy to deal with. The poisonous fog alone was enough to make Bei suffer. A ball of pink mist spurted out of the Mandragora snake's mouth, exuding a sweet fragrance that was 10 times stronger than before. But the mist disappeared before it dispersed. A small green bottle was seen flying away. It was Mingwei's July pot that absorbed all the poisonous fog. She even fanned her nose with her hand in disgust. "It's so stinking. What a smell!" Bei was about to take medicine when she saw this scene. She was surprised at the specialness of Mingwei's martial soul and lamented the correctness of her previous decision. Even if there is no soul ring, it can still play a significant role. It is definitely not an ordinary martial soul. End of this chapter. Chapter 5. The Thunderbolt Bei classroom is open. The Mandragora snake was going to use the poisonous fog to attack and dissolve the electric net. Now the poisonous fog was absorbed, the electric net tightened, and the Mandragora snake was tightly bound. Bei took advantage of this period of time and quickly used his third soul skill. With the blessing of the third soul skill, his attack power was greatly improved. At this time, Bei suddenly felt a change in his vision. It turned out that Huo Yuhao didn't want to stand there and be protected, so he used his first soul skill. Fortunately, his first soul skill came in time, so Bei predicted the last attack of the Mandragora snake in advance, successfully avoided it and grasped the Mandragora snake's 7 inches, and completely controlled it. "Xiaoye!" Hearing the call, Tangya immediately stepped forward and killed the Mandragora snake with her own hands, and the purple soul ring condensed into shape. "I will help you protect the law, you start quickly," Bei said to the excited Tangya, and Tangya did not delay and immediately began to absorb the soul ring. Huo Yuhao saw Tangya's martial soul again, the blue vine. Bei knew that Huo Yuhao and Mingwei might not recognize Tangya's martial soul, so she introduced it to her, and inevitably mentioned Tang San 10,000 years ago. Hearing Bei say that the Tang sect stubbornly chose people with the blue-silver grass martial soul as the sect leader, and that the world discovered that not everyone can exert the powerful power of the blue-silver grass, Mingwei just found it funny and couldn't help but raise her questions. Is it possible that the same plant has strong and weak ones, and the spirit of the person you are talking about is actually different from Sister Xiao's? For example, one is blue silver grass and the other is the Emperor of blue silver grass. She is not familiar with the plot of Douluo 2, but she doesn't know Douluo 1? Tang San's spirit is not blue-silver grass at all, but blue-silver emperor. Can ordinary people compare with the emperor? Obviously, she didn't expect Ming Wei to say such a sharp word. Bei Bei was a little stunned, and it took a while before she continued. I have heard this saying, but blue-silver emperor is also a kind of blue-silver grass, isn't it? That's the truth, but Ming Wei still thinks that the Tang sect's approach is a little too funny. Therefore, when Huo Yuhao asked about the reason for the decline of the Tang sect and Bei Bei avoided answering, he almost couldn't help but retort. It must be related to the selection of the sect leader here. Who doesn't choose a capable and excellent person as the sect leader, not a mascot? What can the blue-silver grass represent? If the leader is not good enough, or is mediocre and stupid, no matter how big the organization is, it will not last long. But thinking that they had just met, it was not good to say such words, so he tried his best to hold back. Bei Bei's emotional intelligence is obviously not low. He praised Ming Gui and Huo Yuhao as he spoke. I didn't expect Yuhao's first soul skill to be so useful. Ming Gui, your martial soul can actually absorb poisonous fog. You really gave me a big surprise. Without your help, it would definitely not be so easy for me to deal with this 1000-year-old mandragora snake. I might have to get injured to take it down. The emotional value was directly maxed out. At least Huo Yuhao was very happy and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Just give it a try. It's really great to be able to help the eldest brother. Bei Bei praised again, and at the same time, he also opened the Thunderbolt Bei Bei small classroom and gave the two people some knowledge about the mandragora snake. He was very careful and looked like a good teacher. Tangya was still absorbing the soul ring until the explanation was over. He was a little bored and asked about the two martial souls and soul skills. Your martial souls are all rare spiritual attributes, but the difference is quite large. Yuhao, what is the name of your soul skill just now? What is the specific ability? It seems magical. My vision has been widened all of a sudden. The actions of the mandragora snake are invisible to me. I can predict its attack and respond accordingly. I just don't know if this soul skill consumes a lot of your energy, and how long it can last. Huo Yuhao knew that he couldn't tell everything, but he wouldn't say nothing. After thinking for a while, he picked out what he could say. Big brother, the skill I used just now is called spiritual detection sharing. Now it can work within a range of about 30 meters in diameter, and can support up to 3 people, but it doesn't consume too much of my soul power. As if he was afraid that Bei Bei would think his soul skill was useless, he quickly added. The range and other effects of my soul skill will increase as my soul power increases. Huo Yuhao had come into contact with too few soul masters, so he didn't know how long his soul skill would last. It was definitely not something that a 10-year soul ring could provide. Fortunately, even though Bei Bei was amazed at Huo Yuhao's spirit skills, she did not doubt Huo Yuhao, but doubted her own cognition, believing that there are always people who are better than you. Watching the two people's communication, Ming Gui wanted to be a bad guy and expose Huo Yuhao. Young man, you have been deceived. That is a million-year spirit ring. But on the other hand, Ming Gui enjoyed the feeling that only she knew everything, so she didn't say anything. Bei Bei really enjoyed being a teacher, and opened the Thunderbolt Bei Bei small classroom all the time, and Ming Gui also learned a lot of knowledge. But Bei Bei praised Tang San and Shrek too much, as if she regarded them as myths. Ming Gui, don't worry, wait until Xiaoa absorbs the spirit ring, and we will go to find a spirit ring for you together. Bei Bei did not ignore Ming Gui, and took the initiative to ask to find a spirit ring for Ming Gui. But when it comes to this, Bei Bei is a little embarrassed again, looking at Ming Gui embarrassedly and saying, but I don't know much about spiritual attribute martial souls, and your martial soul, so I don't know what kind of soul ring to help you find. Bei Bei's face turned red as he said this. As a senior, he knew nothing, but he was a little ashamed to ask Mingwei, who knew nothing after losing her memory. It doesn't matter. It just so happens that I know a little about my martial soul, so I roughly know what kind of soul beast to look for the first soul ring. Mingwei didn't keep it a secret and directly said the type of soul beast she wanted. A soul beast with a highly poisonous poison, the more poisonous the better. It's much better now that I have a direction. Bai Bei breathed a sigh of relief. He was quite afraid that he would miss Mingwei if he didn't know anything. It seems that your first soul skill is related to poison. I just don't know whether you are going to go for the strong attack system or the control system. It is better for spiritual attribute martial souls to go for the control system, but it is rare to find soul masters who use poison as a control medium. It can be seen that Bai Bei highly respects Tang San, the Shrek Seven Devils and Shrek Academy. He often mentioned them when he was discussing with Huo Yuhao and Mingwei, and he was talking about how excellent they were and how worth learning. And he really likes the control system that Tang San went for, and has been leading Huo Yuhao and Mingwei to the control system. If there are two control systems in a team, such as Yuhao and Xiaoa, then even if there are no auxiliary system soul masters, it is a perfect team. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Mingwei's First Soul Skill. Chapter 6 Mingwei's First Soul Skill. Bai Bei highly respects the control system and successfully diverted Huo Yuhao to the control system, but Huo Yuhao himself is also very suitable for the control system. Big brother, I will listen to you. Then I will work hard to become a control-type combat soul master. However, my talent is not very good, and I practice very slowly. Now Huo Yuhao still has some inferiority complex. He lowered his head and felt a little ashamed when he thought of his innate soul power of only level 1. Now he is 11 years old, but he is still only a one-ring soul master. He inevitably envied Mingwei's talent again. The higher the innate soul power, the higher the soul power. He has worked hard to practice for 5 years, but his starting point is not as high as Mingwei's. But Huo Yuhao envied, but he was not jealous. He was only happy for Mingwei. It was precisely because Mingwei saw what Huo Yuhao was thinking and sighed at his innocent heart that after Bai Bei comforted Huo Yuhao, she also comforted this poor little thing. In fact, your talent is not bad. You should just have not kept up with the nutrition. Although according to the little plot she knew, Huo Yuhao's talent was definitely very good, but Mingwei could not say that. She only used her own what he had learned convinced Huo Yuhao. Why do you think so? My innate soul power is only level 1, and my talent is very poor. Don't joke with me. Although he received Mingwei's comfort, Huo Yuhao still felt very inferior, and his head was hanging lower and lower, almost folding. I'm not joking, I'm telling the truth. Senior Bai Bei, I remember you just said that soul masters should not only cultivate soul power, but also pay attention to physical health. You said Huo Yuhao was a little too thin, and he should take good care of himself when he returns to the academy. A good body is the foundation of strong soul power. Bai Bei nodded. It was true that he said this. Or it was because when Huo Yuhao and Mingwei stood together, Huo Yuhao was thinner than Mingwei, who was 2 years younger, that he said this. Huo Yuhao, I don't know your past, but I know that your life must have been very difficult. And looking at you like this, you can tell that you are severely malnourished. As she spoke, Mingwei glanced at Huo Yuhao's small body, her eyes flashed across Huo Yuhao's hands. And she continued her deception. Your body is so fragile, I'm afraid that all the extra soul power is filling your gaps, but your body is still like a leaky bucket, no matter how much water you put in, it can't hold it. The water in Mingwei's mouth naturally refers to the innate soul power. So what you mean is that if Yuhao grows up normally, has no nutritional deficiencies, and is healthy, his innate soul power will never be level 1, but will be higher. Bai Bei knows a little about medicine. When listening to Mingwei's analysis, she has carefully examined Huo Yuhao's pulse. The pulse is just as Mingwei said, severe malnutrition. If it weren't for the injection of vitality just now to stabilize his physical condition, I'm afraid he would still die young. Therefore, Bai Bei looked at Huo Yuhao with sympathy and pity. He didn't dare to think about what kind of life Huo Yuhao had lived before. And Huo Yuhao was still thinking about the possibility of what Ming Wei said. Even if he didn't know whether it was true or not, he was looking forward to it as Ming Wei said. Look at his martial soul. The effect of his first soul skill just now is that he may have full innate soul power. It's free to say nice things. Ming Wei doesn't mind praising Huo Yuhao. It doesn't affect her anyway. You are really kidding. How can I have full innate soul power when I have so little innate soul power? Although Huo Yuhao was still a little uncomfortable, he was obviously not so inferior. Ming Wei thought that her words had worked. She didn't know that Huo Yuhao believed the words of Tian Meng I's silkworm. I think what this little girl said is right. If you didn't receive those rubbings, it is very likely that you have full innate soul power. Otherwise, how could you absorb it? Ming Wei said a lot, but none of them worked as well as Tian Meng I's silkworm's words. How is it impossible? It is very likely. Ming Wei is very good at saying nice things. Tangya is absorbing the 1000-year soul ring, which takes a long time. The three of them waited for a long time, and during this period, the Pai Lai Bai Bei class was held several times. Tangya finally absorbed the soul ring. Becoming a soul master and entering the ranks of the strong made Tangya too happy. She forgot the existence of Huo Yuhao and Ming Wei, and immediately threw herself into Bai Bei's arms. Ming Wei blinked at Huo Yuhao and touched her stomach. I'm a little bloated, how about you? Huo Yuhao really felt bloated by her ring and nodded. Ming Wei, how about we leave the space to them? Huo Yuhao, I think it's okay, I'm afraid of being bloated. The two looked at each other again, and when they were about to turn around and turn a blind eye, Bai Bei cleared his throat, ahem. His ears were red, and he was obviously embarrassed. Now let's go to find Ming Wei's first soul ring. The sooner we find it, the sooner we can return to the academy. The Stardo Great Forest is not very safe recently. With that, the four of them set out to look for the poisonous soul beast. However, before leaving, Ming Wei put the unwanted corpse of the Mandragora snake on the ground into the July pot. Because Ming Wei provided a range, the more poisonous the soul beast, the better, and it is much easier to find. And Ming Wei probably had a lucky aura, and he encountered a poisonous soul beast after walking 2 steps. It was a bird soul beast, with reflective dark red feathers all over its body, and it was poisonous at first glance. This is the fire bird, every feather is poisonous, which meets your requirements, Ming Wei. Bei Bei quickly recognized the type of soul beast and introduced it, but soon he said it was not good, which was very regretful. No, this fire bird is 1000 years old, which exceeds the age range of the first soul ring. I can only find another one. No, I think my first soul ring can absorb 1000 years old, and this one is just right. Ming Wei looked at the fire bird with shining eyes, not wanting to miss such a poisonous soul beast. But the 10 core theories of martial spirits left by the master said. Bai Bei wanted to use the 10 core theories to persuade Ming Wei to give up the 1000-year-old fire bird, but when he remembered that Ming Wei was born with super soul power, this set of theories was not applicable at all, so he stopped talking. Are you sure you can absorb the 1000-year-old? Yes, I'm sure. After persuading to no avail, Bai Bei and Tangya followed Ming Wei's advice and chose the fire bird. Now that Tangya is a soul master, her strength has greatly increased. This 1000-year-old fire bird, it was much easier to deal with the fire bird. After a short while, he severely injured it and brought it under control. My way of absorbing soul rings may be different from yours, so be prepared. After taking precautions in advance, Ming Wei led the fire bird to her July pot, put the fire bird into the July pot while it was still alive, and then pretended to absorb the soul ring in the shocked eyes of the 3 people. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Refining, turning it into your own use. The system gave her the golden finger that can generate soul rings by herself. Mingwei didn't need this firebird as a soul beast at all, and she already had the first and second soul skills. And she put the body of the mandragora snake and the firebird in the July pot. Intending to try out the first soul skill of the July pot, refining. The three looked at this strange scene, and they were extremely surprised, but they didn't dare to raise doubts to disturb Mingwei, a novice. But the Tianmeng ice silkworm in Huo Yuhao's spiritual sea was different. The scene before him frightened him so much that he almost jumped up and down, if he had feet. I knew it, I knew it. Too cruel, too cruel. Being her spirit ring will end up with nothing left. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to choose you. This martial spirit is too cruel. I feel panic in my heart when I see it. No, brother Tianmeng, you don't seem to have any bones left now, so there is no difference, right? Huo Yuhao silently responded to Tianmeng ice silkworm in his heart, getting to the point. This is not the point. The point is that I feel that after being sucked by her martial soul, even my martial soul is gone. Xiao Yuhao, you have to stay away from her. What if her pot can suck people? Brother Tianmeng, you are overthinking it. I am not a soul beast. How can I be sucked? Huo Yuhao rejected Tianmeng Binken's reminder. He thought that Tianmeng Binken was overthinking it, and he did not want to stay away from Mingwei. This was his third friend. Forget it, forget it. Think about it. This is impossible. Just do it as you like. One soul ring per person. Never expected that in the future, Huo Yuhao would really have the experience of being sucked into the July pot, but that is all later. At this time, Huo Yuhao, Bai Bei, and Tangya were circling around Mingwei, trying to find something different in her, but they didn't find anything big. Discussing Mingwei's specialness, but couldn't discuss anything, so they had to wait for Mingwei to absorb the soul ring. It was the same 1000-year soul ring, but Mingwei absorbed it much faster, which was strange, but the three of them were not very thoughtful, and they didn't notice the abnormality. Little Weiwei woke up so quickly. How is it? What is your first soul skill? Tangya was very curious about what kind of soul skill Mingwei's special buff could bring her, so Mingwei couldn't wait to ask as soon as she opened her eyes. Mingwei thought she would be questioned. No, don't you think it's unreasonable? Shouldn't you question it? But the three of them only focused on Mingwei's soul skills. Yes, yes, we are very curious, Mingwei, tell us. They didn't ask, and Mingwei didn't mention it, and talked about her first soul skill. My first soul skill is refining. I can absorb a certain amount of magic attacks and refine them into medicine. Magic attack? What does it mean specifically? Attacks similar to natural elements, such as fireballs, lightning, poisonous fog, etc., can be refined by the first soul skill of July Pot and become some magical medicines. Mingwei explained carefully, in a good mood. Because the firebird she just absorbed refined a bottle of fire poison, which is very toxic. But if used well, it can also be turned into a good medicine with fire attributes. There is also a bottle of mandragora liquid refined from the corpse of the mandragora snake. The toxicity is not as good as the fire poison, but it can still be used as an anesthetic after dilution. Drugs and poisons have the same origin. This fire poison and mandragora liquid are very useful. It is one of her means of self-protection. For example, my thundering soul skill? You can also absorb it. Bai Bei roughly understood what Mingwei meant, and immediately remembered his second soul skill, and wanted Mingwei to try it on him. Senior Bai Bei's soul power is higher than mine. I can't absorb your thunderbolt completely at once. I can only weaken a part of it. If you want to try, you have to hold back. I don't want to be struck by lightning. Ha ha ha, that's natural. As a senior, I won't bully you. Bai Bei asked Mingwei to get ready. He used a suppressed version of Thunderbolt on Mingwei. The thunder net woven by the snake-shaped lightning went towards Mingwei. Bai Bei was fully focused. If there was anything wrong, he would stop immediately. Mingwei's safety was the most important. The two of them had a good sense of proportion. Thunderbolt could just be absorbed by Mingwei's July pot. Then the July pot returned to Mingwei's hand and dropped a silver blue pill with lightning flashing on it. It's a lazy pill. It contains pure thunder elements, which can help the thunder attribute martial spirit practice. Mingwei looked at Bai Bei as he said this, and Tangya also patted Bai Bei with a smile. It's taken from you, and it's used for you. Don't you just happen to have the thunder attribute? Why don't you try this lazy pill, Bai Bei? Okay, let me try. Watching Bai Bei take the lazy pill from her hand and eat it without any suspicion, Mingwei just wanted to touch her forehead. What a naive person, how could he not be wary at all? How long have they known each other, and they trust me so much? What if I add some fire poison to the lazy pill? This person will be dead. Complaints aside, it feels good to be trusted by someone. How is it? How is the effect of this lazy pill? Tangya also fully trusts you Mingwei and is waiting for Bai Bei's feedback. The effect is very good. This pill can at least catch up with my practice for 10 days or half a month. Bai Bei was a little surprised by the power of the medicine and took a long time to express his feelings. He only paid 30% of his power, but it was like practicing for half a month longer. This deal is a good deal no matter how you calculate it. The three people looked at Mingwei with amazing eyes, as if they were looking at a treasure. This soul skill is good. It is not only immune to energy attacks of the same level, but also can be used for your own benefit. Because Mingwei is considered one of them, Bai Bei didn't say that this soul skill is a bit disgusting. Just think about it, the attack you spent a lot of soul power on was not only absorbed by the opponent, but also turned into a medicine that can be reused. Just thinking about it makes me have a heart attack. Mingwei's soul skills are so powerful. Can the Firebird provide such soul skills? Huo Yuhao was just curious and wanted to learn more knowledge, but he just asked the right question. It's like this. What kind of soul skills a soul beast can provide is determined by the soul master and the martial soul. Different martial souls absorb the same soul beast and get completely different soul skills. As long as you have questions, the Thunderbolt Bai Bei classroom will start. Bai Bei is right, but the Firebird did add an attribute to my July pot. Although Bai Bei explained it, Mingwei felt that it was necessary to explain it again. The three of them didn't find anything wrong now, but what about in the future? Tianmeng I silkworm, very loud Huo Yuhao, you kid. Be careful to be refined by her July pot. Mingwei, rolling eyes, do you think I am the purple gold red gourd of the Silver Horn King? You should be careful. Huo Yuhao, watching the show, what do you say? Mingwei, my pot is specially used to refine exotic beasts. Tianmeng I silkworm. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Three people can't come up with a common mind. What attribute? Poison immunity. Bai Bei had a guess in his heart, so he asked. It is poison immunity. To make it more reasonable, Mingwei also explained. Before, my July pot could only deal with some ordinary poisons. Now all the poisons in the world can be absorbed by the July pot. No poison can hurt me. Hearing such absolute words, the three were shocked and took a long breath, especially Bai Bei. He thought he had met many young geniuses, but no one's soul skills were as special as Mingwei and Huo Yuhao. His cognition was a little behind. But this is a good thing after all. Bai Bei will only be happy for Mingwei. This is a good thing. You will be safe when you encounter a poison soul master in the future. By the way, what is your current soul power? Do you need a second soul ring? No, my soul power is now level 18, and it will take a long time for the next soul ring. Mingwei couldn't trust others as unconditionally as Bai Bei, so when Bai Bei asked about her soul power, she concealed a large level and said 28 as 18. Bei Bei and the other two were too easy to deceive, so they just believed Ming Wei's words. On the way to Shrek Academy after leaving the Star Do Great Forest with them, Ming Wei couldn't help but sigh that the three people in front of her couldn't make up a complete mind. She was so naive that every time she played tricks, she felt guilty that she was bullying an honest person. On the way, Bei Bei and Huo Yuhao didn't waste time. One taught seriously, the other studied hard, and Tang Yu was trying to pull Ming Wei to the Tang sect. It's just that Ming Wei is not interested in Tang sect's unique skills, nor is she interested in revitalizing Tang sect, and she always finds excuses to get away with it. However, when she heard Bei Bei's comment on Huo Yuhao again, that as long as he can break through to level 30 before the age of 20, his achievements will not be small, Ming Wei wanted to laugh. Although she didn't know much about the plot of Douluo 2, she thought that Huo Yuhao, the protagonist and also known as Huo Gua, would never be so bad. Who is he looking down on? At the age of 20, he is level 30. Even if he can't become a god at this age, he should at least be a titled Douluo, otherwise he would not be worthy of the title of Huo Gua. What's wrong? What did you say? Ming Wei is actually laughing. At some point, Huo Yuhao had woken up from his meditation, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the smile on Ming Wei's face. Although he blurted out, he swallowed the last sentence, "It's beautiful." No, you're saying it as if Xiao Weiwei can't laugh. She obviously likes to laugh. Although Tang Yu only saw the masked girl Ming Wei when she turned around, she still disagreed with Huo Yuhao's words. That's right. Ming Wei nodded vigorously and smiled brightly, as if to say, I obviously laugh all the time. It's different. Huo Yuhao just shook his head and refused to say anything else. Bei Bei, as a man with a partner, would not get involved in such things, so he asked Huo Yuhao about the feeling of practicing. It's good, my whole body is warm and comfortable. Thinking of the effect of Xian Gong, Huo Yuhao was a little excited. He felt that his body had never been so relaxed, and his practice had never been so fast. He attributed all this to the credit goes to Xian Gong. How can we know that there is no credit for Tianmeng I's silkworm? Because Huo Yuhao and Ming Wei are both novices, they don't know much about many things on the mainland. Pai Lai Bei Bei's small classroom hired blue-silver grass Tang Yue, and the two took turns to explain, finally making them not completely in the dark. It was at this time that Ming Wei realized that Do 2 and Do 1 were separated by more than just time. The soul guide brought from the Sun and Moon continent alone was enough for Ming Wei to study for a long time. Are you also interested in soul guides? You are also a spirit attribute martial soul, and you can choose to go to the soul guide department to learn. Bei Bei found that Ming Wei listened very seriously when he talked about soul guides, so he made this guess. You can try it when the time comes. Ming Wei nodded. She was indeed very interested, but it seemed that the best way to make soul guides should be in the Sun and Moon Empire, and she had more than one choice, Shrek Academy. 10,000 years later, Shrek is no longer the old and dilapidated school with only a dozen teachers and students. Today, Shrek Academy has lived up to its reputation as the best academy on the continent. Listening to Bei Bei and Tang Yu talking about how great Shrek Academy is, Huo Yuhao's face is full of yearning, but Ming Wei herself doesn't understand why she feels uncomfortable. Is she hating Shrek so much, or is she just jealous and can't stand Shrek doing well? Ming Wei couldn't figure it out, but fortunately she didn't have much time to think about it. Because they were about to arrive at Shrek Academy, standing outside the East City Gate, listening to Bei Bei and Tang Yu talking about the qualifications to enter Shrek, Ming Wei couldn't help it. So it still depends on connections? A recommendation letter from at least the main city level of the three empires is required, so no matter how talented an ordinary person is, he still has no chance to enter Shrek Academy. Hearing this condition, Ming Wei felt uncomfortable. It's better to say that an academy that only cultivates monster geniuses is an academy that cultivates people with connections and the second generation of the rich. It's not so absolute. As long as the talent is good enough, other things are not a problem. Mingwei, you have good talent. I guess you can become a soul master at the age of 12 like the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils. Seeing that Mingwei was in a bad mood, Bai Bei wanted to praise her to make her feel better, but she didn't know that she would light a powder keg invisibly. Compared with the first generation of Shrek's 7 devils, if it was used to praise Huo Yuhao or others, they would be excited. But Mingwei is different. When she mentioned the first generation of Shrek, she would think of Tang San and her wasted resurrection card. And her anger would rise. But under normal circumstances, the more excited Mingwei is, the calmer she will be. Therefore, she actually smiled at this time, waving her hand as if embarrassed. How can I compare with them? The three of them didn't realize that it was wrong, and just thought that Mingwei was being modest. Big brother, is the assessment difficult? I see many people left disappointed. Huo Yuhao has a spirit eye, martial soul and excellent eyesight. He can see that many people who signed up left disappointed. There are 2 requirements for admission to the Shrek Academy's external school. The first is that you must be no older than 12 years old, and the second is that your spirit power must be no less than level 15. Those people probably wanted to test your age, but they didn't expect to be exposed by bone touching. Bai Bei had one more thing to say. He had seen Huo Yuhao's efforts these days, and he didn't want to discourage Huo Yuhao, especially with Mingwei as a comparison. But Tang Ye's emotional intelligence was not that high. Bai Bei avoided talking about it, but she brought it up for comparison, and made Mingwei and Huo Yuhao unhappy all of a sudden. No one else could compare. End of this chapter. Chapter 9 Empty Wallet, Poor to Eat Dirt. If you look at it purely from the perspective of the assessment, Xiao Yuhao, you are not qualified. Xiao Weiwei is different. Not only is she very qualified, but she can also be called a genius. She really didn't need to say that. Huo Yuhao was not a mentally retarded child who couldn't tell the difference between the size of numbers and the good and bad. It was obvious that he was not qualified, and there was no need to hurt his heart again. And Mingwei didn't need to compare herself with Huo Yuhao to show her superiority. If Huo Yuhao was a petty person, Mingwei would have an enemy at this time. Xiaoye, you. Bei Bei wanted to say something, but found that it was best to just let it go, so she stopped talking. After entering the academy, the assessment is all actual combat. The level of soul power cannot represent everything. Yuhao, you still have great potential. You have many advantages that others do not have. At least your character is much better than others. But Bei Bei still gave Huo Yuhao chicken soup. Although the ingredients were not right, Huo Yuhao still liked to drink it. Maybe, I can't compare with most of the freshmen who signed up now, but I believe that as long as I work hard enough, I will definitely surpass most of them in the future. Tang Ye and Bei Bei did not take Huo Yuhao's words to heart, just thinking that he was encouraging themselves, but Mingwei nodded solemnly and said seriously. I believe you, you can definitely do it. It's not just most people, young man, you are still too modest. Huo Yuhao looked at Mingwei's unusually bright black pupils, and looked away as if burned. He subconsciously lowered his head, but the blush on his ears betrayed him. After entering Shrek Academy, when the other 3 saw the 10 statues, they all looked yearning, only Mingwei felt sorry. Shrek Academy looks quite wealthy, why do they use granite to make statues? If not gold, at least use jade, that would be more impressive. After noticing Huo Yuhao's gaze falling when she saw the statue of Dai Mubai, Mingwei secretly remembered the complex expression, but did not say anything. Instead, she took a closer look at the statue of Tang San and found that there was nothing else around the statue. A faint smile appeared on Mingwei's lips. When she saw the sea god lake, she was thinking about whether it would be possible to drain the lake water with the July pot and how long it would take. Mingwei found that there was something wrong with her mentality. No need to think about him anymore. I can't contact him in a short time. Now I just need to strengthen my strength without distraction. After realizing the problem of mentality, Mingwei quickly eliminated distracting thoughts and was able to appreciate the vastness of the sea god lake. She sighed that it was worthy of being a lake with a central island that could support the inner courtyard. I will pay you back in time. Is this the only currency here? When Bai Bei paid the tuition of 10 gold soul coins for Mingwei and Huo Yuhao, Mingwei finally realized the problem of currency. She has no money. There is no spirit hall here where she can go to collect gold soul coins every month. Once she returns to the pre-liberation era, she will be a penniless poor ghost again. Here she cursed Tang San 100 times again. She will have to live a hard life for a long time, woo woo woo. There are also silver soul coins and copper soul coins. 1 gold soul coin is equal to 10 silver soul coins and 100 copper soul coins. Don't worry too much. You are spirit masters now. After registering at the academy, you can receive some salary from the 3 empires every month. It should be enough to save money for food. And there will be bonuses for some competitions later, so you don't have to worry about money for the time being. Salary? How much? Hearing the salary, Mingwei stopped scolding Tang San immediately, and her eyes were full of salary. You are spirit masters. You can receive a salary of 1 gold soul coin every month, which is 100 copper soul coins. Mingwei breathed a sigh of relief, but immediately brought it up again. Although it is the same as the subsidy from the spirit hall 10,000 years ago, the currency has depreciated now. 1 gold soul coin can't buy so many things. She really wants to eat dirt. I don't know how the strange beast in the July pot tastes. It's a living Shanghai Jing. I heard that Shanghai Jing is a recipe book, which is very delicious. What are you looking at? Found that the 3 of them were looking at something in the notice, and Tangya and Bei Bei were not in a good mood. Mingwei's heart sank again, hoping that nothing would happen. It is said that there are more troubles where the protagonist is. Shouldn't she stay away from Huo Yuhao? But there is also something to say, where the protagonist is, there are more opportunities, and she may not be able to get some. Zhou Yi, the head teacher of the freshman class, this is the head teacher of Huo Yuhao and me, Senior Bei Bei, Senior Tang Ye. How is this teacher Zhou? Is it easy to get along with? Ah! Why is your head teacher Zhou Yi, that perverted old aunt? Isn't she teaching the 3rd grade? Why was she assigned to the freshman teaching here? Tangya exclaimed, which was also an answer to Mingwei's question. Mingwei's heart sank. She was called a perverted old lady. It seemed that this teacher had some problems. She was going to suffer. Xiaoa, don't scare Mingwei. Teacher Zhou is actually okay. She's just a little strict. Bai Bei told Huo Yuhao and Mingwei everything he knew. However, thinking that Huo Yuhao and Mingwei were both freshmen and met Zhou Yi as soon as they arrived, he was still worried for them. I hope teacher Zhou is the same as what Senior Bai Bei said, just a little strict. Don't worry. As long as you work hard and are excellent, there will be only benefits under the guidance of teacher Zhou. Bai Bei added, but only Huo Yuhao was relieved. Mingwei did not think that Zhou Yi was demoted to the freshman class just because she was too strict. Strict teachers produce excellent students. As long as her guidance is correct, it is not impossible to treat the class she teaches as a top class. According to Mingwei's own guess, this teacher Zhou Yi may have made some mistakes or offended someone, so she was demoted to the freshman class. I 1/4. Isn't it true that Shrek Academy is full of hidden talents? Watching Huo Yuhao respectfully approach the old man guarding the dormitory building, Mingwei was a little timid, and she was in doubt. She actually felt a hint of threat from this seemingly ordinary old man. Her intuition told her that this man was definitely not ordinary and was 100% a strong man. The sweeping monk is everywhere, and he happened to be at the door of the dormitory. Now, with this dormitory manager guarding her, she has no chance to sneak out and do bad things. Grandpa, this is the school girl who came in with me. I wonder where she lives. Seeing that Mingwei didn't take any action, she didn't know what she was thinking and hesitated. Huo Yuhao was very considerate to help Mingwei, took Mingwei's badge and key, and handed them to the old man. She lives in dormitory 408, the third room on the left on the fourth floor. The old man also answered in a good temper, raised his eyes to glance at Mingwei, paused for a moment, and then retracted his gaze. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Food Type Soul Master, Mo Jun Jun. When Mingwei heard about the fourth floor, she sighed. It's not that she didn't notice the gazes falling on her, but she couldn't do anything. A few more glances wouldn't make anything less, so she just let him look. But she actually lived on the fourth floor. Should she be thankful that she didn't live on the sixth floor? She felt tired thinking about climbing up and down every time. Can't the girls live on the first to third floors? It's not good for a companion to be too polite. She can only be polite with him, otherwise it would be bad to appear impolite. For now Mingwei still wanted to act like a good girl. Okay, we understand. Thank you. Mingwei and Huo Yuhao said in unison, saying goodbye to the old man who was resting his eyes, and went into the dormitory building. When their figures disappeared, the old man opened his eyes and whispered, "Interesting child." And Mingwei didn't get over the feeling of having a thorn in her back until she stepped onto the stairs. She began to hope that she wouldn't run into that sweeping monk again when she went downstairs. We all have soul guide lights, so why don't we get a soul guide elevator? Don't do it to exercise our bodies. Mingwei glanced at the dormitory and found it very clean. It was obviously just cleaned, and there was still some moisture. There were items on one of the beds, probably because her roommate had arrived first. Her roommate was quite nice, and the empty bed was also wiped once. So Mingwei didn't have to do anything, and could just buy a blanket and live there. Holding the huge sum of 1 gold soul coin borrowed from Baibei, looking at his wallet that was in debt of 11 gold soul coins, it seemed that making money was imminent. I wonder if there are any elixirs for sale here, or if there are any people who know the goods, otherwise I can only start from Baibei and Tangye. Mingwei counted some elixirs lying in her July pot. These were some medicines that she silently picked, some medicinal plants that she could distinguish on the way back, and used the July pot as an alchemy furnace to refine some medicines that were helpful to the body. The efficacy was much better than what she refined in the immortal world. This was probably the magic of the July pot. After buying some bottles of her own refined elixirs and a bed in the small shop outside the dormitory building, Mingwei counted her few money and waited for a while. When Huo Yuhao didn't come, she went directly to his dormitory. Anyway, the sweeping monk only said that boys can't go to the girls' dormitory, but didn't emphasize that girls can't go to the boys' dormitory. What a shiny dormitory! It's good to have a roommate who loves cleanliness. You are very skillful. Huo Yuhao, who had just finished cleaning and was checking, heard a familiar voice and immediately felt embarrassed. You must have waited too long. I'm done. You can go now. Because he and Mingwei had an appointment to go to the cafeteria together, Huo Yuhao cleaned quickly, but he didn't expect to make Mingwei wait for a long time. Don't you want to buy a quilt? Or do you plan to buy it after dinner? I don't plan to buy a quilt. Sleeping on a wooden bed is more helpful for my cultivation. What he didn't say was that he had long been accustomed to sleeping on a wooden bed. Mingwei respected him, but she couldn't agree with him. She still liked a soft bed. I'd better practice fasting again. It saves money, time, and life. Mingwei closed her eyes and silently said in her heart, almost as if she was taking medicine, swallowing the last bite of food in the bowl, feeling sorry for her tongue. Before this, she had always eaten Huo Yuhao's grilled fish. In fact, she didn't think it was very delicious. Tangye kept praising her and she thought she was encouraging Huo Yuhao. And she automatically brought into the level of food in her previous life, and thought that Huo Yuhao's grilled fish tasted ordinary or even lower in this world. After all, how good can an 11-year-old child's cooking skills be? But now, the facts slapped Mingwei in the face. She didn't expect that Huo Yuhao's grilled fish could really be considered a delicacy in the food world of Douluo too. Mingwei's appetite for other dishes came up as soon as she saw them. She chose the stir-fried vegetables that were the least likely to go wrong. Who can make stir-fried vegetables into dark cuisine? You might as well just boil them in water, and they won't taste so bad. Looking at Huo Yuhao eating delicious food, Mingwei felt a little sympathetic. What a hard life this kid had before. After eating, Huo Yuhao immediately returned to the dormitory to practice, saying that the early bird catches the worm. Mingwei did not rush back to the dormitory, but looked at his back and wondered whether she should sell Huo Gua, who was destined to become a god, and invest in advance. She was worried that she would invest in an enemy, so she was hesitant. Mingwei was able to adjust Huo Yuhao's broken body to the best condition in a very short time, but she had not taken action yet. Forget it, forget it. My vision of people should not be so bad. Huo Yuhao does not look like a person who will repay kindness with enmity, but we have to wait until tomorrow. When Mingwei returned to the dormitory, her other dormitory was just opening the door. There was a girl with a mushroom head and a red mushroom hairpin, with a baby face, a real cute girl. You are my junior sister, right? I am Mo Junjun, a senior sister 1 year higher than you. Mo Junjun smiled with 2 dimples and introduced herself. Senior Mo. Good girl. Mingwei immediately responded with a smile, I'm Mingwei, a freshman in class 1, grade 1. All dormitories are double rooms, and there's just 1 extra person in my grade, so I'll share one with you. Later, Mingwei learned that Mo Junjun was a person who hated trouble. She had lived in this dormitory for a year and bought a lot of things. If she was asked to move to another dormitory, it would take a long time to sort out, so she refused and stayed here. You're in class 1, so you're in trouble. Be careful and protect yourself. Mo Junjun casually reminded them, and the two chatted for a while and agreed on some matters. Mo Junjun introduced himself again, I'm 12 years old, a level 25 food type soul master martial soul, mushroom. Mo Junjun also pulled the red mushroom hairpin on his forehead with his hand, which was quite matching. Mushroom martial soul, mushroom hairstyle, red mushroom hairpin. Although Mingwei looked at the red umbrella and doubted the edibility of Mo Junjun's mushrooms, he just had to not hide from the board after eating them. It is a matter of reciprocity, and this is not a secret, so Mingwei also gave his own statement to the outside world. Mingwei, 9 years old, 18th level of soul power, martial soul Juliepot. At dinner, Mingwei, who didn't want to eat in the cafeteria, wanted to find Huo Yuhao to cook together, but when he saw that the other party was obsessed with cultivation, Mingwei immediately reflected on himself. No, I can't be compared with the god of hanging, I want to be the god of rolling. Euro. So, Mingwei quickly devoted herself to cultivation, and was even more obsessed than Huo Yuhao. Fortunately, she remembered to help Huo Yuhao adjust his body, so she woke up in the morning and happened to encounter a wonderful competition. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 Expulsion. Expulsion. Expulsion, just no expulsion. Huo Yuhao, you are not as strong as him, win by trickery. Although she didn't know why Huo Yuhao fought with others, she naturally turned to Huo Yuhao, who had a good relationship with her. After hearing Mingwei's reminder, Huo Yuhao immediately knew how to deal with it. The Tang Sec's unique skill, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, coupled with his Spiritual Eye soul skill and mental power, was powerful even if he had just learned it for a short time. Who told you to meddle in other people's business? Huo Yuhao outwitted him, and the sharp white tiger dagger against his throat just now made Wang Dong feel even more humiliated, so he immediately turned his anger to Mingwei, who reminded him. However, Wang Dong was obviously furious, but when he saw Mingwei, he suddenly wilted. The 9-year-old Mingwei had a face that was easy to make people soft-hearted, and her delicate appearance was very lovable. Sorry, Huo Yuhao is my friend, and I don't want to see him get hurt. When she saw Wang Dong's face, Ming Wei also felt a little soft-hearted. She was a little bit obsessed with looks, and Wang Dong had an extremely good appearance, which made Ming Wei doubt Yu Dong's gender. It was Huo Yuhao who introduced Wang Dong as his roommate, and Ming Wei dispelled her doubts and just regarded Wang Dong as him, a little boy with a pretty face. You do have a good friend. Wang Dong glared at Huo Yuhao, obviously still unconvinced, and turned around and went into the dormitory. He is quite angry. Aren't you roommates? Why did you fight? Nothing, just a casual exchange. How about your roommate? Didn't she bully you? Ming Wei was so good at playing the role of a good kid, and she was so young that Huo Yuhao almost took care of her as a sister, and even cared about this. I'm fine. My roommate is a senior sister and she is very nice. But you, let me see if you are injured. Ming Wei casually found an excuse, grabbed Huo Yuhao's hand and took his pulse. After a while, she had a clear understanding of his physical condition, and automatically matched the right prescription in her mind. He looked at some weed-like plants in the flower bed, and his eyes lit up. I asked Senior Bai Bei before, and he said that it's not a big deal as long as you don't deliberately destroy the plants. As she said this, Ming Wei stretched out her hand and started digging in the soil. She searched several flower beds in a row before she gathered all the things she needed and put them into the July pot in her left hand. Huo Yuhao had been following Ming Wei all along. When he saw her take out the July pot, he knew that Ming Wei was refining something. What medicine are you refining? Can these weeds also be used to refine medicine? He had other questions in his mind, but he never dared to ask. Why did Ming Wei only summon the July pot when she used her soul skills, and even her soul rings could be hidden? If you didn't know enough, you wouldn't know that she was using soul skills. I'm refining a pill to strengthen the body, which is specially used for people who have just started practicing. As the name suggests, it can strengthen the body to a great extent. These are not weeds, they are all medicine. The body-strengthening pills are called the super low-end version of the marrow-cleansing pills in the world of immortal cultivation. Some cultivators who have just entered the path of Taoism, or who are not well off or cannot bear the power of the marrow-cleansing pills, will choose the body-strengthening pills to slowly lay a good foundation first. Body-strengthening pills. Huo Yuhao read the name, and an incredible light burst out from his eyes, sparkling. Do you have a container to hold things? The pills were about to be refined. Ming Wei looked up and asked Huo Yuhao, who paused for a moment and took out his rice bowl from the 24 Bridges moonlit night on his waist. Ming Wei's hand trembled, but he still didn't say anything, and poured the pills into Huo Yuhao's rice bowl. 10 pills the size of soybeans looked a little funny in the huge rice bowl. Take this 3 times a day, 1 pill each time, and remind me to prepare a new prescription after you finish eating. Thank you, Ming Wei. Huo Yuhao was so moved that he almost cried. In his 11 years of life, he had encountered very little kindness, and Ming Wei was the most unique one among them. Her respect, encouragement, optimism, trust, help, all touched Huo Yuhao's heartstrings, and his heart was warm and swollen. He had 1,000 words to say, but in the end he just said thank you. Why are you being polite? We are friends. Maybe we will be teammates in the future. Yes, we are friends. Huo Yuhao held back his good friend and burst into laughter. Asterisk. 3 days passed in a flash. Ming Wei had already touched the threshold of spiritual energy and entered the door. The spiritual energy combined with soul power cultivation can complement each other and make rapid progress. In addition to spiritual energy, Ming Wei also picked up other things she learned in the world of immortal cultivation. Knowledge was consolidated again, and the confidence in my heart was immediately stronger. Students who can't check the place are not good students. When Ming Wei and Huo Yuhao both checked the place and came to the classroom, there were not many seats left, so they just found 2 seats and sat down. Almost at the moment they sat down, an old woman came out of the classroom door. Mingwei was the first to catch her eyes, which were a pair of eyes that didn't match her appearance. Her appearance was very old, like an ordinary old lady, but her eyes were very young. Mingwei felt that she was not too old. Interesting, first there was the sweeping monk, and then there was the master of disguise. Shrek Academy is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. She was full of curiosity about Zhou Yi, and when she heard Zhou Yi made up a random reason to punish them to run 100 laps, her face immediately fell. No, you should find a good excuse. What do you mean by not causing trouble means you are mediocre and useless? If something goes wrong, will you cover for us? It's wrong to practice hard and stay at home. If I had known, I would have kicked the doors of each dormitory for 3 days. Expel him, if it's not because you don't want to pay the tuition. Amid the loud complaints, Mingwei's mumbling was low but particularly prominent. Many people heard it, including Zhou Yi, who had the highest spirit power. Although Mingwei's last mumbling was covered by Huo Yuhao, she actually said everything she should say. Mingwei herself didn't feel anything when she noticed Zhou Yi's gaze on her and her powerful mental power, but she found that others didn't feel well, especially Huo Yuhao, who had the worst foundation. She felt a little uncomfortable and wanted to throw the July pot away. But after looking at Zhou Yi's spirit power, she thought it was too troublesome to deal with the 6 spirit rings, so she held back and helped Huo Yuhao block it without making a sound. No matter how big a mess you make, I can cover it, provided you dare to make trouble. Zhou Yi actually wanted to respond to Mingwei like this, but thinking about what happened before, she finally just used her dignity as a class teacher to threaten them with expulsion again. Expulsion, 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 what else can you say besides expulsion? This time, Mingwei kept her nagging in her heart. She didn't want to anger Zhou Yi. It didn't matter to her, but she was afraid of getting others involved. End of this chapter. Chapter 12. Are you going to go for the auxiliary department? Just a reminder, you only have 1 hour. After 1 hour, those who haven't run enough 100 laps will be considered unqualified. This is your first test after admission, and those who fail will be expelled. Hearing Zhou Yi's addition, Mingwei paused and thought. If you want to kill us, just say it. However, she didn't seem to say that she couldn't use martial arts skills or anything like that. However, Mingwei, who didn't want to be the first to do so, still observed the actions of others before making plans. Then Mingwei found that no one used soul skills. Were these people so honest, or did they all have the same plan as her? Forget it, let's just run a marathon to exercise and stretch our muscles. Just as she ran seriously for a while with this idea in mind, she saw Wang Dong passing by her quickly. Mingwei looked back and saw Huo Yuhao behind her. After learning the whole story from Huo Yuhao, Mingwei just wanted to laugh. She now recognized Tang Ye's name for Zhou Yi. Your body has been adjusted almost, and it is not difficult to finish the run. Do you plan to finish it with your own perseverance, or rely on me as a favor? Mingwei knew that Huo Yuhao wanted to stay in Shrek Academy very much, but what if he was just a little bit short and was really expelled by Zhou? I want to finish the run by myself. If it really doesn't work, please help me. Huo Yuhao thought about it, but still did not refuse Mingwei's kindness. He wanted to try his best first to see if he could stay with his own efforts. If not, it would not be a big deal to ask Mingwei for help, and Huo Yuhao knew that Mingwei was very good at grasping the degree. The small square was not big, 1 lap was about 300 meters, and 100 laps was 30 kilometers. For Mingwei, the amount of exercise was not large, but Huo Yuhao was in a lot of trouble. However, fortunately, Mingwei had been conditioning him for 2 or 3 days, so although he was exhausted and gasping for breath, he was not unable to hold on. Mingwei always followed Huo Yuhao at a constant speed, so he could clearly feel that a penetrating gaze fell on them from a distance. Looking up, he found that it was Zhou Yi. It's a bit unlucky. Mingwei quickly lowered her head. She couldn't quite understand Zhou Yi's behavior. She wanted to go and only found a reason, that the other party wanted to use them, a group of freshmen, to establish his power. While thinking, the weak spiritual power leaked out from her fingertips, and a cool breeze rolled up, slightly relieving Huo Yuhao's fatigue. Don't worry, I've calculated that you can complete the task at this speed. Seeing that more than half of the time had passed, Huo Yuhao was a little anxious and wanted to speed up. Mingwei quickly reminded him, and Huo Yuhao also obediently returned to the original speed. Are you waiting for him? Aren't you afraid that you will be expelled together? When they finished another lap, Wang Dong, who had already completed 100 laps, suddenly followed behind them. He looked at Mingwei with some confusion, thinking that they had a very good relationship. Don't be afraid. The two of us can definitely complete the task. But you, why did you come here again without taking a good rest? Originally, he didn't want to answer, but he saw Huo Yuhao wanted to speak. Thinking that talking would also consume physical energy, Mingwei didn't give Huo Yuhao a chance to speak, and answered Wang Dong's question himself, acting as Huo Yuhao's mouthpiece. I'm worried about this kid. He cleans the house quite well. If he leaves, no one will help me clean the house. Obviously, he was worried that Huo Yuhao would be expelled, but he used this as an excuse. What a proud little boy! Just as Mingwei calculated, Huo Yuhao ran 100 laps on time without their help and reached the finish line with his own perseverance. Mingwei, I did it, I can do it, 100 laps still consumed a lot of Huo Yuhao's physical energy. He couldn't help but breathe heavily when he said this, but the excitement on his face could not be concealed. I know, you are no worse than us. As long as you work hard enough, you will definitely catch up. Mingwei took over the unfinished words of Huo Yuhao and spoke. Among the people who finished running 100 laps, Mingwei was in the best condition, just like nothing happened. Huo Yuhao was in the worst condition, but at least he completed the full number. I want to go to see Senior Bai Bei after class. Do you know which floor he is on? On the way back to the classroom after changing clothes, Mingwei thought of asking Bai Bei about something, but she didn't know where his classroom and dormitory were, so she asked Huo Yuhao. I will go with you then. Hearing Huo Yuhao say this, Mingwei stopped asking. In the formal class, when it came to theoretical knowledge, Mingwei's impression of Zhou Yi improved a lot. Although she was a little more authoritarian and had a bad temper, her theoretical knowledge was still good, which gave Mingwei a lot of experience. Huo Yuhao, Mingwei, you two come to my office. Mingwei looked at Huo Yuhao with a question mark, what's going on? Did I get caught for being absent? Huo Yuhao shook his head and responded to Mingwei with his eyes, saying that he would follow. Actually, Mingwei wanted to pretend that she didn't hear it because Zhou Yi disrupted her schedule. But under the circumstances, she followed Zhou Yi. You two are both invited students in my class, but I still don't know your martial souls and attributes. I want to know the answer. Zhou Yi really didn't say any nonsense and got straight to the point. There was nothing to hide about the martial soul, and it couldn't be hidden, so both of them said it directly. My martial soul is Lingmu, with spiritual attributes. My martial soul is Zhulihu, with the same spiritual attributes. When Zhou Yi heard Huo Yuhao say it was spiritual attributes, she was surprised, but when Mingwei said it, Zhou Yi had an expression of as expected. Your spiritual power is very strong, not like a 9-year-old child. After saying this to Mingwei, Zhou Yi looked at Huo Yuhao again. You are actually a body spirit. Zhou Yi originally had no hope for the specially invited students, because if she had not failed the assessment, how could she have taken the specially invited path? But Mingwei and Huo Yuhao really gave her a great surprise. There are indeed very few spirits. Thinking of some things, Zhou Yi asked about the two spirit skills, which was actually a very rude behavior. But thinking that they would not take action in the future, as long as they used spirit skills, Zhou Yi would always see it, so it would be better to say it directly. Anyway, the two people's external statements were not all. If Huo Yuhao's spirit skills surprised Zhou Yi, Ming Wei's spirit skills shocked and angry Zhou Yi. Your soul skill is an auxiliary skill. Are you going to go for the auxiliary system? That's nonsense. With your martial soul and mental power, it's much better to go for the control system or the strong attack system. Although Ming Wei's first soul skill has an amazing effect, it can't erase the fact that it has no attack power and can only be regarded as an auxiliary soul skill. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. It's a soul guide canon auxiliary system is good. Ming Wei didn't explain to Zhou Yi that her second soul skill had an amazing attack power, so she didn't go for the auxiliary system. Zhou Yi and her relationship were still very shallow, so there was no need to explain it so clearly. Forget it, with the existence of soul guides, the auxiliary system is nothing. Zhou Yi wanted to say something, but gave up when she met Ming Wei's calm eyes. After all, it was her own choice, and it was normal to pay a price for it. Follow me, Zhou Yi said, taking the two out of the freshman teaching building, heading west, and came to the Soul Guide System Soul Guide Tester. Ming Wei's eyes lit up when she realized that she might be in contact with Xian Nian's Soul Guide soon. I mean what you mentioned last time, about the spiritual attribute Soul Master using the Soul Guide. Hearing Zhou Yi say this to the teacher named Fan Yu, Ming Wei knew that it was safe. Both of them have spiritual attribute martial spirits. Fan Yu's eyes swept over Huo Yuhao and Ming Wei and stopped. Your spiritual power is not like that of an ordinary 9-year-old soul master. You have practiced spiritual power before. Maybe, I have lost my memory and can't remember my previous memories. Amnesia is a brick, which can be moved wherever it is needed. Anyway, Ming Wei is not worried about what they will find out. Amnesia. Zhou Yi also just learned this. This word is very unfamiliar to soul masters. She made a mental note to show it to her when she returns, so she introduced the two to Fan Yu first. This is Huo Yuhao, the original martial spirit. This is Ming Wei, whose weapon spirit is the Julai pot, which is also of spiritual attribute. Moreover, Ming Wei is only 9 years old this year, and her spirit power is already at level 18. According to the information reported by Bai, she is born with higher spirit power, and has awakened her spirit for less than a month. Although Bai has some connections in the academy, not everyone can apply for the special invitation quota. This quota was only available after Bai truthfully reported Ming Wei's information. Innate higher spirit power. Fan Yu, who had no hope after seeing Huo Yuhao's spirit power, was quite satisfied with Ming Wei after hearing Zhou Yi's words. Not bad, she is a good seedling for learning spirit tools. But it's too early for you to bring her here now. I'm afraid she can't even lift the weakest fixed-type spirit tool now. As for Huo Yuhao, his body and spirit power are too poor, and it's still far from my requirements. Hearing Fan Yu questioning Huo Yuhao, Ming Wei's eyes immediately lit up. Here he comes, Huo Gua comes with his exclusive face-slapping BGM. There is actually such a spiritual attribute skill? How could it be a soul skill that appeared in a 10-year soul beast? Fan Yu looked at the white soul ring on Huo Yuhao with a puzzled look on his face. In addition to puzzlement, he was more surprised. Ming Wei, another honest man deceived by Huo Gua's million-year soul skill. The disguise effect should not be too good. When Huo Yuhao used the wind baboon as an excuse, he glanced at Ming Wei several times. He felt a little uneasy and was afraid that Ming Wei would expose him. Because he only thought of it later that the wind baboon was killed by Ming Wei and could not be absorbed by him. It was just that Tang Ye had a preconceived idea that he had absorbed the soul ring of the wind baboon. He couldn't find a good reason to explain it for a while, so he acquiesced. Now that I think about it, this is really a lie that is easy to expose, but Ming Wei seems to have never found anything wrong. How could he know that Mingwei had already known that his first soul ring was 1,000,000 years old? The special nature of spiritual detection sharing gave Fan Yu the idea of a euro trying Huo Yuhao and called his disciples. Caitou, come here. When Mingwei heard this name, he was a little slow to react. Are there so many bad names in Douluo too? What kind of name is this? It's too perfunctory. Caitou is a tall bald boy with dark skin, giving people a very honest feeling. Fan Yu pointed at Huo Yuhao and said, you test fire a fixed soul guide cannon, and let this kid assist you to hit a moving target. He looked at Mingwei again, and his tone was softer, you go and take a look and get familiar with it first. When you are older, you can come to me to learn soul guides. Mingwei has good conditions in all aspects. The only weakness is that she is too young and has lost her memory. It is very difficult and unrealistic to let her learn the production of the soul guide system now. So Fan Yu's plan is to let Zhou Yi help him train Mingwei first, and then wait for a year or two. When seeing Hikato take out the soul guide cannon, Huo Yuhao and Mingwei were very excited, but Mingwei always felt a little familiar. Why did this thing look like something similar to her? The soul guide cannon and the gunpowder cannon seemed to be quite similar. The final test result was not satisfactory, because Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing currently has a range of only 30 meters, and this attack distance is too short. But looking at the soul guide cannon on Hikato, which has not been put away, Mingwei's hands are itchy and she really wants to try it. She looks at the soul guide cannon with sparkling eyes, and no one can ignore it. Do you want to try it, Ming Sui? But my soul guide cannon is very heavy, and you may not be able to lift it for the time being. Hikato smiled shyly and prepared to put away the soul guide cannon so that Mingwei would not be jealous but could not try it. Senior He, I am very strong. Mingwei said hurriedly. There were still too few things to see from a distance. He had to get close to see more. Ah! Hikato was a little at a loss, and subconsciously cast his eyes on teacher Fan Yu. Fan Yu smiled and said casually. Try to see if you can carry it first. He did not think Mingwei could carry it, but just wanted Mingwei to give up. Mingwei excitedly touched the soul guide cannon, took it, and it was indeed a bit heavy, so he could only lift it with difficulty. In order not to be laughed at, Mingwei did not hesitate to cut into the word spirit martial soul, and whispered to himself to increase his strength. Strength to pull mountains and spirit to conquer the world. €. After gaining strength, the soul cannon in her hand suddenly became light. I lifted it €. Mingwei turned around and looked back at Fan Yu and the others. None of them expected that Mingwei, who looked like a delicate little girl, was so strong. For Mingwei, the most difficult thing was to lift the soul cannon. Although she did not have Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, her own spiritual power was strong enough and she did not need his positioning help. The fixed soul cannon was different from other soul guides. It used very little soul power, not to mention that Mingwei's real soul power was level 28. I will teach you how to use the soul cannon. You do as I say €. Fan Yu was a very courageous teacher. He planned to let Mingwei try it on the spot. Zhou Yi wanted to say something, but he hesitated and finally shut up. Mingwei's excitement has faded. The soul cannon in his hand is like another version of the gunpowder cannon, just a little more sophisticated than the most common gunpowder cannon. End of this chapter. Chapter 14. Want to pluck the leaves of the tree of life. But if it is other, what about hot weapons? After using the soul guide cannon, Mingwei found that it was actually just a magic array carved on some special metals, which had some similarities with the weapon refining array she had learned in the world of immortal cultivation. Can they be cleverly combined? When installing the soul guide cannon, Mingwei thought so. But for now, let's try the power of this fixed soul guide first. Mingwei followed Fan Yu's instructions, locked the disc with her mental power, and fired. It actually worked. How is this possible? Obviously, Fan Yu trusted Ming Wei and wanted her to try it, but when she really succeeded, Fan Yu was the first to disbelieve it. Feeling Fan Yu's shock, Ming Wei knew that the level she showed was a bit too amazing, so she pinched some acupuncture points on her arm and then fell back weakly. Ming Wei. Huo Yuhao, who had been staring at Ming Wei, was the first to notice that Ming Wei was wrong, but he was slower, and Zhou Yi finally hugged Ming Wei first. Teacher Zhou, how is Ming Wei? Huo Yuhao was very anxious. Ming Wei's face looked too bad. The first time he saw her fall from the sky, she didn't look that bad. How could he not worry? It's not a big deal. She's just exhausted. It's too much for her to use this now. Zhou Yi took a long time to come up with this conclusion. It was disappointing to hear it. She took advantage of Ming Wei's coma to check not only whether Ming Wei was okay, but she didn't find anything useful. How could she not be disappointed? When Ming Wei woke up, she was already lying in the dormitory. If her mental power hadn't noticed someone beside her, she would have been really scared if she saw a face when she opened her eyes. Why are you staring at me like that? What's wrong with me? Ming Wei, who was startled, became confused again. She didn't figure out the situation, as if she had just woken up. The person who had been watching Ming Wei quietly was her roommate, the red mushroom Mo Junjun. I don't know. When Zhou Yi brought you back, you were in a coma. She said you were fine, but you couldn't wake up. I wanted to ask you what happened. Maybe it was because the room was dim. Ming Wei always felt that Mo Junjun's tone was wrong. Nothing, I just tried to be strong for a while, and didn't control my level. How long did I sleep? Ming Wei didn't say what happened in the Soul Guide department, and wanted to skip it. After all, she fainted herself. But Mo Junjun seemed to mind this matter very much. Isn't she here? Why didn't she stop you from being so stubborn? She is your class teacher and is responsible for your safety. You just fell asleep for a long time this time, what about next time? You are angry, why? Although they live in the same room, they have only known each other for 3 days and their friendship is not very deep, so Ming Wei doesn't understand why Mo Junjun is so emotional. It's like... Ming Wei felt that she guessed the reason and blurted out. You have a grudge with teacher Zhou Yi, you don't like her. As Ming Wei said it, Mo Junjun's smile, which always had a sweet smile, suddenly became gloomy and full of anger. He opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything and turned around and left the dormitory. It seems that there is really a grudge, and it's not a small one. What a thing, life is not easy, Ming Wei sighed. After going downstairs, Ming Wei realized that she had only slept for 2 or 3 hours, and it was because she was in good physical condition that she woke up so quickly. There was still about an hour before the afternoon get out of class ended. Ming Wei wanted to go and gain some more experience, but she regretted it when she arrived near the teaching building. She had come here for nothing. Although she turned around immediately, it was too late. Zhou Yi's voice had already reached her ears. Ming Wei, come back. It was really unlucky. She would have been better off sleeping in the dormitory. Who could have expected that Zhou Yi, that pervert, would make people run for 2 hours in the morning and run for 4 hours with weights in the afternoon? Ming Wei didn't expect it anyway. But she was worried about Huo Yuhao. Finally, Ming Wei also got an iron suit and joined the weighted running team. Why are you here too? Are you feeling better? I'll go talk to teacher Zhou. Huo Yuhao was running with full concentration, and suddenly he could smell Ming Wei's breath beside him. He was surprised and worried when he saw her. I'm fine. You should worry about yourself. The iron armor weighted running was still too exhausting for Huo Yuhao. He had been running for more than 2 hours. If he hadn't made a breakthrough in Xiantian Gong, he would have collapsed. But Huo Yuhao had great perseverance, and something was urging him to work hard. My strength is as great as the mountains and my spirit is as great as the world. Good wines rely on their strength to send me to the blue sky. Mingwei finally recited these 2 lines of poetry in his heart when they were exhausted but struggled to get up. However, due to the limitations of the conditions for use, the first one only worked on himself and Huo Yuhao. The second line really attracted good wines and worked on the 9-11 students. Everyone just felt a gust of wind blowing slowly behind them for more than a minute, pushing them forward, so they didn't need to run and could take a short break. Zhou Yi also felt the wind, but the soul power was overflowing in the field, and she didn't see the soul ring light up, so she thought it was God helping them and sending this wind. It's just that this wind blew a little frequently. After using the soul skills of the word spirit several times in a row, Mingwei's soul power was not much left, so he didn't continue. Anyway, it would be a while before the get out of class was over. When Mingwei saw the tree of life martial spirit appear, his eyes widened immediately, and he wanted to go up and pull a few more leaves down, which is a good material for alchemy. Mingwei set a small goal in his heart, that is, to pull a lot of leaves of the tree of life. If allowed, it would be better to pull a few more. Huo Yuhao, this is the medicine for you. Take it the same way as before. When Mingwei was called downstairs by Tangya and brought the newly refined medicine to find Huo Yuhao, she saw him standing downstairs of the dormitory building, lost in thought. What medicine? Is Xiao Yuhao sick? Tangya looked around Huo Yuhao twice and found that his face was a little pale. It's just some medicine to nourish the body and assist in cultivation. I am much better now than before. Since taking the medicine given by Mingwei, Huo Yuhao can intuitively feel that his body is getting better. And I have a good news that I forgot to tell you. Looking at Mingwei, Huo Yuhao couldn't suppress the joy in his heart at all, and couldn't wait to share it with her. Mingwei glanced at Huo Yuhao and already knew what Huo Yuhao was going to say, but she didn't want to spoil his fun and let him say it himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. Finally not a negative woman. Just this afternoon, when I was practicing, I found that I had a breakthrough. He paused for the last 4 words, and his tone was obviously excited. Huo Yuhao was really excited. It had only been a short time since he broke through the first level, which was much faster than his previous practice. You broke through so quickly, congratulations! Mingwei and Tangya were not going to spoil the fun, and immediately smiled and congratulated Huo Yuhao. This is all thanks to Mingwei. If it weren't for you... Stop, stop! This is because of your hard work in practicing. My medicine will not force growth. However, the more Mingwei said this, the more grateful Huo Yuhao was to Mingwei. Unconsciously, Mingwei's weight in his heart became heavier and heavier. By the way, Xiao Weiwei, Xiao Yuhao told me at noon that you were supposed to talk to Bai Bei about something, but something delayed you. Is your matter urgent? Let me see if I can help you. Walking towards the east gate, Tangya first remembered what happened at noon. It's nothing serious. I just want to find a place to sell the pills I made. Senior sister, you said that I can set up a stall in front of the college. I'll try selling them there first. Pills, like the ones you just gave Xiao Yuhao, and the same lazy e-pills you made for Bai Bei last time. Tangya just took a look at the medicine that Mingwei had just made, and found that it was indeed a good thing, so she didn't ask any more questions. It's about the same. Mingwei didn't explain it to Tangya in detail. She divided pills into 2 types. One is pills, which ordinary people can make by hand as long as they have a recipe, and the efficacy is naturally much worse. The other is pills, which need to be refined in an alchemy furnace. Only a few people can refine them, and the efficacy is very good. It is called a pill. This time she was going to test the waters with pills, and what she had just given Huo Yuhao was elixir. Do you have any suitable ones for me? I'll show you around later. Mingwei nodded. There really was one. Okay, you'll see my performance later. Tangya winked at Mingwei and smiled a little proudly. Because Mingwei was on a whim, Her stall was just a piece of cloth spread on the ground with small bottles on it. Huo Yuhao's oven was well built, but he hadn't attracted any business yet, but Mingwei did. Other people use tables or something to set up stalls, why do you just throw it on the ground? What are you selling? You don't even write a sign and stand it up. Among all the stalls, Mingwei's stall was the most conspicuous because it was the shortest. If it wasn't for the convenience of cleaning up, and if she could just lift the four corners of the cloth and leave, Mingwei wouldn't spread the cloth. Most of them are pills that can assist in soul training. Someone asked about the things, so Mingwei introduced them and looked up at the person. It was a young girl, but she was an acquaintance. She seemed to be a classmate of theirs, but Mingwei didn't know her name. You. Mingwei didn't expect that the other party recognized her first. And knowing that Mingwei didn't know her, she didn't mind and introduced herself. Hello Mingwei, I'm Xiao Xiao, your classmate. Xiao Xiao. It's embarrassing to say that there are more than 90 people in the class, and Mingwei only knows Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. The others are familiar, but they can't call their names. How much do you sell these pills? Are they expensive? Xiao Xiao glanced at the transparent bottle and found that she didn't recognize any of them, but she inexplicably wanted to buy a few of them. From 1 silver soul coin to 1 gold soul coin. Mingwei didn't know the price. This was the price Tangya suggested to her, and she listened to the suggestion. Anyway, the pills she put out today were all made from herbs she picked up in the academy and refined using the Julai pot. Using it to refine can also cultivate soul power, which is already a huge profit. A little bit is a little bit. I have to support my classmates' business. Give me one of these. Xiao Xiao pointed to one of the bottles, which was the bodybuilding pill that Huo Yuhao had eaten before. This is a bodybuilding pill, 1 silver coin per pill. Watching Xiao Xiao eat the pills directly, Mingwei silently took back the 2 bottles of medicine used to trick people. Xiao Xiao not only bought one of Mingwei's pills, but also bought a fish that Huo Yuhao had just grilled. She really supported her classmates' business. Why, you're not happy about opening so soon? Xiao Xiao had already walked away to buy other things. Mingwei wanted to encourage Huo Yuhao, but saw that he had a gloomy face and was not happy about the opening. You didn't eat lunch or dinner. I prepared to grill the first fish for you. I didn't plan to sell it. Huo Yuhao turned the fish over. What was wrong with his expression and tone? Then I have to wait for the next fish. A strange male voice came. It turned out to be the senior who was attracted by the aroma of grilled fish. He looked at Huo Yuhao, then looked at Mingwei, with a look of a person who was eating melons. No, just give this one to the senior, I'm not hungry yet. Sell it first and talk later. The latter sentence was said to Huo Yuhao, and her eyes signaled to him that there was no reason to let customers wait. The aroma of the grilled fish was very strong, attracting many people to line up. However, no one was interested in Mingwei's stall. In fact, this was a normal phenomenon. The food was still a medicine that had never been seen before. Who dared to eat it casually? Mingwei was about to sigh and say that only Xiao Xiao, the naive girl, dared to eat it, but she saw Xiao Xiao coming back again, and she was still running straight to her. Mingwei, do you have the pills I just took? Give me the rest. As he said that, he took out several gold soul coins and stuffed them into Mingwei's hands. Mingwei knew that the drug was starting to work. Generally, the potency of this medicine starts to be full after taking 10 pills. You can buy 9 pills at most. Then 9 pills. Do you have any more medicine like this? Xiao Xiao didn't mind at all and was still immersed in excitement. She just noticed the changes in her body after she walked away. She felt warm all over and full of strength. The fatigue from running for 5 hours was swept away. And I don't know if it was a psychological effect, but I felt that my soul power had increased a little. Besides Mingwei's medicine, she only took Huo Yuhao's grilled fish, so she came back to find Ming Wei immediately. Yes, but you have to finish this medicine first, otherwise it will waste the potency. He also told Xiao Xiao to take the medicine at intervals, and it is best to practice after taking it, so that the potency of the medicine can be used to the maximum extent and achieve the purpose of strengthening the body. Okay, I'll listen to you. After Xiao Xiao's performance, some people who lined up to buy grilled fish also asked about Ming Wei's medicine. Because Ming Wei's medicine did not need to wait, before Tangya came to act as a standby, the few bottles of medicine Ming Wei put out had been sold out, and nearly 30 gold soul coins were earned. Now I can pay off the debt. I am finally not a bad mother-in-law. It was not easy. Ming Wei sighed and felt relieved. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 Angry Senior, Simple Junior. Huo Yuhao took the cloth from Ming Wei's hand, and stuffed it with the bottle wrapped inside into the 24 Bridges Moonlight Night on his waist. In the eyes of outsiders, Ming Wei did not have a storage soul guide. Only she knew that the July pot was the largest storage device in the world. A small pot has countless worlds. Because Huo Yuhao's fish needed to be roasted, although there were many people queuing, there were still a few that had not been sold out. I have 3 fish to keep, and there are only 2 left. The seniors behind don't have to queue up. Huo Yuhao turned the fish over and reminded them, lest someone behind him queue up for a long time but didn't buy any fish, and then they would cause trouble for him. Ming Wei also stepped forward to collect the bronze soul coins from the 2 people in the front. Not long after the others dispersed, a very beautiful girl came to Huo Yuhao's stall, causing quite a stir. Huo Yuhao picked up the third to last grilled fish and was about to hand it to Ming Wei to fill her stomach. He saw Ming Wei staring at a beautiful senior in a daze. He felt uncomfortable and pushed the grilled fish in front of Ming Wei to block her view. Ming Wei took the grilled fish and saw the beautiful senior bargaining with Huo Yuhao. He thought there were people who were poorer than them. Just when Ming Wei was about to give the grilled fish to the pretty senior, he felt a bad vibe and heard an angry voice. Boy, you dare not sell it. No, there are hidden weapons, protect the grilled fish. Ming Wei shouted in a pretentious manner, and then threw out the July pot. The gold soul coin was blocked by the July pot and returned to the original path on the spot, and the force was much greater than when it came. Fortunately, the person who threw the gold soul coin was not an ordinary person. He used some soul power to take the gold soul coin. His eyes stayed on Ming Wei for a moment longer. He had already arrived in front of several people and reached out to take the grilled fish. How could Huo Yuhao, who was well prepared, let him get it? In the end, the person who wanted to grab the fish only got a handful of charcoal. Boy, you are looking for death. This senior's temper seems to be not very good, Ming Wei thought so and said so. But the other party seemed to ignore her little girl and continued to attack Huo Yuhao. Then he was blocked by something that was neither gold, jade, nor wood. The July pot can be big or small, can be thrown or hit with bricks, it is extremely hard and worth having. The 2-meter-high July pot stood on the ground. With Huo Yuhao and Ming Wei standing on one side and the senior with a bad temper standing on the other side, separating the 2 sides. The senior changed his position, and the July pot also changed its position, blocking him. Su Sanchi was a little numb. Wuhan could be used like this, and it was used in front of him, a defense genius. But he couldn't use heavy hands. The other party was a junior sister, and she used an item like Wuhan. It would be bad if she was seriously injured. He just wanted to please his sweetheart, not a really irritable senior. But he was blocked like this, and he felt embarrassed. Just as he was about to control the strength to bounce Ming Wei's martial spirit away, 3 familiar voices came. Stop! What are you doing? The latter sentence was the overlapping voices of Tangya and Bei who came late. Bei rushed up as fast as lightning and fought without saying anything. Knowing that the crisis was over, Ming Wei immediately took back the July pot. The fear on his face had not faded yet. He looked pitifully at Tangya who was a step behind. Tangya was immediately distressed when she saw him. Su Sanchi, you dare to bully my people, I will fight you. As Tangya said this, she raised her right hand, and a golden light flew straight to the irritable senior. The scene in front of him stunned the still simple Huo Yuhao. What surprised him was not only the fight between Tangya and Su Sanchi, but also Ming Wei's wonderful acting skills. He was just protected by Ming Wei, so he knew that Ming Wei put on a pale and frightened face at the moment of putting away the July pot, which was almost flawless. But Huo Yuhao soon found out that Ming Wei was not the only one who could act, and he was the only honest man. Bei Bei and Su Sanchi had a good relationship, but they still took advantage of this incident to go to the Duhun district just to make some money. So the eldest brother, Senior Bei Bei, knows Su Sanchi? They have a good relationship. Ming Wei and Huo Yuhao were both surprised, especially Ming Wei. She had already started to look at the sky and the earth, but not the competition stage. These two people acted better than her and fooled her. However, Ming Wei did not regret giving Su Sanchi drugs, at most she was a little embarrassed. And she only gave him ordinary laxatives, which were not very effective, just to clear the intestines. Who told him to come up so fiercely, looking like he was going to kill someone? Your roommate is here, and he's walking towards you. He's in a bad mood. Did you offend him? Ming Wei reminded Huo Yuhao in a low voice, looking like she was enjoying the show. She was even happier when she saw Huo Yuhao's embarrassed expression. Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong was more than in a bad mood. He gritted his teeth as he said these three words. He sat next to Huo Yuhao and whispered something, but it didn't have much effect in hiding it. After threatening Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong looked up and met Ming Wei's eyes, which were so big that they were a little round. Why was there something in them that she couldn't understand? Wang Dong felt a chill for no reason. No one knew what Ming Wei was thinking when she saw their interaction. Oh my god, Wang Dong can't be a girl, what good things did she use to hide her gender, she hid it so well. A man and a woman are in the same room, they can't be a couple as I thought. No, no. Huo Guo's official partner is Tang San's daughter, and Wang Dong's surname is not Tang, so it can't be her. So they are in love but can't be together? Huo Guo, the protagonist, is a bit too miserable. Just when Wang Dong wanted to ask, Ming Wei had already retracted his gaze, and looked at Huo Yuhao sitting between the two with sympathy, and shook his head. Although the Tang sect is in decline, it still has influence, but Wang Dong's determination to join the Tang sect makes Ming Wei doubt Wang Dong's true identity. Is Wang Dong Tang San's daughter? If so, why doesn't she have the surname Tang? If not, why does she have such a persistent yearning for the Tang sect? When she heard about the Tang sect, the look in her eyes was definitely not what a normal person should have. Huo Yuhao, do you know what your roommate's martial soul is? Because she was not familiar with Wang Dong, Ming Wei asked Huo Yuhao, but it was Wang Dong who answered her. Why are you asking him? I know this best. My martial soul is the light goddess butterfly, the most beautiful martial soul on the continent, no doubt about it. Wang Dong raised his chin as he spoke, like a proud kitten. You'll know when I show you another day, but you have to show me your martial soul when the time comes. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Void Soul Pill, the birth of a new occupation. It's not the Clear Sky Hammer, or it's a martial soul I haven't heard of. I guess I'm overthinking it. Ming Wei suppressed her doubts and responded casually. The competition between Su Sanchi and Bei Bei was about to begin. Tangya suddenly asked Huo Yuhao about his first soul skill and gestured to Bei Bei on the stage. Ming Wei immediately understood that this was to let Huo Yuhao assist Bei Bei on the stage from the sidelines. Tangya, you are playing 2 against 1. Ming Wei now really wants to take back her comments about Tangya and Bei Bei. These two people are not without thoughts. They have played Su Sanchi around. Now that I think about it, Tangya and Bei Bei are not without thoughts. They trust Ming Wei. They just don't take Mingwei seriously at all. They think Mingwei is not what kind of threat will it pose to them. Hush, don't say it. Tangya stretched out a finger and put it in front of Mingwei's lips, with a bright smile on her lips, and a bit of a naughty feeling. Tangya, can freshmen go to the fighting spirit arena? Looking at the students around, Mingwei roughly calculated how much money Bei could get if he won, and suddenly she was a little tempted. It seems that it is not explicitly stated that freshmen cannot go to the fighting spirit arena, but most freshmen only have one ring and are not strong, so they almost never come to the fighting spirit arena, and the academy also tacitly agrees that only the second year can go to the fighting spirit arena. Tangya first answered Mingwei's question, and then thought of something and looked at Mingwei, surprised. You don't want to go to the fighting spirit arena too? She was thinking about how to persuade Mingwei to give up this idea, but she heard Mingwei say obediently, no, I'm just asking. That's good, it's about time for you to try again next year. On the stage, the competition is about to begin. Before Huo Yuhao was about to use his first soul skill to assist Bei, Mingwei stuffed something into Huo Yuhao's mouth, and the latter swallowed it without saying a word. After the pill entered his stomach, Huo Yuhao realized how magical this thing was. He was extremely surprised, but he couldn't express it directly because he was using soul skills to assist Bei. What did you give Xiao Yuhao to eat? Is it delicious? Tang Ye, a foodie, didn't even see what Mingwei stuffed into her mouth, she only smelled a fragrance. It's not delicious. It's a pill. I call this pill the Void Soul Pill, which can provide Huo Yuhao with some soul power to support him to use his first soul skill better. The Void Soul Pill is a new pill made by Mingwei that is more suitable for the Douluo world. Huo Yuhao ate the most basic first level one. The first level corresponds to a one-ring soul master, which can make the soul power of the user in the most full state during the drug effect time, about 3 minutes, and the drug effect is mild and has no side effects. Elixir? Provide soul power? Is it so magical? Did you make it yourself? Tangya suspected that she had heard it wrong. How could there be an elixir that can provide soul power in the world? It was the first time she heard of such a thing, and she subconsciously wanted to say it was fake. You can make elixirs. Wang Dong was also very shocked. If it weren't for Huo Yuhao who couldn't be disturbed, Wang Dong would have stuck to Mingwei. From the reactions of the two, Mingwei knew that there were elixirs in the Do-2 world, but they were very rare. My first soul skill is refining, which has some functions of refining medicine. Although Mingwei answered, the two seemed to have no intention of listening, and even watched the game absent-mindedly. As soon as the game ended, the two immediately asked Huo Yuhao about his feelings, and Tangya even directly felt Huo Yuhao's pulse. According to the effect of your soul skills, your soul power at level 12 will definitely be overdrawn, but now your soul power is almost not consumed. Tangya opened her mouth slightly, unable to digest for a moment. This is too magical, the soul power is restored too quickly. What if a virtual soul pill like this is used in a competition, or at a critical moment of life and death? No, 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 my pill is only enough to give 1 ring of soul power. The higher the soul power, the less soul power can be restored. It's not that magical at all. Mingwei immediately interrupted them and stepped on her virtual soul pill twice. She didn't expect that after 10,000 years of development on Douluo continent, except for the soul guide brought by the collision of Sun and Moon continent, there was almost no development. How could there be no innovative spirit at all? But it's better to recover some than nothing. The three said in unison, and Huo Yuhao, who had taken the Void Soul Pill, realized the magic of this pill. When he used his soul skills, his soul power was replenished as soon as it was consumed. It lasted for almost 3 minutes. What are you talking about? My game was so exciting just now, but you didn't even have the heart to watch it, Xiao. Bei had already settled the reward at this time and walked towards them. Without waiting for Xiao to explain, he spoke again. Let's go, I'll treat you to dinner to celebrate my small profit by defeating Su Sanchi. They had obviously eaten dinner. Bai Bei's dinner was just an excuse. In fact, they wanted to find a safe space to talk about something. Wang Dong didn't know Bai Bei. He knew that the people Bai Bei mentioned did not include him. He was a little unwilling, but he could only watch the four of them leave together. When he got up, Ming Gui put away the small spell that interfered with the sound. Sometimes he was very tired. This is the bet I got from Su Sanchi. I won. You can each take one. Although Bai Bei changed her words quickly, the three of them could tell that Bai Bei was going to say that it was earned from a bet. Bai Bei took out 2 porcelain bottles and handed them to Huo Yuhao and Ming Wei respectively. After getting them, Huo Yuhao opened them first. Inside was a blue pill with water vapor. Xian Shui pill, this is a good thing. It's just right for the two of them. Tang Yu recognized the pill at a glance, and her tone was full of joy. This thing is too expensive, I can't take it. Although he didn't recognize the Xian Shui pill and didn't know how much it was worth, Huo Yuhao could see that it was a very precious thing, and he quickly refused. Take it if it's given to you. Don't waste the things that were earned from a bet. This thing is the best for you to take at this time. Okay. Tang Yu pushed it back and said to Ming Wei, you are not allowed to refuse. Holding the Xian Shui pill, Ming Wei suspected that Tang Yu and the others had seen through her psychological strategy and were playing the emotional card for later use. At this moment, they also used the same strategy to attack her heart. This Xian Shui pill uses 16 kinds of water beast blood and 16 kinds of rare herbs. It should be very troublesome to make, and the price should not be low. If Huo Yuhao takes this medicine, it can cleanse his meridians and marrow and improve his soul power by 2 or 3 levels. With just one glance at the Xian Shui pill, Ming Wei could tell its refining materials and effects. This pill is actually a low-end version of the Zisui pill, which is not even ranked in the world of immortal cultivation, and Ming Wei doesn't even look at it. If the temperature in her eyes was a little colder, it would be much more credible. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Ming Wei, the founder of the pharmacist position. Chapter 18 Ming Wei, the founder of the pharmacist position. You can actually see so many things at a glance. What was your identity before? Seeing Ming Wei say so much important information, Bei Bei was shocked. This is the secret treasure of the Xian Ming sect. Just relying on the Xian Shui pill, the Xian Ming sect, as a hidden sect, has a transcendent status. If I knew. Ming Wei carried out the character of amnesia, but still pushed the Xian Shui pill back. My body does not need to be tempered with the Xian Shui pill, it's a waste of this thing for me. Ming Wei was telling the truth. If it was the marrow cleansing pill, it would be useful to her, but the mysterious water pill was really not very useful. But with Huo Yuhao's body, he could perfectly absorb 2 pills. Seeing that Ming Wei was determined not to accept the mysterious water pill, Bei Bei had to give the other mysterious water pill to Huo Yuhao. Favors are the hardest to repay, and Ming Wei didn't have to have these things. But her refusal made Bei Bei and Tang Yu feel a little uncomfortable, which was inevitable. After all, anyone would feel uncomfortable if their good intentions were rejected. But Tang Yu was more open-minded. She forgot about this unpleasantness in a blink of an eye and remembered what happened when Bei Bei interrupted her in the fighting soul zone. Ming Wei, do you still have the void soul pill? Show it to Bei Bei. He is more knowledgeable than me. Void soul pill? What is that? €1. He took out a thumb-sized bottle from the pocket of his clothes, actually from the space of the July pot, which contained only 2 soybean-sized first-level virtual soul pills. €1 or these is it €1? Ming Wei opened the bottle stopper and a refreshing fragrance came out. €1 Bei Bei. You don't €1 trademark T know how magical this medicine is €1. Tang Yu pulled Bei Bei to talk about Huo Yuhao trademark's reaction after taking the medicine, and Bei Bei trademark's eyes changed when he looked at the small bottle. €1 or these medicine is indeed magical. Even if it is most suitable for first-ring soul masters, the market is not small, not to mention that other levels of soul masters can also take it €1. €1 Izanki, the seniors say this thing is good. I want to ask if it is sold. How much can it be sold for? 100 gold soul coins are possible, Bai Bei said after making an estimate. Huo Yuhao, who was standing by, immediately looked at the bottle of void soul pills. My goodness, he just swallowed 100 gold soul coins in one gulp. How could he be so greedy? Mingwei's eyes lit up when she heard the number of 100, and she looked at Bai Bei expectantly. Then can you trouble Senior Bai Bei to find a channel for me? I want to sell both of them and exchange them for some gold soul coins. I won't ask you for help in vain, and I will give you 20% of the gold soul coins sold as a reward. Mingwei was really too poor. She did make more than 30 gold soul coins today, but she had to pay Bai Bei 1/3 of the money, and she had many places to spend the money. Bai Bei, who was ready to agree, looked a little unhappy when she heard the second half of Mingwei's words. We are classmates, and we should help each other. Not to mention, I invited you to Shrek Academy. I will find an auction house to sell this void soul pill, and I don't need to talk about the commission. Bai Bei was upset. He hated Mingwei's polite behavior. In just a short period of time, Mingwei first paid the tuition, then refused the mysterious water pill, and just now said such polite words. Bai Bei felt that Mingwei's heart was not warm, and he always treated them as outsiders. I'm sorry, Senior, I'm too polite. Mingwei bowed her head and apologized, but she didn't think she did anything wrong. She believed in making friends for the sake of benefit. There is nothing free in the world. If there is, it will only hide a bigger plot. Later, when Mingwei accidentally learned that the mysterious water pill was a treasure worth 1,000,000 gold to soul masters, he was in a trance for a moment. After returning to the dormitory, Mingwei began to think about the pill. First of all, there are pills here. Although there are not many and the quality is not very good, they are very precious and valuable. Secondly, I can make pills. With the Julai pot in hand, all kinds of elixirs are no problem. There is the profession of alchemist in the world of immortal cultivation, so why can't there be alchemists in Douluo continent? No, there is still a difference, so we can call it a pharmacist. Mingwei kept thinking and planning in his mind, and was already planning to create a new profession in Douluo continent, a profession open to everyone, pharmacist. A vigorous and ambitious career began to beat. Asterisk. Today's Huo Yuhao is many times happier than yesterday's Huo Yuhao. His soul power suddenly increased to level 14, and he felt that the wind blowing in his face was sweet. Mingwei, I am now level 14. When he saw Mingwei in the cafeteria, Huo Yuhao couldn't wait to share the good news with Mingwei, and the smile on his face couldn't be suppressed. Congratulations, but I'm not slow either. I'll be level 20, 30, soon. Mingwei smiled and took the porridge and boiled eggs that Huo Yuhao had bought, and also shared the good news. Among the cheap foods in the cafeteria, this was the only thing Mingwei could eat. After all, it only needed to be boiled with water. Although it had no taste, it was not difficult to swallow. I will continue to work hard. You are almost level 20. Aren't you only 9 years old? Wang Dong suddenly felt a sense of oppression. He must not be surpassed by someone younger than himself. Can't you be level 20 at the age of 9? Mingwei would not deliberately mention her innate soul power, and deliberately ignored her soul power. No, no, I am too curious about your martial soul. Let's find a place after dinner. Just like what we said yesterday, I will show you my martial soul, and you show me yours. Wang Dong became more and more curious about Mingwei's martial soul. Mingwei also wanted to see the so-called most beautiful martial soul, the goddess of light butterfly. The two hit it off and found a place to release their martial souls after dinner. That place was next to the sea god lake, the sea god lake that Mingwei secretly wanted to drain. Ming Wei first saw Wang Dong's goddess of light butterfly martial soul, which was indeed a very beautiful martial soul. Then she kept her promise and summoned her July pot in her palm. What a delicate and beautiful little pot! Wang Dong withdrew his hand that wanted to poke, and wanted to learn from each other. Our soul power is about the same, let's learn from each other first. Ming Wei also wanted to test Wang Dong, so she agreed. My first soul skill is more auxiliary and has limitations. Let's compare the strength of fists and feet. Wang Dong did not expect that Ming Wei's first soul skill had limitations, but she was born with a strong personality and wanted to compete with Ming Wei so much, so she agreed. Okay. Wang Dong's pride was based on something. She was not bad without soul skills, but she was not as good as Ming Wei, a fake child who had lived for decades longer, and was suppressed. Just as she was about to test Wang Dong, Ming Wei felt a hot breath coming towards her with danger, and her intuition told her to leave quickly. €, €. The next chapter will be put on the shelves in reverse V. The first release station QQ reading puts it on the shelves earlier, and it can be put on the shelves with 30,000 words. End of this chapter. Chapter 19 In Danger, Resentment. So she immediately pushed Wang Dong and pulled Huo Yuhao. Go! But Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong didn't know what happened yet, especially Wang Dong who was immersed in the sparring. She thought Ming Wei was attacking her and dodged the push. Huo Yuhao also subconsciously looked in the direction where Ming Wei was dodging, that is, the Sea God Lake, and saw a fiery red flying towards them with great momentum. Ming Wei wanted to leave them and go by herself because her teammates couldn't carry them. But reason and emotion still made her choose to take the two of them with her, but it seemed that she couldn't go. Seeing the terrible aura emanating from the inner courtyard, students who had lost their minds Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong immediately regretted not listening to Ming Wei and leaving quickly. The three of them were shocked by the hot air wave. Wang Dong fainted on the spot. Although Huo Yuhao fell to the ground, he was still awake. Ming Wei was in the best condition. But the fiery figure was irrational and had already stretched out his palm to slap them. Huo Yuhao was in a very bad condition and was about to suffer a more serious injury than Wang Dong. Ming Wei didn't care about hiding anything. You are so angry, so let's cool you down. One sword frosts 14 states. Fortunately, today is a new day, and the word spirit has been refreshed. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Ming Wei broke through to level 31. An extremely frosty, yet extremely sharp sword energy shot out from Ming Wei's body, carrying the power to freeze everything, and the entire Shrek Academy was instantly covered with frost. And it was at this time that Huo Yuhao's near death awakened the sleeping Tianmeng ice silkworm, and an extreme cold air emanated from him. A ray of ice blue light emanated from Huo Yuhao's index finger and headed towards the fiery red figure. Two icy forces, parallel to the same target. The fiery red the figure felt threatened and subconsciously fought back. The fiery phoenix spirit and the cultivation of the six-ring soul emperor were clearly revealed, but they were still unable to resist these two extraordinary forces. Ming Wei's sword energy also cut through the strange mask on her face, revealing her face. The fiery figure smashed on the ice surface, directly smashing a hole in the ice surface and falling into it. When she collapsed due to exhaustion, Ming Wei still remembered the beautiful Rakshasa face. She was not afraid to faint because she felt many equally powerful auras approaching. At the critical moment, her teeth bit the tip of her tongue hard to stay awake. Not good, hurt the students of the outer courtyard. The leader was an old man in white clothes. He suddenly came to the front of the three people in mid-air. The first person he saw was Ming Wei, who was holding the July pot, with a pale face but full of vigilance, and then he saw Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong who were unconscious behind her. Don't be afraid, you are safe. The old man in white first comforted Ming Wei, and then said, Teacher Li, give the three of them some treatment. The one called Teacher Li was the one with the Tree of Life spirit. His spirit had healing properties. Excellent, Ming Wei and the other two recovered in a short while. But Mingwei stared at the hole in the ice, watching the white-clothed man fish out the inner courtyard senior who almost killed the three of them. Douluo was ready to move, but she suppressed it and endured it. These people were at least soul saints, and she was no match for them. But the next words of the leading white-clothed old man angered Mingwei. He picked up the red-clothed senior with a nervous face, but he did not look at Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong who had not woken up yet. The old man in white breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, no big mistake has been made. It seems that Xiao Tao still retains some consciousness. Teacher Li, you send these two students back. Tell them to forget what they saw before. If they spread it, they will be expelled. Give them high-level compensation. Let's go back." "What do you mean by not making a big mistake yet and still retaining a trace of consciousness? And expelling if it is spread? You really like to say this word." Being attacked for no reason, Mingwei couldn't stand it. And his tone was too light. "I'm afraid that if an external school student died today, he would just lightly cover it up and pretend that nothing happened. After all, it was only a few external school disciples who died. It was not a big deal. There were many people who wanted to enter Shrek Academy, and they were not short of students." No one thought Mingwei would dare to question it. They all looked at her with unpredictable expressions. "Teacher Li, I leave it to you." Even Mingwei's resistance only made them look at her more. They didn't care what Mingwei said, and they didn't even care about Mingwei. A group of people left with the red-clothed senior sister, leaving only Teacher Li to deal with the aftermath. This incident was just an accident. In order to compensate for the shock you received, the Academy decided to give each of you a soul-raising pill as a reward. You should forget about this incident and don't mention it to outsiders. Teacher Li gave Mingwei a green pill first, but did not leave. He wanted to wait until Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong woke up before giving him instructions again. So this is how the Academy handles it. Is this pill compensation or hush money? The same thing does two different things, hehe. Anyone who experiences this kind of thing will not be able to calm down. This is an unprovoked disaster for them. Moreover, if they didn't have a trump card, if there were only 3 ordinary freshmen here today, I'm afraid they would have died long ago, and Shrek Academy would have been more trouble-free. I think you probably don't know how precious the soul-raising pill is. This pill is worth a fortune. Teacher Li has a kind of superiority, as if Mingwei and others have taken advantage of him. Not to mention that the soul-raising pill is nothing to Mingwei, even if it is a very precious thing, their way of dealing with things is not enough to wipe out the resentment in Mingwei's heart. Mingwei knew that this was caused by unequal status. In her eyes, she and these teachers in the inner courtyard are equal, but Teacher Li and others have been in high positions for a long time and can't treat Mingwei equally, so Mingwei feels despised. If this is the way the Academy handles it, then I think I know. Mingwei finally took the pill and made a plan to leave Shrek. Seeing that she was sensible, Teacher Li's expression eased. How could he know that the little girl in front of him, who had never taken it seriously, would grow into a big trouble for Shrek Academy in the near future? You should eat something good. I bought you off with a broken pill. If it weren't for our good luck, we almost died just now. Looking at Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao's happy look with the soul-raising pill, Mingwei, who still had resentment, said something sadly, feeling that it was worthless. End of this chapter. Chapter 20. Quite calm, but heart-chilled. This is not a broken pill. This is a treasure that can make Soul Master increase his soul power by 1 level. It is not much worse than the mysterious water pill and is worth 1,000,000 gold. Wang Dong said disapprovingly. She didn't care about the danger just now because she didn't face it directly. Isn't it over? It's nothing serious for her. She picked up a soul-raising pill for nothing. But Huo Yuhao could empathize with Mingwei more. He knew in his heart that if it weren't for the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's action just now, he might have really died here. He couldn't accept the compensation from the Academy. But what else could they do if they didn't accept it? Just confront the academy head-on and get kicked out? This is obviously not a wise choice. The situation makes people bow their heads. Huo Yuhao took Ming Wei's hand and shook his head at her, hoping that she could calm down. Ming Wei was quite calm. After all, her heart was cold. Is that so? I didn't expect it to be so effective. I don't know how much soul power you will gain after taking it. After saying a few perfunctory words along with Wang Dong's words, the three of them went to the teaching building. No, why is it so cold today? Why is there frost here? Wang Dong shook his body slightly while speaking. Looking at the large amount of frost, the visual coldness hit his whole body. After entering the teaching building area, you can still feel the cold. There is a thin layer of frost on all the objects. The colors of the other senior teaching buildings are lighter because of the frost. This frost has been processed. The frost just now was thicker. I don't know who made it. A classmate responded with a complaint in his voice. Ming Wei and Huo Yuhao looked a little embarrassed. Isn't it that Brother Tianmeng is so powerful? This has affected the entire academy. I hope no one will find out that it was me. It's still because I'm not strong enough. I can't really make the 14 continents cold with one sword. I just froze the Shrek Academy. It's so embarrassing. Ming Wei was not satisfied with her sword of words. Although that sword overdrew her soul power and consumed a lot of mental power, it did not achieve the best effect, not even 1% of the effect. If the sword froze the 14 continents with one sword, the entire Douluo continent would be completely covered by frost. The closer to the sword, the deeper the frost layer and the lower the temperature. Living things can be instantly shattered into ice slag. Fortunately, today's class was just some theoretical knowledge. After class, Ming Wei did not accompany Huo Yuhao to set up a stall, but went to the library of Shrek Academy. Her purpose of coming here was just to learn the knowledge of Shrek Academy and to understand this continent better. There were limited books that freshmen could borrow, but only a few caught Ming Wei's eye. Soul Beast illustrations, metal analysis, medicinal plant overview. They introduced some common soul beasts, metals, and medicinal plants respectively. The records were not very complete and could only be used as an introduction, but it was enough for Ming Wei to read today. While she was reading, someone talked about her. This sword energy is unusual. What is the origin of that girl? On the island in the middle of the lake, Yan Shaiji spent some effort to dissolve the frost sword energy in Ma Xiaotao's body. Teacher, can't you find out their identities? Ma Xiaotao had regained consciousness at this time. After learning that she had injured 3 outer courtyard disciples, she felt a little guilty, but she paid more attention to the frost sword chi and another extremely cold force. We have found out the details of the other 2 students, Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, but we can't find anything about Ming Wei. It's as if she appeared out of thin air. Maybe she came from some hidden sect. The sword spirit should be a talisman given to her by her elders. If we can't find it, we won't investigate it for now. Ma Xiaotao said casually, with a sense of letting things go. But Yan Shaiji couldn't let go. Because Ma Xiaotao's martial soul had defects, and the evil fire in her body was becoming more and more uncontrollable. Only the power of ice could save her. Ming Wei never expected that because she couldn't find out her identity, Shrek Academy thought she was a big shot, and suppressing Ma Xiaotao was her means. She just took the blame for Huo Yuhao and Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. At this time, she was still planning to get some materials back first, medicinal plants, metals, jade. There were many things she wanted to buy, but she was short of money. Fortunately, within 2 days, Bai Bei sent 200 gold soul coins and a storage soul guide, which were obtained from the auction of the Void Soul Pill. It was really a pillow that fell when she dozed off. But money is really hard to spend. I still have to sell pills to make money. After a small shopping trip, Ming Wei felt that she had not bought anything yet, and her 200 gold soul coins were all used up. She bought medicinal plants for refining medicine, and after a successful attempt at metals and jade, Ming Wei chose to use them to engrave magic arrays, mostly for self-defense. She cherished her life and wanted to wait for the scumbag system to find the time and space location, and then send her back to Blue Star. Isn't it just a soul-raising pill? As if anyone can't refine it. Ming Wei looked at the 10 soul-raising pills she had just refined. Who would have thought that she only spent less than 10 gold soul coins? It was really a huge profit. This time, Ming Wei did not bother Bei again to sell the soul-raising pills. She did not want people to know that she could refine the soul-raising pills for the time being. Instead, she took the opportunity to go out and hunt for soul rings, disguised herself and found several auctions. Looking at the income of 100,000 gold soul coins, Ming Wei's heart was finally at ease. After returning to Shrek Academy, Ming Wei went to class, read books, practiced, and refined pills every day as usual. When she was bored, she would find Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao to learn from each other, and she raced against time to improve her overall strength. Time for hard work always passes soon. 3 months passed in a flash, and the freshman assessment was about to begin. At this time, Huo Yuhao's soul power was already level 19. Ming Wei claimed that his soul power was level 24, but in fact it was level 34. When it came time to determine the future direction of cultivation, Wang Dong looked at the auxiliary system written by Ming Wei, and then looked at the control system written by Huo Yuhao after hesitating for a while, hesitating about how to write. She was obviously a strong attack system, but wouldn't they be separated if she wrote it like this? But if she wrote the auxiliary system, Zhou Yi would beat her to death. Wang Dong, who was suffering from choice difficulty, chose to hand in a blank paper, which made Zhou Yi laugh. Tell me, why did you hand in a blank paper? What, do you look down on me or are you unconvinced? With Wang Dong's blank paper as a comparison, Zhou Yi didn't mind Ming Wei's and Huo Yuhao's choices so much, because the impact of the blank paper was the greatest. Speak up, who told you to hand in a blank paper? Look at what Ming Wei is doing. Don't look at Huo Yuhao. There is no reason written on their faces. I'll give you a chance to convince me. I feel like I can develop in any direction. I'm too confused and don't know what to write. Wang Dong explained, quibbling, while shrinking his neck. End of this chapter. Chapter 21, Small-minded, Revengeful. Zhou Yi didn't know what to say to Wang Dong. Her thoughts could be seen through at a glance. She just wanted to be with Huo Yuhao and Ming Wei, and they would not separate even after the division. Your martial soul is the strong attack department. Write it to me quickly, and then go back and prepare it quickly. Prepare for the competition, don't think about anything else. Zhou Yi threw the white paper in her hand to Wang Dong, asked her to write down the strong attack department, and then looked at the 3 of them again, and set a goal for them in the freshman assessment. There are more than 20 groups in the class, and I am most optimistic about your group, so your goal is to win the assessment. If you don't win the championship, you just wait and see. Zhou Yi is ambitious. She specially put the 3 people she is optimistic about together to compete for the championship. The 3 of them are also very confident. Wang Dong's confidence comes from her natural pride, and Huo Yuhao's confidence comes from Ming Wei's revelation to him that her second soul skill is very powerful. Teacher Zhou, just wait for us to win the championship. I won 4th. Today, Ming Wei rarely relaxes and accompanies Huo Yuhao to set up a stall. In fact, she is greedy and wants to eat something good. Your grilled fish is delicious. Why don't you help me grill other things? I think they should taste good too. Ming Wei stared at the grill that Huo Yuhao had set up and asked with a smile. You must have prepared all the ingredients, bring them here. Huo Yuhao also smiled and stretched out his hand to Ming Wei, who immediately took out a bunch of skewered beef from the storage soul guide. She still preferred roast beef. I haven't tried this, don't blame me if it doesn't taste good. He said this, but Huo Yuhao was obviously more attentive when roasting the beef skewers. The grill was not big, and it could roast 4 bluefish at the same time. After giving half of it to Mingwei to roast beef, he could only roast 2 fish. You two have a good relationship. I remember that when we first met, this junior sister was very protective of you. It almost embarrassed me at that time. €. The one in the front was Su Sanchi, who had been tricked by Bei. This was the second time he saw Mingwei, but he recognized her at first sight. Brother Su is joking again. Mingwei was a one-ring soul master at that time. How could he embarrass you? It was you who made us do it. Knowing that Mingwei liked to keep a low profile, Huo Yuhao immediately attributed the situation at that time to Su Sanchi's softness. Mingwei's way of dealing with unfamiliar people was to smile well, which often worked well. Su Sanchi didn't mention what happened that day again. Thinking about it, he felt a little unhappy. He took a dragon beard needle and was tricked into taking 2 Xian Shui pills. Thinking that the freshmen were about to take the assessment, he wanted to give them some encouragement. I heard that you are going to take the freshman assessment, but you must work hard to pass it smoothly. Don't be eliminated, otherwise I won't have a place to eat grilled fish. Mingwei, who was staring at his beef skewers, suddenly raised his head, and at this time a female voice called out. Xiao Su. After realizing who the person was, Su Sanchi shuddered, and Mingwei clenched the bamboo stick in his hand. It was a woman wearing a red dress and a red veil, extremely charming and beautiful. Su Sanchi turned around with a stiff face, but did not look into her eyes. He lowered his head slightly and said, Sister Xiao Tao. Hearing this name, Mingwei was certain in her heart. This person was the inner courtyard senior who rushed out from the lake island that day and almost killed the 3 unlucky guys. At that time, the white-clothed teacher also called her Xiao Tao. Just thinking about what gift to give to this senior, Mingwei felt that her hand was being moved by Huo Yuhao. He took the unroasted beef skewers from her hand and stuffed a handful of roasted ones into Mingwei's other hand. Try it and see if it suits our Miss Ming's appetite. Watching Huo Yuhao continue to stare at the grill, Wang Dong was eating fish but staring at the beef skewers in her hand. Mingwei knew that she was the only one who recognized him. Please help me test the poison first. Mingwei gave 2 skewers of beef to Wang Dong, who immediately took them and started eating. How is it? Is it delicious? Wang Dong shook her head while eating the beef skewers, but she didn't stop eating. Not delicious, not delicious at all. You are picky, you can't eat this, let me help you solve it. After finishing the beef skewers in 2 bites, Wang Dong lied seriously, making everyone laugh. That's a coincidence, I just want to eat something unpalatable recently. Just then, after being recommended by Su Sanchi, the red-clothed senior also wanted to buy Huo Yuhao's grilled fish. Huo Yuhao naturally refused on the grounds that all the places were reserved. When Mingwei heard Huo Yuhao's refusal before, she just thought he was honest, but now she felt a little comfortable. It's just that the reputation of the inner courtyard senior is obviously not small. After Huo Yuhao finished speaking this time, the people in the queue walked away with fear on their faces, not daring to block her way. Their expressions are too fearful, isn't it just the awe of the strong? They may not be so afraid when they see the teacher. Mingwei saw everyone's reaction, and actually had a guess in her heart. The red-clothed senior smiled, with her own pressure. Okay, now there is no one in line, I think I should be able to eat. Pay the money first, 5 bronze soul coins per piece. Mingwei stretched out her hand and asked the red-dressed senior for money. The latter was stunned when she saw Mingwei, and then took out a handful of gold soul coins. I'll give you all these, just as a reservation for my future grilled fish. If others are willing to give more, Mingwei will not refuse. He stepped forward and took the gold soul coin from her palm. When he took the money, his fingertips inevitably touched the other person's palm. Something colorless and tasteless fell quietly, penetrating inward through the pores of breathing, silently. Mingwei was very narrow-minded. Of course, she would not choose to forgive because she held a grudge. However, she did not give her very poisonous medicine, but just let her have nightmares for a while longer and be more sleepy. The key is that this cannot be found out, and people will only think that she is in a bad mood recently. Senior Ma Xiao is the senior sister in red we met that day. On the way back to the dormitory after closing the stall, Huo Yuhao suddenly asked. Mingwei nodded, but made a gesture of shutting up and laughed sarcastically. They all took hush money. Let's talk about something else. The competition will start tomorrow. Huo Yuhao, are you nervous? Seeing that Mingwei was not happy when Ma Xiao was mentioned, Wang Dong immediately changed the subject stiffly. A little, but not much, because it's useless to be nervous. Huo Yuhao answered honestly. There's nothing to be nervous about. Mingwei and I are two great soul masters. We can help you win easily. Wang Dong was always full of confidence in herself, but when she thought that she still didn't know Mingwei's soul skills, she felt a little itchy and was really curious. Mingwei, what exactly is your soul skill? End of this chapter, Chapter 22. Insincere apology. You will know when the game comes. It's hard to explain it for the time being. Mingwei kept silent and kept it mysterious. Only Huo Yuhao knew a little about her second soul skill. An extremely powerful summoning soul skill. After returning to the dormitory, Mingwei rarely saw Mo Junjun in the dormitory. To be honest, Mingwei hadn't seen this roommate for almost 3 months. She always went out early and came back late. Tomorrow is the day for your freshman assessment. Your class teacher has put pressure on you, right? Is he asking you to win the championship? Mo Junjun suddenly said when he saw Mingwei coming in. You know Teacher Zhou very well, but you are in the 2nd grade and probably have not studied under her, so it is someone you know who was Teacher Zhou's student. Both of them were testing each other, and it was Mo Junjun who broke the defense every time. Do you think you are very smart? Don't let yourself die one day without knowing how you did it. As soon as she broke the defense, Mingwei knew that she guessed right, but it also hurt her. Mo Junjun is a weird person. Looking at Mo Junjun who ignored her, Mingwei thought so, and then immersed herself in cultivation again. When she got up in the morning and prepared to go out, Mo Junjun was unexpectedly there, and seemed to be waiting for Mingwei on purpose. You are so smart and you can guess everything correctly. You should know that you can't be stubborn. It's no big deal if you can't win the championship. After saying that, Mo Junjun left immediately, leaving Mingwei at a loss as to what expression to put on. I won 4th. First round, first match, Freshman Class 1, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, Mingwei, Freshman Class 3, Ouyang Junyi, Chen Junfen, Zhao Hokan. They were in the first match, and I don't know what luck they had. But it seems to be good luck. After going on stage, Mingwei saw the soul power of the 3 opponents at a glance. None of them could fight, and their soul power was even lower than Huo Yuhao. After Wang Dong's goddess of light butterfly made a brilliant appearance, Mingwei gave the opponent a new shock. At that time, the 3 opponents had just released their martial spirits not long ago, and were chewing the chicken legs provided by the assistant. When they saw the dazzling purple, they almost dropped the chicken legs in their hands. Purple, purple, too, how is it possible? This is what everyone thought when they saw Mingwei's July Pot soul ring. How could someone have a 1000-year level soul ring from the first soul ring? This is impossible. Whose good person's first soul ring is a 1000-year level? The 3 students in the opposite class 3 looked very ugly, and none of the sad things in their lives were as sad as today. Outside the stadium, the teachers who were watching the game also saw Mingwei's 2 dazzling purple soul rings. They were all shocked and looked at Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi, with a calm face, was also surprised in her heart. No, why didn't you tell me that you have 2000-year soul rings? On the stage, Wang Dong was also speechless about this. I thought Huo Yuhao told you that he knew it. Mingwei very calmly pulled Huo Yuhao out to take the blame. Compared with this guy's million-year soul ring, her 1,000-year soul ring was nothing, not even a chicken. Although she now has 9,000-year soul rings. Huo Yuhao, who was pulled out by Mingwei to take the blame and was given a cold eye by Wang Dong, just touched his nose. He didn't dare to provoke these two people. The opponent had no intention of fighting at all. They felt absolutely crushed by Mingwei and the other two. This was clearly a situation where they were bound to lose. But the three people in Class 3 did not let go. They still tried their best to launch attacks instead of admitting defeat directly. Although they did lose in the end, at least they got respect. Although they won the game, Wang Dong was still unhappy. As soon as the game ended, he questioned Mingwei. "Didn't you say you would show me your soul skills during the game? In the end, you didn't use any soul skills except hitting people with your pot." "Humph. Calm down. It's because our opponents are ordinary and you can handle them alone. We have to hide our strength and give others a surprise. I will take action when there are stronger opponents. It will definitely be a surprise." In 3 months, Mingwei has understood Wang Dong a little bit. He quickly smoothed his hair and put Wang Dong calmed down. "You are right. I hope we can meet a good opponent sooner." Wang Dong was not very happy in this game. But the other students who watched or participated in the game were in a worse mood than Wang Dong. One of their Class 1's Great Soul Masters exerted his strength and easily defeated the opponent. The other Great Soul Master and another team member haven't made a move yet. How can they fight? The teams that were going to play against Mingwei and the other two were all desperate. But when they met Mingwei and the other two, they did not give up, but tried their best to deal with them. Although there was still no one who could fight against Mingwei and the other two, until now, Mingwei had done nothing but hit people with a pot. The whole process was like Wang Dong's personal show. I hope there will be a good opponent tomorrow. After the game, Wang Dong prayed again, which can be said to be very confident and arrogant. Tomorrow is the rematch, the opponent will definitely be stronger, I feel your wish will come true soon. So, you will make a move tomorrow? I think so. Wang Dong, you are curious about Mingwei's soul skills, do you want to tell me about your 1,000-year soul skills first? Huo Yuhao. The three were laughing and joking when they ran into two familiar faces, Su Sanji and Ma Xiaotao, whom they had just met a few days ago. Looking at the two people in a bad mental state, Mingwei finally dissipated some of her resentment when she knew that the medicine she had given Ma Xiaotao was effective. Su Sanji was pulled over by Ma Xiaotao to find someone, and the former left after finding the person. The latter led the three people to the Sea God Lake, which was where they were in danger. I think you all recognized me. I am the senior sister who almost hurt you that day. But I have no choice but to be here. I apologize to you first. Ma Xiaotao came to them, apologized to them sincerely, and then her eyes fell on Mingwei. Mingwei's origins could not be found out despite the powerful strength of Shrek Academy, so they all believed that the icy air that suppressed Ma Xiaotao came from Mingwei. Feeling a little uncomfortable with her gaze, Mingwei frowned. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao both blocked her in front of her, blocking Ma Xiaotao's extremely oppressive gaze. I'm sorry, senior sister, she is young and timid, so she was a little scared. Huo Yuhao explained to Ma Xiaotao with a smile. He looked honest, who would suspect that he was lying? Ma Xiaotao actually believed his words and thought Mingwei was a timid and shy little girl. As for the past, it's all over, and the academy has compensated us. He wanted to get over this as soon as possible. The three of them didn't hear much sincerity from Ma Xiaotao's words, and they wouldn't take her casual apology seriously. They just wanted to leave quickly. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. Come and see. The senior sister in the inner courtyard is going to kill the freshman. But, for me, this matter is not over yet. Ma Xiaotao was very excited, and an indescribable pressure instantly appeared on the three people. But her eyes were still fixed on Ming Wei, and she never moved away, saying meaningfully, "That day, there should be an ice attribute soul master who stopped me, so I didn't hurt you. This person is very important to me, tell me everything you know. Or who among you is his protector, I must find him." But Wang Dong really knew nothing, and Huo Yuhao and Ming Gui would not reveal their own cards, so of course they were either really stupid or pretending to be stupid. But Ma Xiao Tao obviously didn't believe it, and the words of the three people angered her. "Then don't blame me for being rude, you don't know, then I will force him out." As she said, a heat wave like a flame erupted and swept towards the three people. The three people had been on guard for a long time, especially Ming Gui, who was always ready to escape, so naturally they reacted quickly. The wings of the goddess of light butterfly instantly rushed out from behind Wang Dong. When Wang Dong grabbed Huo Yuhao and wanted to grab Ming Wei again, he found that she had already flown up by herself. The 9 Li Pot and Huo Yuhao's mental attacks were slightly blocked. Ming Wei wanted to make Ma Xiao Tao very afraid, so she immediately suggested, "Go to a crowded place." As she spoke, Ming Wei suddenly approached Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao and pinned a hairpin on their hair. She could fly naturally because of her original flying soul guide, which was the pair of shoes on her feet, and the small grass hairpin on Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao's heads was a defensive soul guide. When Ming Wei was in the world of immortal cultivation, metal with magic arrays engraved on it was called a magic weapon. In Douluo continent, such things were called soul guides, so she followed the local customs and called them soul guides. Ma Xiao Tao was blocked for a while, and it took some time for her martial spirit to cover her body, so she was one step slower than them. In order to stop Ma Xiao Tao, Huo Yuhao threw out hidden weapons like crazy, but these hidden weapons were made of metal after all, and melted directly when they encountered high temperatures, and did not hurt Ma Xiao Tao at all. "Come and see. Senior Ma Xiao Tao from the inner courtyard is going to kill the freshman. Senior Ma Xiao Tao from the inner courtyard is going to kill the freshman, she's going to kill people. She's going to kill people." Ming Wei also took out a longan-sized trumpet with magic arrays engraved on it from the storage container, and quickly shouted these 2 sentences in the most desperate tone, and then threw the bead into the air. The bead broke immediately when it rose, but the next second, Ming Wei's 2 words came out from the air, magnified countless times, and almost instantly spread throughout the Shrek Academy. What's more, these 2 sentences were played in a loop, and everyone had to hear them. Damn it! Ma Xiao Tao cursed. She didn't expect Ming Wei to have this trick, making such a big noise, but she was unwilling to stop, just wanted to take this opportunity to quickly complete her goal. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were also shocked by Ming Wei's operation, but they only felt happy. July Pot's second soul skill, Summon Pegasus. Wang Dong had always wanted to know, but Ming Wei's second soul skill appeared at this time, but she didn't have time to be happy. White streams of light floated out of the July Pot, turning into an extremely tall white horse, with wings as white as snow behind it. Get on the horse. Wang Dong's goddess of light butterfly needs soul power. She is carrying Huo Yuhao with her, and is about to run out of energy. Ma Xiao Tao is going to be fierce again, so Ming Wei will naturally not hide her weakness. Pulling Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong on the back of Pegasus, as an ancient beast famous for its speed, Pegasus is naturally very fast, and it immediately opened up the distance, making Ma Xiao Tao's grab fall in vain. There is no time to think about Ming Wei's soul skills, why she can summon the magical Pegasus. Ma Xiao Tao just wants to force out the powerful icy power. But the Tianmeng ice silkworm in Huo Yuhao's body is sleeping, and he can't use Tianmeng finger for a year, so naturally there is no reaction. Although Ming Wei's sword Frost 14 continents can be used, she doesn't want to. She knows better than anyone that using this move will only bring her endless troubles. Moreover, she doesn't want to do as Ma Xiao Tao wishes. Now they were caught in a delicate balance. Ma Xiao Tao couldn't catch up with Ming Wei and the other 2, but Mingwei and the other two couldn't escape her pursuit range. In fact, it didn't exist at all. Mingwei was deliberately keeping this situation. She wanted everyone to see how the students of the inner courtyard bullied the freshmen of the outer courtyard. Mingwei's goal was indeed achieved. The small loudspeaker she used almost made the entire Shrek Academy hear her two sentences that kept repeating, and many people went out to see. As soon as they looked up, they saw Mingwei and the other two on the Pegasus, and Ma Xiaotao chasing them from behind. The white school uniforms of the first-year students on Mingwei and the other two, and the red school uniforms on Ma Xiaotao, were so eye-catching at this moment. Doesn't the school rules say that senior students can't attack junior students? What's going on? The only ones who dared to ask this question were the freshmen who had just entered the academy and knew nothing. The other students looked at the sky with worry and fear, and avoided talking about it. There were also people who couldn't stand the inner courtyard students and spoke up, with full sarcasm. School rules are used to restrain the weak, not for the inner courtyard. Ah! The freshmen were still confused and shocked. But even those who were accustomed to this situation could not help but feel sad when they saw this. It was others who desperately fled today, but who knew that one day it would not be their turn. The small loudspeaker had a better amplification effect than the amplification soul guide. The noise was so loud that finally a teacher came out to stop it. The first one to come out to stop was Zhou Yi. She was already in the outer courtyard area and heard Mingwei's voice. The one being chased was her student, so how could she sit still? But Ma Xiaotao didn't take Zhou Yi seriously. Although Zhou Yi was a teacher, her soul power was about the same as hers. How could she give Zhou Yi face in her anger? In the end, it was the people from the inner courtyard who arrived and successfully stopped Ma Xiaotao. Xiaotao, stop now! Mingwei recognized the person who stopped Ma Xiaotao at a glance, but saw Ma Xiaotao aggrievedly shouting teacher to that person. It turned out to be the master and apprentice. Mingwei laughed sarcastically. Mingwei, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, you are safe. Zhou Yi's face was not good, but she still stopped them. When the three stopped, their faces were a little pale, especially Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, and this was the effect of the defensive soul guide Mingwei had put on them. But as soon as the three stopped, Mingwei's desperate shouting began a new round of playback, and Zhou Yi's comfort suddenly had no persuasive power at all. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 Protecting the shortcoming, but the one being protected is the perpetrator. Such a miserable shouting made all the teachers and students look unhappy, and the ugliest ones were Ma Xiaotao and his apprentice. Let's stop the sound first. Yan Shaija tried to use a calm tone to tell Mingwei, but it sounded particularly uncomfortable. It's a joke to do nothing but turn off the sound first. This thing is disposable. It will break into pieces when used. I can't turn it off. You are so powerful, you can find a way to turn it off yourself. Mingwei said she was helpless. Not to mention that she couldn't turn it off, it would be impossible to turn it off even if she could. She made the speaker just to prevent Ma Xiaotao, and she deliberately chose the one-time, non-interruptible small speaker from the two speakers. One large and one small. This sound will play for a full hour, and almost no external force can stop it. It's not very powerful, but it's disgusting enough. It was created by a genius refiner in the world of immortal cultivation who likes to play tricks on people. Mingwei integrated it and moved it over. Yan Shaija looked at Fan Yu who came over after hearing the sound. The latter nodded and shook his head, indicating that what Mingwei said was true, but he was helpless about it. This matter is a misunderstanding. Xiao Tao was just joking and wanted to test the strength of the younger students. She accidentally went too far. After all, they were his disciples. Even if they did something wrong, Yan Shaija would protect them. He immediately tried to save face and covered the sound of the trumpet. Because of Mingwei's trumpet, almost everyone in the academy knew about this matter. If it was not handled well, the impact would be unpredictable. But none of the three could accept Yan Shaoji's behavior of saving face. Wang Dong, who had the worst temper, couldn't stand it first. What do you mean by joking? We almost died just now, okay? How can a soul emperor test the strength of a great soul master? Why did she attack us? As a teacher, don't you know whether she was joking or not? Wang Dong actually wanted to talk about the incident 3 months ago, but reason made her hold back. However, Yan Shaoji glanced at the 3 people who were only pale but not injured, and spoke in a high-sounding manner. Aren't you fine? If Xiao Tao really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be safe with your soul power. Too many people were paying attention to this matter. After hearing this, they all looked at Mingwei and the other 2 who were fine. They subconsciously believed Yan Shaoji's words and thought it was just a joke. Otherwise, how could 2 great soul masters and 1 soul master be safe under the hands of a soul emperor? Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong realized that they were almost unscathed, but Ma Xiao Tao's momentum was very scary. Could it be that she controlled her power very well? He. Mingwei's sneer was a little abrupt, but also very clear. This is the first time I've seen someone asking for a hammer. As he spoke, Mingwei approached Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, and took off the somewhat funny jade grass hairpin on their heads in full view of everyone. Do you want me to tell you what this is? Mingwei held up the grass hairpin, the wonderful lines and cracks on it sparkled in the sun. Is this a level 4 defensive soul guide? There is actually such a defensive soul guide, but it's a pity that it's broken. Fan Yu's heart was full of soul guides, and he recognized the somewhat special soul guide in Mingwei's hand at a glance. Most soul guides are made of rare metals, and jade is the first time I've seen it, so many people didn't recognize it. Even Fan Yu first recognized the defensive array engraved on it, and then realized that it was a defensive soul guide. The fact that the level 4 defensive soul guide was broken into pieces is enough to explain the fact, and the remaining soul power of Ma Xiao Tao on this soul guide is the best evidence. Yan Shaoji's words just now were so pale and ridiculous that any explanation seemed a little powerless. When Yan Shaoji was thinking of finding a quiet and secret place to give some compensation to comfort the injured Mingwei and the other 2 so as to maintain Shrek's reputation for order, his proud disciple caught him off guard. There's nothing to say. At most, you can fight back. I'll give you a chance to challenge me. Her tone was too indifferent, and it also carried a sense of contempt from a superior position. No one would feel comfortable listening to it, not to mention that what she said was so funny. What are you kidding? If the 3 of us beat you, isn't that just like tickling? Don't go too far. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wang Dong was about to explode. She had never suffered such a big injustice. What a mess. Before, they were sparring by the lake, and it was okay to be accidentally injured by Ma Xiao Tao. This time, she was chased by her again, just to force out the so-called Ice Master, and she didn't even feel sorry for it. But Ma Xiao Tao still had a faint expression, which looked like she was disdainful. Yan Shaoji was overwhelmed. Although his Shrek Academy was not afraid of Wang Dong's background, it would be a headache if the 2 people from Haoshan sect really came. But his own disciples still had to be protected. Protecting the shortcomings was a consistent fine tradition of Shrek Academy. Xiao Tao failed in this matter, but she didn't do it on purpose. The Academy will compensate you. How could it be possible that she only said compensation but wanted to easily cover up this matter? Just compensation? As an inner courtyard senior, Ma Xiao Tao arbitrarily attacked the freshmen of the outer courtyard. Didn't she violate the school rules? Shouldn't she be punished? Wang Dong defended his dignity without giving in, and spoke for Huo Yuhao and Mingwei on their behalf. Already knowing the identities of Mingwei and Huo Yuhao as orphans, Wang Dong did not give them the opportunity to speak out, fearing that they would offend the academy. She has the support of Haoshan sect, and is not afraid of offending Shrek Academy. She has enough confidence and pride. The Haoshan sect behind Wang Dong is indeed feared. Under pressure, Shrek Academy had to punish Ma Xiaotao reluctantly. However, Yan Shaiji still took Ma Xiaotao back to the inner courtyard on the pretext that Ma Xiaotao was an inner courtyard student and had to be punished in the inner courtyard. But after going to the inner courtyard, who knows whether she was punished or not, and how much water there is in it. Then Yan Shaiji gave compensation to the 3 people on behalf of the academy, but with Wang Dong arguing, they only got 3 4th level defensive soul guides and 2 soul bones. This matter ends here. I hope you know what to say and what not to say. Yan Shaiji left after he finished speaking. His last sentence was completely for Ma Xiaotao's sake, but it was undoubtedly a threat to Mingwei and the other 2. Is he threatening us? I have never been so, I've been wronged so much, he actually dared to threaten me. Wang Dong was about to cry with anger. If someone else had experienced what she had encountered today, it wouldn't be much better. End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Mingwei's Second Soul Skill. Chapter 25 Mingwei's Second Soul Skill. Okay, don't mention this anymore. Go back and have a good rest. I didn't expect that even Zhou Yi had the intention to settle the matter. The 3 of them were disappointed enough today. They just looked at Zhou Yi deeply, but didn't say anything. They turned around and walked towards the dormitory. Mingwei, these defensive soul guides are the 2 pieces I'm going to give you as compensation. Wang Dong first pushed the 3 defensive soul guides to Mingwei, and then looked at the 2 10,000-year soul bones. He was a little reluctant, but he pushed them to Huo Yuhao and Mingwei respectively. I don't need this, so I'll give it to you. Wang Dong still remembered what he had learned by accident before, that Huo Yuhao was an orphan, and Mingwei's amnesia was similar to that of an orphan, so he thought about taking care of the 2. This seems to be intentional, 2 peaches kill 3 warriors. Mingwei thought while holding the soul bone, but he still stuffed the soul bone in his hand to Wang Dong. This soul bone has the attribute of light, which is considered a very rare one. The academy obviously prepared it for you, and wanted to sell it to you so that you can let it go. The other soul bone has the attribute of speed that many soul masters are suitable for, but it also has the attribute of blazing fire, which is the right leg bone of a blazing wind. Haha, who needs this soul bone? I'll give it to you. Even if you don't need it, you can exchange it. It's still worth some money. Wang Dong sneered, but still rejected the soul bone. Her pride would not let her accept this soul bone. In fact, if she did not want to join the Tang sect, and Tang Ya allowed her to join the Tang sect only if she won the championship in the freshman assessment, Wang Dong would have had an impulse to leave Shrek Academy. But thinking of Mingwei and Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong stopped thinking. She did have a place to go after leaving Shrek Academy, but what about Huo Yuhao and Mingwei? She was reluctant to leave these 2 people. Wang Dong, calm down. Huo Yuhao persuaded Wang Dong, but he himself felt bad. First, he thought he had implicated Mingwei and Wang Dong, and second, he felt aggrieved about the grievances today. Huo Yuhao was not happy at all with the soul bone that he had never dared to think of in his first 11 years of life. We are not as good as them today, but we may not be as good as them in the future. We are still young and have plenty of capital. What we have to do now is not to waste this youth and work hard to cultivate. Mingwei said in a deep voice, looking far away in the direction of the sea god lake. At this time, the sound effect of the small speaker in the air had not passed, but in order to cover it up, Shrek Academy used the Soul Guide loudspeaker to turn up the volume and began to play Yu Xiaogong's 10 core theories in a loop. When she returned to the dormitory, Mingwei saw her roommate Mo Junjun again, who was looking at her with a slightly pitying look. Are you okay? Mingwei didn't speak, and the low breath on her body was enough to tell. You are unlucky. You just entered the academy and encountered such a thing, but you are also lucky. Mo Junjun said to herself. Her words seemed a little contradictory, but in fact, they were not. The good luck she said was because she found the problem early and there were still many opportunities. What do you know, Can you tell me? Don't be dumb. Mingwei looked directly into Mo Junjun's eyes and wanted to speak openly. What can I know? I don't know anything, but Shrek Academy has always been strength-oriented. The rules will never protect the weak, but only the strong. Mo Junjun didn't want to be honest and played it safe. She didn't trust Mingwei enough, so she only dared to say some vague words to remind Mingwei. But even though Mo Junjun was so cautious, Mingwei could conclude that what she was carrying was very heavy. I heard that there are many kinds of mushrooms, some of which are extremely poisonous and can kill people if touched. I wonder what kind of mushroom your martial soul is? Mingwei said as she looked at the red mushroom hairpin on the edge of Mo Junjun's hair, but the latter just reached out and fiddled with the red mushroom hairpin and stopped talking. Mo Junjun may not know that every time she fiddled with the red mushroom hairpin, her eyes would inadvertently reveal a sad expression, as if she was missing something. No one spoke that night. When Mingwei woke up, she did not see Mo Junjun as usual. She went out and went downstairs as usual. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong also happened to leave the dormitory. After a night, Wang Dong regained his vitality. When he saw Mingwei, he immediately went around to her left-hand side and smiled. Mingwei, did you use your second soul skill yesterday? I vaguely heard a few words, which were summoning Pegasus. Is your second soul skill summoning? What kind of soul beast is that Pegasus? Wang Dong was very curious and had a lot of questions. You guessed it all right. As for what Pegasus is, I don't know either. I only know that I can summon it out. Mingwei didn't know, but because this world didn't have a mythology system, she didn't know how to explain the ancient beasts. Even if she explained, they might not understand, so she simply didn't say anything. So that's how it is. But that Pegasus flies really fast, but I don't know how strong it is. Mingwei didn't say much, and the three of them soon arrived at the assessment area, or the 33rd area. Today among their opponents, there was a pair of twins named Lan Luoluo and Lan Susu, and another student was Huang Shushan. Although these three students were all great soul masters above level 20, there was still no need for Mingwei to use his soul skills. Huo Yuhao could deal with the three opponents by sharing his spiritual detection and assisting Wang Dong. Until Huang Shushan used his second soul skill. Power Hammer. A solid yellow ball of light instantly blasted out from Huang Shushan's fists and headed straight for Wang Dong, chasing Wang Dong with a locking effect. Mingwei's first soul skill finally showed up. First soul skill, Refine. The Julai pot spun out and headed for the yellow ball of light, easily sucking it in. This move shocked the spectators again. No, there is actually such a soul skill. Huang Shushan felt very depressed about this. His ultimate move was gone? Not even a splash. Don't bully people like this. On the other side, Wang Dong had given up Huang Shushan and turned to the twin sisters when Mingwei was ready to attack. The twin sisters, who were defeated by Wang Dong, actually used the killer move of martial soul fusion. The net was almost instantly submerged by Wang Dong. Looking at this scene, Mingwei could only shake his head and sigh, it's really bullying. Just when others thought that Mingwei was talking about the twin sisters bullying, Mingwei's second soul skill was revealed. Everyone remembered that Mingwei was a great soul master with 2,000-year soul rings, but she was too low-key before, so people ignored her. Before today's game, she didn't use any soul skills, but she was about to use the second soul skill in this game. Second soul skill, Summon. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Summon, the Demon Beast Huadu. Summon, Huadu. Accompanied by a burst of black light floating out of the Julai pot, a huge dog with a huge body and black hair appeared. Huadu is a monster that likes to eat fire and breathe fire in ancient times. These monsters that can be summoned by Mingwei all move according to Mingwei's will. As soon as Huadu appeared, it rushed towards the hair net with a cry of surprise, easily biting the hair wrapped around Wang Dong and rescued Wang Dong. The net wanted to wrap Huadu in it, but Huadu sprayed a beam of fire on the spot, which was extremely hot. Hair is naturally afraid of fire, so it was either pulled back or burned. Because these hair nets need to consume the soul power of the twin sisters, the destruction also consumes their soul power, but it has not caused too much damage. Why don't you go down first, Bai? Wang Dong was rescued but didn't just watch. When Huang Shushan doubted his life because of Ming Gui's soul skills, he killed Huang Shushan with the first soul skill. Then he admired the Huodo summoned by Ming Wei's second soul skill, and opened his mouth in surprise. My god, what a big dog, it's almost 2 meters long, and it can even spit fire. Wang Dong was not the only one who was surprised, anyone who saw it was surprised. Wang Dong now realized what Ming Wei meant by surprise. I thought Ming Wei's second soul skill was to summon Pegasus, but I didn't expect that he could summon the big dog Huodo. It's amazing. I don't know what else Ming Wei can put in that pot. The fighting power of Huodo is really not small, and the flames it spews are very hot. After all, the twin sisters' martial souls are hair, and they don't have any fire-free skills, so they are suppressed. Not long after, Huodo broke their martial soul fusion skills, and the sisters separated, and their soul power had been exhausted. The outcome of this game has been decided, and Ming Wei's team has another victory. More importantly, the soul power consumption of the 3 people is not large. Come on, have some snacks to restore your physical strength. Ming Wei said as he poured out a handful of soybean-like things from the July pot, each of which exuded a faint soul breath. This can't be Huang Shushan's soul skill just now. Huo Yuhao took the beans and said hesitantly, and looked at Huang Shushan who was walking down the stage in the opposite direction with some sympathy. Yes, eating these beans can still replenish some physical strength and soul power. Although not much, it's better than nothing. Ming Wei said and took the lead in putting the beans in his mouth and chewing them, crunchy. It's quite crisp. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong evaluated them one after another. The beans only restored them by about 10%, which was better than nothing, but it was free, wasn't it? Wang Yan, who originally wanted to ask Ming Wei about his second soul skill, was surprised and amused when he heard such a sentence. As a senior teacher in the academy, Wang Yan also knew some of what happened yesterday, which made him more curious about Ming Wei and Huo Yuhao. He still couldn't figure out what Huo Yuhao's martial spirit was. Anyone could tell that Ming Wei's martial spirit was a pot, but this pot seemed a little different from ordinary pots, and the 2 soul skills it carried seemed to be more special than the other. But they were just stunned by the emptiness. The 3 of them had already started to recover their soul power. Wang Yan had to give up and wait until today's game was over before looking for them. The next 4 games were not difficult for Ming Wei and the other 2. Ming Wei would call the evil spirit out for a walk from time to time. The aura of the monster on his body was quite intimidating. Ming Wei, Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong, congratulations on your victory again. Results. Wang Yan went up to them and exchanged pleasantries, then smiled and congratulated them. After what happened yesterday, the 3 of them always felt uncomfortable facing the teachers of the academy, so they all wore the same smile as Ming Wei, polite but distant. Thank you, Teacher Wang. Don't hit a smiling person, and they have been practicing patience recently. Who is Wang Yan? He has low soul power and has won the title of senior teacher by theory. He is like a smart person. He can see at a glance that Ming Wei and the other 2 are still unhappy about what happened yesterday. The academy didn't handle yesterday's incident well, and you were wronged. I apologize to you here. This is what Wang Yan thought in his heart, but his thoughts are not important, and if he were in Yan Shayage's position, he would probably deal with it the same way. On one side is a freshman who has only been enrolled for 3 months, has low soul power, and has unknown creative value. On the other side is a young soul emperor who has been enrolled for more than 10 years and has brought countless glory to Shrek Academy. It is not difficult to choose, and the efforts invested in Ma Xiao Tao alone are destined to make Shrek choose her. Anyway, the matter has passed, and it is useless to say anything now. Teacher Wang didn't come to us to talk about this, right? If I guess correctly, you came to ask about my soul skills. The matter has passed, and it is too late to say or do anything now. Mingwei is unwilling to listen, so she rarely takes the initiative to pull the topic to herself and refuses to listen to Wang Yan mentioning yesterday's matter again. That is simply her shame. Indeed, I am very curious about your two soul skills. I have never heard of your martial soul. But I think you should not be in the mood to talk to me today, so forget it. Wang Yan wanted to ask, but he noticed the resentment in the three people, so he knew that today was not a good time to talk, so he didn't say anything. He wished the three people, I hope everything goes well in the next game. Alas, what is this? Wang Yan sighed after turning around. My first soul skill is refining, and my second soul skill is summoning. The giant dog just now was summoned by the second soul skill. As for the martial soul, you teachers don't know, let alone me. Mingwei still answered Wang Yan, but did not say anything useful. He was a master at playing dumb. Although this was not what Wang Yan wanted to know, Wang Yan also knew that it was rare for Mingwei to say so much, and he should not force it. And at least Mingwei was not so repulsive to him. When he looked back, Wang Yan found that the expressions on the faces of the three teenagers had eased a lot. At that moment, he understood that what Mingwei and the other two wanted was just respect and a sincere apology. And Wang Yan gave them these, so they were willing to respect Wang Yan as a teacher with the attitude of normal students. Your martial soul is very special. This is the first time I have seen such a martial soul and such soul skills. This also means that your future development will be more difficult, because there are too few things to learn from, you have to be mentally prepared. End of this chapter. Chapter 27. She is pitiful, but it has nothing to do with us. But Huo Yuhao, your martial soul, I can still see what it is. To outsiders, you seem to be paddling behind the scenes in every game, but I know that is not the case. I don't know what your martial soul is, can you let me know? For Huo Yuhao, his martial soul is not a secret, and he can always find out if he is willing to investigate, so he also answered Wang Yan's question. My martial soul is a spiritual eye, which belongs to the spiritual attribute. Spiritual eye? Your martial soul is an eye. Wang Yan's reaction was much greater than they imagined. He was so excited that he almost jumped up, looking at Huo Yuhao's eyes as if he was looking at some rare treasure. When others heard about Huo Yuhao's martial soul, they paid more attention to the rare spiritual attribute, while Wang Yan was excited because of the eyes, so he asked with some doubts. Is there any problem with my martial soul being an eye? Wang Yan did not answer but asked, then are you from the body sect? Huo Yuhao shook his head blankly, body sect? Teacher Wang, I haven't heard of it. Wang Yan was so happy that he meant that Shrek Academy had Huo Yuhao, which was a treasure. He felt that they had met too late. Looking at his happy look, the three of them didn't understand. When they walked out of the assessment area, the three of them began to analyze. He should have lost his temper because of your martial soul, but why didn't I hear about the body sect when I was at home before? Wang Dong expressed her opinion, followed by Ming Wei. It seems that the body martial soul is a very rare existence. Most of the owners are in the place called the body sect, and a few will be wandering outside. But the twin sisters before also have the body martial soul? Teacher Wang didn't seem as enthusiastic as just now. Huo Yuhao said that he couldn't handle this enthusiasm. Who knows, maybe there is a gap between the body martial souls, but there is no need to think too much now. Didn't he say that he would come to you again later? Mingwei finished speaking and gestured to Huo Yuhao to look ahead. Outside the assessment area, Bei Bei and Tangya were standing together, somewhat absent-mindedly waiting for others. Xiao Yuhao, Xiao Weiwei. When Tangya saw the three of them, she immediately pulled Bei Bei towards them excitedly. She looked around them twice and was relieved to find that they were fine. Fortunately, you are fine. Obviously, Tanya already knew what happened yesterday, so she rushed over immediately. The Shrek Academy issued a gag order and prohibited talking about yesterday, but many students still knew Ma Xiaotao's name. It's just that most of them didn't know who the three freshmen were. Tanya still guessed that it might be the three of them after hearing Ming Gui's voice. At that time, they were with Su Sanqi. When they heard Ming Gui's trumpet, Su Sanqi's expression was strange and was caught by Bai Bei. After a torture, Su Sanqi immediately confessed that Ma Xiaotao asked him to take her to find Ming Gui and the other two. How did you get into trouble with that crazy Ma Xiaotao? I heard from Su Sanqi that she specifically asked to see the three of you. Tanya was the most outspoken person. Ma Xiaotao bullied the weak, and the one she was protecting was the one she didn't scold in person because she couldn't enter the inner courtyard. Xiao. Bai Bei pulled Tanya, fearing that she would offend people with her mouth. Who knows? She insisted that there was a powerful ice spirit master behind us, so she killed us to force that ice spirit master to take action. We didn't know anything, and we suffered this misfortune. Wang Dong said that she didn't accept the hush money, and she said it without scruples. She didn't believe that Shrek Academy could do anything to her. Originally, she wanted Tanya and Bai Bei to sympathize with their experience. Bai encountered such a thing, and almost wandered around the gates of hell. Who wouldn't say that it was an unprovoked disaster? But unexpectedly, when they heard about the Ice Spirit Master, Bai Bei and Tanya actually felt a little sympathetic to Ma Xiaotao. So that's how it is. No wonder. But you have nothing to do with the ice attribute. She must have been tortured by the evil fire and gone crazy. Tanya's voice became quieter at the end, and she muttered. She's quite pitiful. Mingwei and the other two. Is she pitiful? Then what about us? I would like to ask, what about us who have escaped death from her hands twice? Do we deserve to be unlucky? Actually, Xiaotao is quite pitiful. Because of her defective spirit, she has been tortured by the evil fire for many years. Not only is she in great pain, but she is often easily deprived of her mind by the evil fire. Moreover, this evil fire has affected her cultivation and lifespan. The ice attribute can suppress the evil fire very well, so Xiaotao is so anxious. Maybe Xiaotao was tortured by the evil fire yesterday and lost her mind, so she is like this. She should not have done it on purpose. When she recovers, she will probably feel guilty. Bai Bei even talked about how difficult and pitiful Ma Xiaotao was, and she was almost convincing Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, two stupid people. She is pitiful, but is it our fault that she is pitiful? Why should we bear the responsibility? Is it justifiable to hurt others just because she is pitiful? Ming Gui couldn't understand it at all, and her words hit Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong's hearts directly, making them sober. Yes. Even if Ma Xiaotao is 10,000 times more pitiful, it has nothing to do with them. It's not them who made Ma Xiaotao so pitiful, what does it have to do with them? Huo Yuhao said, Mingwei is right, no matter how pitiful she is, it's not a reason for her to hurt us. Wang Dong continued, her pity has nothing to do with us. We can sympathize with her, but we can't use pity as a weapon to threaten us. The three people's remarks made Tanya and Bei Bei ponder. They had to admit that these words made sense, so they no longer mentioned Ma Xiaotao's pity and asked them to forgive her, but asked about their game results. How do you feel about the game? How many games have you won? Do you have the confidence to win the championship? 10 wins. The championship must be in our pocket. Senior Sister Xiaoa, you should be ready for me to enter the Tang sect. When the battle situation was mentioned, Wang Dong was immediately excited. Tang sect had a special meaning to her, and she was very excited to think of being able to enter the Tang sect. It's so powerful, then I have to prepare. Tang Yu responded with a smile, and she also hoped that they could get a good result. But they also knew that time was precious, and they just wanted to make sure they were okay. Go back and have a good rest, but don't be too nervous. On the way back to the dormitory, Mingwei reviewed today's game and found that the only thing that made them feel unexpected and stressed was the twin sisters' martial soul fusion skills, the Sky and Earth Net. It would be great if we also had martial soul fusion skills. End of this chapter. Chapter 28 Blame Bullying. Wang Dong said enviously, the effect of martial soul fusion skills is good. If Mingwei hadn't acted in time, I felt like I would be swallowed by my hair. But Mingwei, can your second soul skill summon two things? Wang Dong was more curious about Mingwei's soul skills. 2. Don't underestimate me, at least double it. It's actually 4. Oh my god, is it so magical? Your pot can hold so much. Wang Dong was shocked beyond words. She thought Pegasus was powerful enough, but she didn't expect there was also Huo Do. She thought that was enough, but Mingwei said that 4 could be summoned. Even though Huo Yuhao was mentally prepared, he was also surprised. We are more curious about what the two soul beasts are. I feel that Mingwei will give us one. What a big surprise. The two did not ask Mingwei what else he could summon. When it was time to summon on the field, Mingwei would summon it. It was good to keep a little mystery. But I am more curious about the martial soul fusion skill. Mingwei said, glancing at Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, you have lived together for 3 months. Didn't you find that your auras are very similar and harmonious? This was the time at the Sea God Lake. Mingwei was worried about the two people who were unconscious, and he also took their pulses. All the unexpected discoveries. Mingwei's pulse diagnosis was directly hit by the soul, so it was easy to find some things, such as the seals on these two guys and Wang Dong's female body. Because he felt the seal, he was afraid of alarming something bad, so Mingwei stopped immediately. Anyway, he had already confirmed that they were fine. Our auras are very similar and harmonious. Why didn't I feel it? Huo Yuhao looked confused, but Wang Dong lowered his head and hesitated. Mingwei, how did you find it? I thought only I knew it. Wang Dong had this feeling when she accepted Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, but she didn't say it because she had a secret in her heart. But now, should we still hide it? Wang Dong thought about the 3 months of getting along with each other and the situations when he was in danger twice, and finally decided not to hide it. My soul power and breath are hidden. Mingwei said that every time you use your first soul skill to assist me, I have this feeling. Why don't we try it? The 3 newbies were very excited when they said it, and they boldly found a small forest to try it out. Mingwei was there to protect them and deal with emergencies. You really trust me? Mingwei looked at the 2 people who had already blended their auras and entered a state of ecstasy. Her eyes were heavy, and no one knew what she was thinking. The fusion of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong revealed a lot of information, enough for Mingwei, who liked reasoning, to discover something. For example, it was not only Huo Yuhao who had the 3 lives martial soul, but also Wang Dong. No one knew what Mingwei was thinking during the 1 and 2 nights when she was guarding Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong to test the martial soul fusion technique. She was very calm. The martial soul fusion technique of Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong was successful, and Wang Dong gave it a very long name. The 3 of them just discussed it and did not intend to tell others about the martial soul fusion technique. When the time comes, give everyone a surprise, ha ha ha. Wang Dong made the decision with a sly smile. With this trump card, they began to look forward to the next game. Even though they learned from Zhou Yi that there were 3 soul masters among the 64 teams that entered the finals, they were not very nervous. Instead, Wang Dong looked forward to meeting these 3 soul masters. In the 32-16 competition, Mingwei glanced at the 3 girls on the opposite side and said to Wang Dong with a smile. Your wish has come true. We really met so early. Knowing what Mingwei was referring to, Wang Dong looked at his opponent and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two teams standing opposite each other were sizing up each other's opponents, not knowing that someone was betting on them, and the bet was quite big. The three people in the freshman class 9 were all strong, and even on the surface they crushed Ming Wei's team. Their strengths were: freshman class 9, Wu Feng, a level 25 strong attack system battle soul master. Freshman class 9, Nanman Yuner, a level 24 sensitive attack system battle soul master. Freshman class 9, Ning Tian, a Euro level 31 auxiliary soul master. Although she was looking forward to meeting a soul master, she was in tears when she met Wang Dong. She didn't expect to reveal her cards so early. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were shocked by the soul master on the opposite side, but they didn't know that they also had a soul master on their side. Freshman class 1, Wang Dong, level 24 strong attack soul master. Freshman class 1, Huo Yuhao, level 19 control soul master. Freshman class 1, Ming Wei, level 24 auxiliary soul master. After signing up, Ming Wei secretly said in her heart, "Sin, sin." Compared to lying, she didn't want her real soul power to be exposed to Shrek. After all, she wouldn't stay in this place for long. Wang Dong, beat her up. Ming Wei pointed directly at the strong attack soul master named Wu Feng on the opposite side, who actually looked down on Huo Yuhao, as if level 25 was very high. "Okay." Wang Dong responded, and the beautiful butterfly wings flew out from behind him, flying towards Wu Feng and fighting with him. "No, do you really think I'm a weak auxiliary? My hands are red from clapping, so miserable." The opposite side's agile attacker Nanman Yuner, deeply remembered the key to killing the auxiliary first in team battles, and came directly to Ming Wei, but was caught off guard by Ming Wei's enlarged version of the 9 Li pot. Of course, the opponent was only temporarily blocked by the 9 Li pot, and Ming Wei's hands were red just teasing him deliberately. "You dash!" Nanman Yuner was furious and was about to attack Ming Wei again. 7 treasures transfers out glaze. The opposite side's auxiliary Ning Tian also played her role and summoned her martial soul 7 treasures glaze tower. 9 treasures glaze sect, 7 treasures glaze tower. Not only Zhou Yi on the high platform cried out in surprise, how could she not be surprised to see the 7 treasures glazed pagoda spirit? Even Ming Wei looked at the other party with some surprise. 7 treasures glazed pagoda, it must be the descendants of Ning Rongrong and Oscar, so Oscar is a son-in-law? Ning Tian's clear voice sounded at the same time as the pagoda appeared. The 7 treasures are famous, one of which is speed. The first soul ring on the pagoda lit up, and the rich yellow light set off the pagoda more magnificently. 2 brilliant lights instantly shot out from the pagoda, each trying to assist her teammates Wu Feng and Nanman Yuner. Just when Zhou Yi on the high platform, and Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong on the field, felt pressured by the appearance of the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit, Ming Wei's voice also sounded with Ning Tian's voice. "Ah, it's a bully." Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao felt that this sentence was familiar at the time, as if Ming Wei had said it not long ago. End of this chapter. Chapter 29. Don't bully like this. Soon, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao knew why it was familiar. As Ming Wei's first soul skill flashed, the brilliant light emitted from Ning Tian's martial soul immediately changed its direction and headed for Ming Wei's July pot, and then he was sucked into the July pot and laughed. Everyone was so shocked by Ming Wei's move that they didn't know what to say. Some were simply shocked, some were overjoyed, and some had very ugly faces. "Your pot can really hold anything." Huo Yuhao, who was behind Ming Wei, stared at the July pot in her hand with great curiosity. Other people who had not seen Ming Wei use her first soul skill thought that was all. They never thought that Ming Wei's soul skill had other more amazing operations. Ning Tian watched his first soul skill being absorbed by Ming Wei's July pot, and then spit out 3 brilliant small pills from it, which clearly had a familiar aura. "Wang Dong, this thing is good." He stuffed one of the 3 small pills in his hand into Huo Yuhao, flicked another to Wang Dong in front of him, and took one himself. It should be said that the 7 treasures glazed pagoda martial spirit is good, and the speed has increased a lot. Don't look at Ning Tian's expressionless face, that's just her cold nature. At this moment she is almost angry to vomit blood. The one who reacted more than Ning Tian was the agile attacker named Nanmanuner. She cursed, "Asshole!" Then she launched a fierce attack on Ming Wei. As an agile attacker, Nanmanuner's speed is actually very fast, but under Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection sharing, she has no shield, not to mention Ming Wei's soul power and mental power crushed her, so that her speed was a little slow in Ming Wei's eyes. Her first soul skill is the jade knife with her arm as the blade, and it hit Ming Wei's martial spirit head-on. When the extremely sharp jade knife hit the July pot, it made a crisp sound, like a collision of jade. But Ming Wei's martial soul didn't tremble at all, let alone retreat. No, except for defensive spirit masters, who would use martial soul as a shield. What's wrong with you, student? Can you fight properly? The head teacher of Class 9 on the stands finally broke down and asked Zhou Yi loudly, with a curse in his words because of resentment. Martial soul is so important to spirit masters. If one day you meet a powerful one, it would be funny if something goes wrong with the martial soul. The damage is irreversible. Don't bother with that. Although Zhou Yi looked a little unhappy when she saw Ming Gui using martial soul as a shield, and she didn't agree with Ming Gui's behavior, she would not show it in front of others. Although Nanmanuner was somewhat limited when facing Ming Gui, she still didn't want to give up the idea of a euro attacking Ming Gui, not only because Ming Gui was a support, but also because Ming Gui's actions and existence hurt her teammate Ning Tian. Therefore, when the jade blade was blocked by the July pot, Nanmanuner used her second soul skill Jade Slash without hesitation, and a crescent-shaped light blade slashed towards Ming Gui. But when her second soul ring lit up, Ming Gui's second soul ring also lit up, and the old actor giant dog Huadu made a brilliant appearance again. Go, Huadu! Although many people have never seen this move, look at the shocked and ugly expression. Huadu is huge, and its mouth can spit fire. Its teeth are very good, and its fur is black and slippery, but it is also a representative of thick skin and flesh. The jade slash was bitten into the Huadu's huge mouth, and it was crispy. After biting the jade slash, Huadu rushed towards Nanmanuner. Although Huadu is huge, it is actually a dog, and the speed of a dog is naturally very fast. Nanmanuner is just a great soul master. In response to Ming Gui's summons, Huadu, whose strength is suppressed by the soul master, can be said to be suppressed. Wu Feng was also very limited in dealing with Wang Dong. The goddess of light butterfly was not only beautiful, but also had very strong attack power. At this time, Wang Dong's second soul ring finally lit up to deal with Wu Feng's second soul skill. 9 treasures have names, 3 are. Seeing her partner being limited, Ning Tian was about to assist her partner regardless of Ming Wei's first soul skill. She thought Ming Wei's soul power should have been exhausted because she used the 1000-year soul skill twice in a row. But before Ning Tian used her third soul skill, she felt a pain in her head and was in a trance. She was forced to stop the soul spell, and the 1000-year soul skill was interrupted. Naturally, Huo Yuhao used soul shock on him. Although Ming Wei's first soul skill targeted Ning Tian's soul skill, Huo Yuhao knew that Ming Wei should not and did not want to expose too much, and he also wanted to contribute his own strength to this victory. Under the illumination of Wang Dong's second soul skill, the light of the butterfly god, Wu Feng, and Nanmanuner were both eliminated. After being fainted, they were quickly sent off the stage by Wang Dong. Only Ning Tian, an assistant with no fighting power, was left on the field. He had been severely injured by Huo Yuhao's soul shock and could hardly stand. The result was obvious. Ming Wei and the other 2 defeated the first Soul Master team, and it could even be said that they easily entered the top 16. The next game will be the top 8 of the top 16. She is really unlucky to meet us. She didn't use any soul skills. Wang Dong looked at Ning Tian, who seemed to have suffered a major blow, and said with some sympathy, but in fact, he was more gloating. It's really unlucky. Her martial soul can be said to be suppressed by my martial soul. I hope God bless her and she won't meet me in future games. That's enough, you two. Don't be too arrogant. If you want to talk, you have to speak softly. After winning another game, the three were very excited. But Mingwei, why do I find that you have become more talkative today and a little bit venomous? On the way back, Wang Dong suddenly remembered Mingwei's changes and asked. I remember you liked to pretend to be ignorant. Well-behaved and timid in front of outsiders. It was fun to watch. You said I was pretending. I just got tired of pretending. I just wanted to let go and return to my true self. Mingwei explained. She was telling the truth. Only Huo Yuhao on the right suddenly looked a little ugly. Mingwei's explanation was normal and reasonable, but he just had a bad feeling. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't remember what was wrong. And Mingwei was still asking them, don't you think it's bad for me to show my true nature? Of course it's good. Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao said in unison. And Huo Yuhao had roughly guessed what Mingwei was thinking at this time, and suddenly felt a little panic. This panic was immediately aggravated when Mingwei gave them one of the defensive soul guides compensated by the academy. One of these things is enough. You should each take one. It can also provide some safety. Just remember to take it off during the competition. It will be bad if you violate the rules. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Passing the Buck. When the top 16 entered the top 8, Mingwei was speechless as soon as she entered the assessment area. The competition between a few soul masters and a group of great soul masters was not a wonderful performance. It was not worth bothering a peerless strongman to watch the game. What's wrong? Is there anything special about that old man? Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao noticed Mingwei's gaze and also glanced at the old man, but Wang Dong looked away in disgust. Mingwei played a coy and did not say directly that the sloppy old man was actually a titled Douluo. She was afraid that the other party would catch her, which would be difficult to explain. It's quite special. It's rare to see such a person. Although he looks a bit sloppy, he is strong. That's true. It's indeed special. Wang Dong responded. At this time, they had already walked onto the competition stage and met their opponents for this round. Hey, 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 it's another Soul Master team. What luck we have! I now doubt that we will also meet a Soul Master team in the quarterfinals. Mingwei glanced at the opposing team and didn't know whose luck was worse. It's okay if we meet. Soul Masters are just like that. Although Wang Dong is still a great Soul Master, she always has extremely strong self-confidence, and courage to move forward. We have already defeated a Soul Master team. Huo Yuhao's speech was much more low-key, but that was just an appearance. The second freshman class was a lineup of 2 great Soul Masters and 1 Soul Master. At the beginning of the game, the Soul Master rushed towards Mingwei and the other 2. Although he had a huge tonnage, his jumping ability was excellent. Looking at the Soul Master who jumped into the air and wanted to crush them to death with his tonnage, Huo Yuhao felt that this scene was familiar. Go, Huadu! The giant dog Huadu came out of the Julai pot and went to meet the Soul Master. Huadu was nearly 2 meters tall, but only slightly larger than the Soul Master, which showed how heavy it was. Wang Dong went to meet the other 2 great Soul Masters alone, without any effort. Because Mingwei had told Wang Dong to fight quickly when he rushed to the opposite side, Wang Dong released his second soul skill almost as soon as he came up, and the light of the 1000-year-old butterfly god killed the 2 opponents in one move. This person has a very strong defensive attribute and is very durable. And his skin is too thick, Huo Yuhao's spiritual detection can't enter it at all, and was blocked outside. After dealing with the 2 great soul masters, Wang Dong immediately retreated to Mingwei's side, and heard her analyze the soul master like this, which was an extremely difficult opponent. I'll go meet him. Wang Dong was a little surprised to see that Huadu couldn't deal with the Soul Master immediately, and he was about to step forward to help. But she was pulled back by Ming Wei, and she had just used up her 1000-year soul skill, which was quite exhausting. Take a break first and look at his soul skills. Seeing this, Wang Dong also stopped and looked at the Soul Master's soul skills and moves. No, his martial soul is a ball? So round and can roll so fast. Ming Wei was really speechless, when a giant ball appeared in the field and rolled over them. The other Soul Master obviously wanted to avoid the evil spirit and attack them who seemed much weaker, but the evil spirit was aggressive by nature, so how could it allow this to happen? It immediately intercepted it. The two huge figures collided and retreated. It was the Soul Master. Wang Dong also seized this opportunity and flew towards the opponent immediately, and the extremely sharp first soul skill directly chopped it. Originally, Ming Wei wanted to summon a new beast to play a game of kicking the ball. After all, such a good opportunity and such a big ball are rare. But seeing that Wang Dong was so good at fighting, he suppressed his thoughts and let Wang Dong have a good time. The flames spewed from the mouth of the evil spirit and Wang Dong's sharp wing guillotine were just enough to restrain the ball. Although the opponent was thick and resistant to attack, he did not hold on for long before being pressed down, and really became a deflated ball. This evil spirit is quite strong. If it weren't for the competition, I would compete with the evil spirit to see who is more powerful. Looking at the evil spirit that turned into a mist and returned to the July pot, Wang Dong said excitedly. There's no need for a competition. I know that if we go all out, you're naturally more powerful. What Ming Wei didn't say was that among the many beasts in July pot, Huadu's strength was at the bottom, and because of her soul power limit, Huadu could only exert the strength of a soul master. As for Wang Dong, when he thought of what he saw when she and Huo Yuhao tested the martial soul fusion technique, his smile faded a little. But this little change was not noticed, and Wang Dong smiled particularly beautifully. So I'm so strong in your mind. Then I have to work harder in the afternoon game, and I can't let you down. Yes, the top 8 game was in the afternoon. But to their regret, they didn't draw the last Soul Master team, but just a very ordinary team. Wang Dong didn't let Ming Wei take action, and he and Huo Yuhao easily solved the opponent. It's boring, it's really boring. I haven't shown my full strength. What if I disappoint you? You trust me so much. Wang Dong's funny tone successfully made Ming Wei and Huo Yuhao laugh. The goddess of light butterfly is so beautiful. You won't be disappointed just by showing it. That's right. You have been in the spotlight since the beginning of the game, but you are still not satisfied. No way, no way. After playing for a while, the three of them thought about the next game again. We have entered the semi-finals now. We still need to go through at least 2 games to win the championship, and we still have a Soul Master team that we haven't met yet. Those who can make it to the back are all outstanding. We must deal with it carefully next. Your martial soul fusion skills are too powerful. It is best not to use them unless it is absolutely necessary. But no matter what, this is just a small game. Our safety is the most important. If there is an accident, don't be stubborn. You two remember it, especially you Huo Yuhao. I know, really, you are obviously 2 years younger than us, why do you worry so much? Wang Dong smiled and responded, but it can be heard from her tone that she didn't care, because Wang Dong didn't think she would be seriously injured in such a game. Okay, I remember, I will never be stubborn. Huo Yuhao responded very seriously, saying that he would listen to Ming Gui. But Ming Gui always felt that Huo Yuhao would not do it, and he would definitely be stubborn at the critical moment. Forget it, even 3 soul masters can't be that strong, we'll see when the time comes. Ming Wei didn't insist on their promises, because it was useless. She herself didn't think she could meet a very strong opponent, so she waved her hand and returned to the dormitory. When she was still outside the dormitory door, Ming Wei smelled a special smell. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. The roommate who was secretly making poison. Mingwei had already inserted the key into the lock cylinder. When she turned the lock cylinder, she could still hear the sound of packing things and opening windows for ventilation. When she opened the door slowly, her roommate Mo Junjun was mopping the floor with one hand and wiping the table with a rag in the other. When she heard the door open and looked up to see her, she was a little surprised. "Why did you come back so early today? I thought you would come back later, and I was sprinkling water to mop the floor and clean up." The remaining smell in the air was already very faint. If Mingwei returned to the dormitory later, I'm afraid she wouldn't find anything. She just discovered that her roommate also has a lot of research in poison. But why is she making poison in the dormitory? Why is she so panicked when she sees me come in? Mingwei had a lot of thoughts in her mind, but she pretended to be nothing and replied casually. "We guessed that tomorrow's opponent might be very difficult, so we came back early to practice and prepare. But I came back at the right time, let me mop the floor." She took the mop from Mo Junjun's hand without any discussion. No, I can do this little thing myself. You still have a game tomorrow, so have a good rest first. You also said it was a small matter, so you should calm down first. We can't let you clean every day." Mo Junjun wanted to stop him again, but was afraid that the abnormality would arouse Mingwei's suspicion, so he gave up. We can only hope that Mingwei didn't find anything. It turns out to be spores. I was wondering why it smelled so strange. It seems that it is indeed a poisonous mushroom. In the bathroom, Mingwei looked at the small amount of spores washed off the mop, which was almost invisible to the naked eye, and tried to figure out what poison her roommate was going to prepare. But she had no idea about poison. Mushroom didn't know much about it. After looking around, he could only guess one possibility, which seemed to be some kind of poison that temporarily made people lose their soul power or blocked their soul power. Who does she want to use this poison against? It can't be me. If it was really used against me, then Mo Junjun would be too unlucky to run into a poison-free person like me. Although she had discovered that her roommate secretly prepared the poison, the other party didn't want her to find out, so Mingwei pretended that she didn't find anything, returned to the dormitory as if nothing had happened, and started practicing. Today was also the last day of the competition. Unexpectedly, the Dean of Shrek Academy was dispatched. He was also an acquaintance of Mingwei, but the relationship was not very good. Mingwei didn't listen to a word of his high-sounding talk, but only complained in his heart. I didn't expect that Ma Xiaotao's teacher was actually the Dean of Shrek Academy in this world. No wonder she is so arrogant. She really has some capital. Even when he asked her to come forward to draw lots, Mingwei didn't want to move, and pushed Huo Yuhao to draw lots. Huo Yuhao didn't really want to go, but Mingwei and Wang Dong didn't want to go, so he had to bite the bullet and go forward to draw a random lot from Yan Shaiji. Freshman Class 1, Mingwei's team, lot number 2. Yan Shaiji also recognized Mingwei and the other two, but his expression didn't change at all, and he was still so gentle, like a fake person. After Class 1 was Freshman Class 5. Mingwei was the first to notice that Huo Yuhao's aura changed immediately when he saw the tall boy with double pupils named Dai Huabin. Before Huo Yuhao trembled all over, Mingwei grabbed his wrist, and a wisp of weak spiritual power was transferred into Huo Yuhao's body by Mingwei, but it did not wake Huo Yuhao up as Mingwei expected. What kind of hateful memory can make him sink into it? Thinking this way, Mingwei increased the input of spiritual power and finally calmed Huo Yuhao down. When Huo Yuhao recognized Dai Huabin's identity, he immediately thought of his deceased mother. The beating that led to his mother's death was caused by the man in front of him. When the hatred in his heart was growing wildly and was about to take away his reason, Huo Yuhao felt a sense of coolness, as if a gentle breeze was caressing him, and his body immediately calmed down to the best state. Turning his head to look at Mingwei, he happened to see Mingwei shaking her head at him and silently said to him, "It's okay, we will meet him in the finals." At that time, you can do whatever you want, I will help you. The Daihuabin just now turned out to be the last Soul Master. Seeing him as our opponent in the finals. Wang Dong heard other students talking about Daihuabin, and immediately shared the news with his partners. Three-ring Soul Master. A cold light flashed in Huo Yuhao's eyes. Yes. Three-ring Soul Master, he has so much support and resources, how can he not be excellent? Mingwei heard the resentment and unwillingness in Huo Yuhao's words, suppressed his doubts first, and started to praise. But you are not bad, your first soul skill is so powerful, and your martial soul is also extremely powerful. With your potential and your hard work, it won't take long for you to crush him. That's right, you are also very good. We can win so many games, which is inseparable from the support of your soul skills. After being praised by his two partners, Huo Yuhao suddenly felt that it was not so uncomfortable. He suppressed his hatred in his heart and smiled. Let's go to the game. It was obviously the semi-finals, but Mingwei and his team had surprisingly good luck. One of the three great soul masters they met was extinguished by Mingwei's first soul skill. The other two faced Wang Dong's violent attack, and Mingwei, the sixth who could be summoned, did not last long. Because Huo Yuhao was just stimulated and his emotions were unstable, the three of them were almost all rushing to a quick victory, and the game ended very quickly. You. The great soul master, whose soul skills did not work throughout the whole game, was as broken as Ning Tian, a euro, but Mingwei had a harmless and cute face, and the tongue-tied person couldn't curse for a long time. All of a sudden, the defense was broken even more. It was just a game, don't bully people like this. Your soul skills are indeed a bit bullying, ha ha ha. Wang Dong wanted to hold back her laughter, but she couldn't help it at all, and she laughed with Huo Yuhao. I can't help it, I can only blame him for his bad luck. Mingwei spread his hands, and the two laughed even more happily. On the way back to the dormitory to rest, Wang Dong thought of Huo Yuhao's obviously abnormal mood after seeing Daihuabin, so he asked directly, Yuhao, do you know Daihuabin? Huo Yuhao just nodded, thinking of the past experience, but didn't know how to say it better. But Mingwei spoke first in a very confident tone, Huo Yuhao, you and Daihuabin have a grudge, right? How big is the grudge between you? It's okay for me to be ruthless to him, right? She had no intention of knowing too much, because that was Huo Yuhao's privacy after all. She only needed to know whether there was a grudge and judge how much strength she should use. As long as he is not beaten to death, there will be no big problem. End of this chapter. Chapter 32. Who said I am a soft persimmon? It seems that it is not a big grudge. Mingwei was a little confused now. She had seen Huo Yuhao's reaction before and thought it was a blood feud. If it were her, she would exchange blood for blood. Daihuabin is the son of the White Tiger Duke. If he died, it would be a big trouble. Huo Yuhao was afraid that Mingwei would misunderstand, so he quickly explained Daihuabin's identity and then talked about his grievances with Daihuabin. But he forgot that he was actually Daihuabin's half-brother, and only said that his mother died after being beaten by Daihuabin in order to protect him. After listening to Huo Yuhao's story, Mingwei and Wang Dong couldn't calm down, and they both sympathized with Huo Yuhao's experience. In the afternoon's game, I want to have a good fight with this soul master. Wang Dong clenched his fists in indignation, and his fighting spirit was high. This is also the revenge for killing your mother. Do you want to take revenge yourself, or do you want me to help you now? Mingwei's tone was calmer, but the murderous aura in it was much heavier. Don't be impulsive. Huo Yuhao held Mingwei and grabbed her hand, fearing that she would let the evil spirit tear Daihuabin apart in the next second. We are in the academy now, we can't kill him. Knowing that this would not convince Mingwei, Huo Yuhao immediately said, and I want to take revenge myself. My enemies are not only Daihuabin, but also the entire White Tiger Duke's mansion. One day, I will have the power to take revenge myself. Okay, I believe you. Mingwei suppressed the killing intent in her heart. She wanted to help Huo Yuhao one last time before leaving Shrek Academy, but he was unwilling, so forget it. I believe you too, I will help you when the time comes. Wang Dong made a promise for the future. They can't deal with the White Tiger Duke now, but they will definitely be able to in the future. But Mingwei looked at Huo Yuhao and always felt that there was not only hatred for his mother's murder between him and Dai Huabin, but also another equal hatred and unwillingness. Unwilling, could it be that Dai Huabin took away something important from him? Although she knew Huo Yuhao was hiding something, she did not ask any further questions, but just reminded him. Calm down first, and take back the hatred in your heart. Don't let it disturb your mind. When Huo Yuhao's hatred was getting stronger and stronger, Mingwei felt a strange breath and reminded him out of vigilance. Huo Yuhao's expression also changed suddenly, and he immediately restrained his emotions. Just now, he heard a strange sigh, but in the end he said nothing. I 1/4. Shrek Academy is indeed a place that promotes gambling, because a champion of the freshman competition has caused the two deans of the academy to gamble. Yan Shaiji is more optimistic about Dai Huabin's team, and there is even a hint of emotional bias. Because of the Ma Xiao Tao incident, even though Mingwei and the other two were the victims, Yan Shaiji thought that his beloved disciple was wronged. So when facing the aggressive Mingwei and the other two who didn't know what was good for them, he was a little unhappy. Mingwei bore the brunt of it, while Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were just incidental. Mingwei had no idea about this, and she wouldn't care even if she knew. She wasn't a gold soul coin, so she couldn't do what she wanted. Dai Huabin, Zhu Lu, they might have the spirit fusion skill Netherworld White Tiger. When Mingwei heard the name of one of the girls on the other side, she immediately became alert. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong became more serious, but not timid. The Soul Master on the opposite side used the Charm Soul skill on Mingwei right away, which made Mingwei laugh. No, sister, if you want to cast your charm eyes, you should cast them on boys. What's the point of casting them on me? There's a handsome boy next to me, don't you see? Mingwei was not affected by the Charm Soul skill on the opposite side at all. She knew that the other side wanted to pick on her, but she deliberately teased her like this, which annoyed Huo Yuhao first. €1 trademark Talk nonsense, €. Although Huo Yuhao knew that Mingwei wanted to make the other party suffer another defeat at his hands, he still felt a little strange after hearing this, and his ears turned red. However, the girl on the opposite side actually listened to Mingwei Euro trademark's advice and turned to seduce Huo Yuhao, but was injured by the soul impact of Huo Yuhao Euro trademark's purple demon eye, and hit in the back to recover. Iskin soul skill, summon, Huo Do. The old actor Huo Do can still be brought out for a stroll for the time being, paralyzing others and making them think that their second soul skill can only summon Huo Do. As soon as Huo Do appeared, it followed Mingwei Euro trademark's thoughts and blocked Zhu Lu in front of it, like a cat and a dog fighting. But this move still surprised the people in the stands, such as Yan Shaiji, who was surprised in his heart. Her second soul skill can actually summon two soul beasts. What kind of martial soul is this? Yan Shaiji had seen the Pegasus summoned by Mingwei. According to Ma Xiao Tao, the speed of the Pegasus was extremely fast, and even her Soul Emperor's soul power could only barely catch up. I didn't expect that in addition to the extremely fast Pegasus, Mingwei could also summon the extremely powerful Huo Do. Second soul skill, White Tiger Fierce Light Wave. First soul skill, Refine. Dai Huabin used his second soul skill on Wang Dong. Seeing this soul skill, Wang Dong didn't even dodge or fight back, just like playing badly. Just because she knew that Dai Huabin's soul skill couldn't reach her. Sure enough, the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave changed its course halfway after it came out, and went to the July pot in his hand, and was perfectly absorbed by it. Thanks to the soul power sent by the opponent, after the July pot absorbed the White Tiger Fierce Light Wave, it automatically converted into soul power and provided it to Mingwei. Her soul power that was consumed by summoning the evil spirits was immediately restored to full health. This time she did not use the white tiger fierce light wave to refine the pills. She was quite disgusted and was afraid that Huo Yuhao would be disgusted. Although Mingwei, the change in the fluctuation of her soul power was only subtle, but since she did not hide it, Dai Huabin, who was looking at her in surprise, naturally caught it. Knowing that her soul skills were not only absorbed by Mingwei, but also helped her, she was furious and wanted to give up Wang Dong and attack her, but how could Wang Dong let Dai Huabin do what he wanted? Wang Dong tightly entangled Dai Huabin, not giving him a chance to attack Mingwei. Dai Huabin, who was angry, was repeatedly blocked by Wang Dong and almost lost his mind. What Wang Dong wanted was for him to be in chaos. The more chaotic he was, the better it would be for them. But Wang Dong just dragged Dai Huabin to prevent him from attacking Mingwei and Huo Yuhao behind him. The person Wang Dong really wanted to attack was the nine-tailed fox soul master hiding behind Dai Huabin. When Dai Huabin's mind was already in chaos and exposed the nine-tailed fox soul master, he seized the opportunity to get rid of her. And this Wang Dong did it. However, when the nine-tailed fox was taken away by the light of the butterfly god, she also launched her second soul skill with the mentality of fighting hard, and her target was still Mingwei. Really, who gave you the illusion that I was a soft persimmon? End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Summoning, Suantan Black Tiger. Mingwei was speechless about this. Why did they drag her to be the scapegoat? Why did they choose her when they could choose someone else? None of them could lock the soul skill of the target, and they still wanted to take her down. At this time, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were still some distance away from Mingwei, so they naturally could not provide rescue. Just when the referee thought that Mingwei, a fragile auxiliary, could not avoid the second soul skill of the nine-tailed fox, and was about to take her off the court, Mingwei suddenly pointed her toes and her body rose lightly into the air. Although she was tightly pressed against the red line that could not rise 10 meters in the air, she also avoided the second soul skill. This is not a soul skill, it seems to be some kind of footwork, the same as the Tang Sex Ghost Shadow Phantom. Someone on the viewing platform still recognized Mingwei's move as a footwork. Mingwei said that he would learn about Qinggong. Wang Dong's butterfly god light not only sent away the nine-tailed fox, but also had a significant impact on Dai Huabin. Now there are only 2 of you left. Do you want to try the martial soul fusion skill while you still have strength? I'm curious about what the nether white tiger looks like. Mingwei looked at the 2 remaining people on the field and made a sincere suggestion. But the other party did not accept her suggestion and wanted to attack her over Wang Dong. Don't treat me as if I don't exist. Wang Dong stopped Dai Huabin and his first soul skill, Winged Guillotine, went towards Dai Huabin. Now Wang Dong and Dai Huabin can be said to be evenly matched. With the support of the power of Hedong fused with Huo Yuhao, Wang Dong's soul power is not much different from that of a soul master. Wang Dong can use the first soul skill of 100 years and the second soul skill of 1,000 years. Dai Huabin can also use the first soul skill of 100 years and the third soul skill of 1,000 years. Whenever his second soul skill shows up, Mingwei will laugh at him. He doesn't dare to use it at all. Although Dai Huabin may be stronger overall, Wang Dong still has Huo Yuhao's first soul skill to assist him. Each of his 4 skills is quite useful. The situation of your team is not optimistic. I sincerely suggest you again to use your martial soul fusion skills quickly, otherwise she will be out. Or, you can't use that nether white tiger? It's really a waste of my time. Dai Huabin was stimulated by Mingwei's words, but Mingwei's words were indeed analyzed from their perspective, as if he had already understood them thoroughly. How could she guess that we have the martial soul fusion skill, and how could she be so kind to remind us? Doesn't she know how powerful the martial soul fusion skill is? Or do they have other trump cards in their hands? Is this a conspiracy? In an instant, Dai Huabin thought a lot in his mind. But he had to admit that the situation was very unfavorable to them, and only the martial soul fusion skill could have a chance to break the situation. Even if it was a conspiracy, this was the only way for them. Thinking so, Dai Huabin actually retreated violently in the direction of Zhu Lu, and at the same time Zhu Lu also avoided the attack of the evil spirit and ran towards Dai Huabin. Martial soul fusion skill, the netherworld white tiger is coming. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu's bodies disappeared, and only a huge white tiger remained in the assessment area. The white tiger was transparent, with white fur and black stripes, and purple eyes, staring coldly at Mingwei and the other two. Mingwei signaled Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong not to act rashly, and the second soul ring of the July pot lit up again. Second soul skill, Summon, Suantan Black Tiger. A giant tiger with a pitch-black body, white claws and a faint golden glow on its body emerged from the July pot and appeared in the assessment area. Anyone with a clear eye can see that the Suantan Black Tiger is better than the Nether White Tiger in terms of size and momentum. The moment the Suantan Black Tiger appeared, everyone's eyes fell on it and Mingwei who summoned it, and the shock could not be concealed at all. How could she summon a third soul beast, and a soul beast that could just suppress the Nether White Tiger? Is this a coincidence? On the viewing platform, a teacher already expressed everyone's thoughts in surprise. It was just that Mingwei didn't pay attention to it because it was too far away, otherwise he would say something insulting. Of course it's not a coincidence. I carefully selected it and prepared it specifically for the Nether White Tiger. Although there are many kinds of exotic beasts in the July pot, Mingwei can only summon a dozen low-level ones with his current Soul Master strength. Among them, the Suantan Black Tiger is not the strongest, but its tiger-like advantages made Mingwei choose it. I feel like I'm bullying. Mingwei stood in the assessment area, said a little embarrassedly, gloating, in the corner. Beside him were Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong, who were watching the fight between the two tigers very seriously. Just tell me, are you happy or not? Wang Dong replied Mingwei's words without blinking, thinking about how likely it would be if she faced the Suantan Black Tiger. She just thought about it and forgot it. Anyway, she would not stand on the opposite side of Mingwei. It doesn't matter whether I am happy or not. Huo Yuhao, are you happy or not? Do you feel more comfortable? Huo Yuhao nodded. He stood in front of Mingwei, so Mingwei didn't see the tears flashing in Huo Yuhao's eyes, but still watched the two tigers fight without blinking. Or it could be said to be a one-sided fight. The Suantan Black Tiger is a fighting tiger. It has a strong fighting and killing intent. Its momentum alone is enough to make the Nether White Tiger drink a pot. After a while, the Nether White Tiger could no longer hold on and disappeared. Dai Huabin and Zhu Lu appeared and fell into the assessment area, both exhausted. It was obvious who won and who lost. Mingwei, we won. Huo Yuhao, we won. Wang Dong, we are the champions. Wang Dong was the most excited among the three, not only because she liked to show her emotions completely, but also because she was really happy that she could join the Tang sect she had always dreamed of. After the game, Wang Dong couldn't wait to drag Mingwei and Huo Yuhao to find Tangya to fulfill her promise. Tangya and Bei Bei didn't expect that the three of them could actually win the championship. After hearing that there were 3 Soul Masters this time, Bei Bei and I thought you couldn't win the championship anyway, and it would be difficult to get into the top 3. Unexpectedly, you gave us such a big surprise. Tangya was so happy that it seemed like she was the one who won the championship. When Wang Dong mentioned joining the Tang sect, she immediately agreed to her. This sect master agrees. You will be a member of the Tang sect from now on. 5 people set up a grill, grilling fish and skewers while chatting. Most of the time, Bei Bei and Tangya, as seniors, imparted their experience and pointed out the direction for them. When talking about soul guides, Tangya suddenly thought of the trumpet and changed the subject to ask Mingwei. I heard that the thing you used that day that can loop sound is also a soul guide. Where did you buy it? I also want to buy one, but I can't find it for sale. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Poisoning Case. Ming Wei. Weren't we just talking about Huo Yuhao's elective to study Soul Guide? Why did the topic turn to me? That thing is very useful. It is a killer against those who want to save face. I also want to buy one to play with. Where did you buy it? When Tang Yue mentioned it, Wang Dong also remembered the scene of the trumpet exerting its power that day, and he was curious and wanted to make one for self-defense. Ming Wei saw that they were all curious. So she started to make up a story. The trumpet was originally made by her, but in the eyes of Tang Yue and others, Ming Wei had never learned how to make soul guides, so they thought she bought it, so Ming Wei just made up a reason based on this. I bought it when I was hunting for the second soul ring and stopped by a city to rest. The one I used was called a trumpet. Ming Wei started to talk nonsense seriously, and her story was quite convincing. But the master who sold this soul guide told me that it was a new product and there was only one at present. He also joked that I could give him feedback after using it. Where can I find it? Then do you know the name of the master? It may be easier to find him if you have a name. Name, let me think. Ming Wei started to make up a story again, and she immediately thought of the alias she used when selling the soul-raising pills. I heard people call him Master Kun Kun, this should be his name. It's always good to make up more identities when you are out there. When she returned to the dormitory that night, Ming Wei still did not meet her roommate, and when she woke up from her cultivation in the morning, she found that her roommate had not returned all night. This was not the first time that Mo Junjun did not return home at night, but Ming Wei had a bad feeling that something was going to happen. No, today is our award day. The head teachers of other classes are here, why is teacher Zhou not here? In front of Shrek Square, Huo Yuhao was the first to discover that Zhou Yi was not there, which really surprised him. Ming Wei glanced at the crowd and used her mental power to explore. She did not find Zhou Yi's breath, and her eyelids suddenly jumped. At such an important time, Zhou Yi should not be absent anyway. Maybe something delayed her. Ming Wei said and gave Huo Yuhao a reassuring look. No matter what happened to Zhou Yi, they were not capable of solving it. However, when Ming Wei heard that the champion team was Wang Dong's team, she frowned, but did not say anything. She also held down the impulsive Wang Dong and pulled her and Huo Yuhao forward. The reward for the top 3 in the freshman assessment did not tempt Ming Wei at all. She did not need spirit rings at all. However, the list of core disciples of the outer courtyard announced next surprised Ming Wei. There were 10 names in total, but neither Huo Yuhao nor Ming Wei was among them. What's going on? Wang Dong looked at Ming Wei in surprise, and then at Huo Yuhao. How could they not be there? She looked surprised and angry. She wanted to speak out her doubts in front of so many people. But Ming Wei kept holding her hand. Holding her hand, Wang Dong found that she could not move temporarily, and he did not say anything. Ming Wei was very calm. She had submitted an application for withdrawal to Zhou Yi. Although it had not been approved, she was not included in the Core Disciple Award, so she was no exception. But why was Huo Yuhao not included? Does Shrek Academy not even have this kind of vision? She wanted to see what kind of trouble Shrek Academy was going to make, but she saw that the Academy announced a list of people who would temporarily enjoy the treatment of core disciples, saying that they were lacking in talent and ability, which was quite ironic. Among the 5 names this time, Huo Yuhao was included, but Ming Wei was not. This time, not only Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao were shocked. Many of the hundreds of freshmen looked up at Ming Wei and director Du Weilun who announced the award, especially those who had fought with Ming Wei and suffered at Ming Wei's hands. Why is Ming Wei's name not on the list? She is obviously the captain, and she is much better than all of us. She is only 9 years old, but she is already a great soul master. Why is her name not on the list? Ming Wei stopped Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong beside her, but did not stop Xiao Xiao from the same class. Feeling unfair, the little girl ignored the pressure from the academy and spoke up for her classmates. What did you say? She is only 9 years old. A 9-year-old great soul master? Are you kidding me? Did the academy get rid of her name, or is there a better reward waiting for her? That doesn't make sense. Could it be? I didn't expect that someone else would speak for me. In that case, it was meaningless to stop Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Ming Gui dropped her hands that controlled the two. They are right. Ming Gui's talent and ability are obviously excellent. She should not be excluded from the core disciple reward. Among all the students here, who has a level 24 soul power at the age of 9, and who has 2 soul rings that are thousands of years old? And my teammate Huo Yuhao, he obviously. Wang Dong wanted to complain for Huo Yuhao and said that the academy should not use temporary things to disgust people. But Huo Yuhao interrupted him. He spoke as steadily as possible. My talent and ability are indeed lacking. I don't say anything about getting the temporary core disciple reward, but Ming Gui's talent is so good, she should not be left without a reward. Du Weilun did not expect that anyone would question the academy's decision, but after thinking about it, it would be better to make it clear, otherwise it would not be worthwhile if it caused any negative impact on the academy. It's like this, Ming Gui was involved in a poisoning case. The academy is currently investigating. If it is found that this matter has nothing to do with Ming Gui, then the academy will pay the rewards and compensation. Poisoning case. Ming Gui. Ming Gui was completely confused and shocked. She thought Du Weilun would say that she had applied for withdrawal and would no longer be a student of Shrek Academy, but she didn't expect him to say that. As for the poisoning case, Ming Gui didn't know how she was involved. Although she had taken action several times, she was sure that even if Tang San came, he would not find out. And it had been so long since the incident, if they wanted to settle the score with her, they would have done it long ago. Why is it now? What poisoning case? Who poisoned whom? How did it involve Ming Gui? She has been with us almost every day these days. How could she have the opportunity to poison? Wang Dong felt very unfair for Ming Gui and subconsciously questioned her. She believed that Ming Gui had nothing to do with the poisoning case and must have been framed by someone. But Ming Gui suddenly thought of something. Some details in the past seemed to be connected and formed an answer. End of this chapter. Chapter 35. Do not eat corn or sweet dates. Du Weilun's next words also verified Ming Gui's guess. Your roommate was found to have been poisoning teacher Zhou Yi for a long time. Today, she was caught on the spot when she poisoned teacher Zhou Yi again. You who live in the same dormitory with her are also suspected. Du Weilun's words were relatively clear. His reason seemed very reasonable and there was no problem in logic. At least most of the 11-12-year-old children present believed his words, thinking that Ming Gui was just unlucky and implicated by her roommate. This was the college's cautious consideration, but the college would definitely find out the truth and clear Ming Gui's name. Oh, let's check it out then. Ming Gui was very indifferent, without a trace of nervousness or worry. She was not really a 9-year-old child. Couldn't she see what Shrek meant if others couldn't? It was precisely because she had seen through the meaning of Shrek Academy's move that she was even more disappointed. Du Weilun looked at Ming Gui, who was unusually calm, and was slightly startled. He began to doubt whether the college's approach was correct. Ming Gui had been investigated by the college countless times. In the Mo Junjun poisoning case, she was indeed not suspected at all. She just happened to be unlucky to live in the same dormitory with Mo Junjun. The reason why the college did this was just to suppress Ming Gui. Ming Gui's talent and ability were indeed first class, and she was extremely outstanding among the freshmen of this year. But at the same time, she also has a characteristic that makes the college dare not use her with confidence. Ming Gui is too arrogant. She looks calm, but she is more arrogant than anyone else. She will never be willing to be controlled. If she can't suppress this arrogance, it is very likely to backfire. In order to suppress Ming Gui's arrogance, the academy adopted a training method of giving a sweet date after a beating. But looking at Ming Wei, this beating did not seem to affect her. The sweet date in his hand suddenly became a little bit harder to give. Du Weilun called the 3 people to the office, intending to complete the task assigned to him by the academy. In order to lay the groundwork, Du Weilun first talked about the fact that Huo Yuhao did not become a core disciple. Huo Yuhao still accepted his explanation well because he did not care so much in his heart. But Ming Wei could not accept Du Weilun's explanation. She could not bear to see Huo Yuhao being wronged. What's wrong with 1 ring? What's wrong with a 10-year spirit ring? Can you judge whether a student is excellent based on these things? What if you are wrong? Huo Yuhao is not 1 ring, or that spirit ring is not 10 years old, or he has other cards. Ming Wei didn't quite understand. It was really funny that a teacher in an academy that claimed to be the best in the continent actually used these things that could be compared at a glance to judge whether a student was excellent and whether he was worth training. If we can't teach students according to their aptitude, find the shining points of each student, and carry forward them, how can we be called good teachers in a good academy? Huo Yuhao, who was standing aside, thought that Ming Wei had discovered that he had concealed the age of his spirit ring, but after listening carefully, he realized that Ming Wei was just making an analogy. Our academy has been standing for 10,000 years and has trained countless excellent students. We still have a good eye for people. Du Weilun's words were to say that they would never make a mistake. They thought Huo Yuhao was worth these. Although Huo Yuhao works hard and has some talent and potential, it is still far from enough. Compared with Wang Dong and Yu, he is much worse. Huo Yuhao, what do you think? Ming Wei and Wang Dong are indeed excellent. Du Weilun. Sincerity is always a killer move. The other party does not accept your provocation and recognizes your vision. Okay, this is the reward I got from the academy for you. A piece of the right leg bone of the Kongming demon leopard can increase the speed of the soul master and provide an attack skill. It is very suitable for you. As Du Weilun handed the soul bone to them, he also carefully introduced the origin and characteristics of this soul bone and asked them to keep it confidential. After talking about the championship reward, Du Weilun mentioned the poisoning case involving Ming Wei. You are young and you have just entered the college. The college and I do not believe that you are related to the poisoning case, but the procedures must be followed. The college will definitely clear your name. You don't have to worry too much. Think about it from another angle. If it is an ordinary 9-year-old child, who is helpless and has lost his memory, and has just entered a very good college, he will suddenly be implicated by his roommate and become a suspect in a poisoning case. He must be helpless and confused, and he probably feels like the sky has fallen. Moreover, before he has cleared his suspicion, the college said some words that they believe in your innocence. I guess he will be moved beyond words. When the college clears your name and gives you some compensation as a sweet treat, I am afraid he will be completely devoted to the college. It's a pity that Ming Wei is not that ordinary child, and she doesn't like to eat sticks or sweet dates. I'm not worried. This matter has nothing to do with me. What I want to know now is how is Teacher Zhou? How are you going to deal with Mo Junjun? Ming Wei didn't respond to Du Weilun's words at all. The other party was helpless and only said, Teacher Zhou is not seriously injured. She is just receiving treatment to clean up the residual poison in her body. As for Mo Junjun's matter, it is not your business. Yes, even if a great soul master can make some clever poisons, how can he be a match for a soul emperor? However, Du Weilun's words actually revealed a piece of news, that is, Mo Junjun is still alive. That's all Ming Wei wants to know. I want to visit Teacher Zhou. I wonder if it's okay. Ming Wei continued, saying that she was visiting, but in fact she was questioning. She wanted to ask Zhou Yi why she suppressed her application for withdrawal. Judging from the reactions of Shrek Academy and Du Weilun, they didn't know that she had submitted an application for withdrawal. When Zhou Yi accepted her application for withdrawal, she clearly told her to complete the freshman assessment first. She couldn't abandon Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong halfway. After the freshman assessment, her application for withdrawal should have been approved. But now, she asked where her withdrawal notice was. Where did it go? Why was she still on the class list? Of course. Du Weilun told Ming Gui where to find Zhou Yi. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong naturally went with Ming Gui, because Zhou Yi was still their class teacher after the class division. We should indeed visit teacher Zhou, and she must believe that this matter has nothing to do with you. Ming Gui, you are too unlucky to be implicated by your roommate. Wang Dong's words and tone showed that she believed Du Weilun's words. Ming Gui, don't worry. The academy will definitely clear your name. By then, the rewards and compensation that should be yours will be inevitable. Just wait a little longer. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Determined to leave. Huo Yuhao also spoke up soon after, a kid who was fooled just like Wang Dong. How can I feel at ease with you two? How can the academy not know that I'm innocent? They investigated me inside and out at least 3 times. The 3rd time today, I guess they even checked my dormitory. They have turned everything upside down. They should have known that I have nothing to do with this matter. Ah! Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong were both shocked. If the academy knew that you had nothing to do with this matter, why would they do this? Of course, they will give you a stick and then a sweet date. Speaking of the sweet date, Mingwei raised the thing wrapped in the soul bone in his hand. Why does the academy want to suppress you? Are they crazy? The two were not too stupid. Mingwei had already understood something when he said this. But they both agreed that the academy was crazy to suppress a genius. However, how could they know that for Shrek Academy, what they want is a genius who is loyal to them and can be firmly controlled by them? No matter how high their future achievements are, their hearts will not fly away. Who knows, maybe Dean Yan doesn't like me, or they see that I am a rebel from head to toe, and they are afraid that they can't control me. Too ridiculous. Wang Dong was extremely disappointed. She felt that Shrek Academy shouldn't be like this. But compared to that inexplicable feeling, she believed in her good friend more. So I don't want this sweet date. Let's give it to you, Wang Dong. You didn't take it last time. If you don't like this, you can sell it for some money. Mingwei said and stuffed the soul bone in her hand to Wang Dong. The latter didn't want it either, but she couldn't keep stuffing it to make Mingwei feel uncomfortable, so she accepted the soul bone first. When the 3 found Zhou Yi, several teachers happened to come out. One of them was Mr. Li, the Tree of Life, who had met once. I said I'm fine. I'm a soul emperor after all. Don't I know whether my body is okay or not? Zhou Yi's complaint came from inside, and it sounded still full of energy. It didn't seem like there was anything wrong. What do you mean it's okay? If you let that little girl poison you for a few more years, you won't know how you died by then. How could she, a little girl in her teens, get so many strange poisons? She has been poisoning for so long, but you didn't even notice it. Fan Yu was accompanying Zhou Yi, and there was still worry in his tone. Teacher Zhou, Teacher Fan Yu. The 3 of them stood at the door and knocked on the door frame. When they saw the 3 of them, especially Mingwei, both of them felt unnatural for a moment, but they quickly concealed it. Teacher Zhou, how are you? Among the 3, Huo Yuhao was the most worried about Zhou Yi. Although Zhou Yi was strict, she always looked forward to and cared for Huo Yuhao. I'm fine. You came to me for Mingwei. Mingwei, don't worry. Although that girl is your roommate, the college will definitely clear your name soon. Mingwei knew what Zhou Yi wanted as soon as she opened her mouth. She knew that she was also acting and saying the arranged lines. She was tired of listening to them and started acting one by one. I'm not here for the poisoning case. I came to ask, did Teacher Zhou Yi agree to my application for withdrawal? You said that I would finish the freshman assessment first, and the withdrawal procedures would be completed after the assessment. But why is my name still on the class list, and why did you move me to your class? Mingwei's words made Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong stunned, and they didn't come back to their senses for a long time. Zhou Yi saw the reactions of the two people and knew that they didn't know that Mingwei was going to drop out of school, so she didn't rush to explain, and waited for the two people to attack her heart. Mingwei, what did you just say? Did I hear it wrong? This is Wang Dong who is deceiving himself and thinks that he heard it wrong. Mingwei, why do you suddenly want to drop out of school? Why don't you tell us? This is Huo Yuhao who had vaguely noticed it before, and he couldn't understand what was hidden from him. You didn't hear it wrong, I'm going to leave Shrek Academy. I wanted to tell you before I left, and I didn't mean to leave secretly without telling you. Looking at the fact that they were about to leave and might never see each other again, Mingwei patiently explained. But Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong could not accept her leaving, especially Huo Yuhao. Can't you stay? Aren't we three happy to compete together? There will be many other competitions in the future. Do you trust the two of us? Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong said together that they wanted Mingwei to stay. But Mingwei just shook her head gently and turned to look at Zhou Yi, and her voice naturally became 2 points colder. You withheld my application for withdrawal. You want me to stay? Why? Mingwei couldn't quite understand why they didn't like to speak directly. Zhou Yi opened her mouth and hesitated. What could she say? She was afraid that refusing Mingwei's withdrawal would affect her mentality, and she would not take the competition seriously. Because staying here is your best choice. Your martial soul is a very rare spiritual attribute. If you don't rely on the teaching staff of Shrek Academy, it will be difficult for you to achieve great success, and it will only waste your talent. Zhou Yi looked like she was doing this for Mingwei's own good, but this was exactly what Mingwei disliked. Who knew that Fan Yu also took over to persuade Mingwei, also looking like he was doing this for Mingwei's own good? And I remember you really like soul guides? If you stay, you can learn how to make soul guides, especially the fixed soul guide cannons you like, but you can only learn from me. Mingwei just shook her head. These were not enough to shake her. It is difficult to change the decision I made. Please ask Teacher Zhou Yi to submit the application for me to withdraw from school, or I can submit it myself. I still want to leave here. Mingwei's attitude was too firm, and Zhou Yi and the others did not understand why Mingwei wanted to drop out. This was the best academy on the mainland, and countless people begged to get in but could not. Zhou Yi still wanted to fight for Mingwei. Mingwei's talent was too good, especially her martial spirit and soul skills. If Mingwei was kept, then every achievement in her future would be due to her Zhou Yi. Therefore, she persuaded Mingwei again, saying nothing more than how good Shrek Academy was, how many people begged to get in, how suitable it was for Mingwei, and that Mingwei would definitely regret it after leaving. But Mingwei remained unmoved. Seeing this, Zhou Yi turned the conversation to Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong. Can you bear to leave these two friends? They can't bear to see you leave? Wouldn't it be better to stay and continue to fight side by side with them? Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong both looked at Mingwei with expectant eyes, hoping that Mingwei would stay for them. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Huo Yuhao's trump card. But it only intensified Mingwei's determination to leave. Huo Yuhao also saw this fact, and suddenly lowered his head. After a while, he slowly raised his head and looked into Mingwei's eyes and said slowly, I respect Mingwei's choice, whether to leave or stay, and the feelings between us will not change with the distance. Huo Yuhao. Wang Dong called him, somewhat unbelievable. Wang Dong, Mingwei didn't ask us to go with her when she wanted to leave, so we can't ask her to stay. In other words, if she asked us to leave Shrek Academy with her, would you be willing? Huo Yuhao finally figured it out, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. His understanding made Zhou Yi and Fan Yu's hearts skip a beat. It shouldn't be that bad. Mingwei shouldn't have such a big influence, and he would take away 2 good seedlings. Fan Yu thought that he had to tie Huo Yuhao up quickly. Fortunately, Wang Dong kept silent, and Ming Wei didn't force them. Huo Yuhao has made it very clear, and this is what I think. Besides, if I leave Shrek Academy, will you no longer consider me a friend? After listening to Ming Wei's words, Wang Dong shook his head, and finally accepted the fact that they were about to part with red eyes. Seeing that this plan didn't work, Zhou Yi wanted to delay in order to keep Ming Wei first. Since you have made up your mind to leave, we can't force you to stay. It's just that you are temporarily involved in Mo Junjun's poisoning case, so at least you have to be cleared. Otherwise, if you leave, I'm afraid someone will misunderstand that this matter is related to you and you are expelled. And if you leave, I'm afraid that Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong will be subject to rumors because of your close relationship with them. So, you'd better wait until the matter is investigated clearly before leaving. Although she knew that this was another delaying tactic, Ming Wei could not deny that Zhou Yi had some truth in what she said. Besides, she should say goodbye properly. Then Zhou Yi gave them a soul bone, which was much worse than the one in the academy, but for ordinary soul masters, soul bones were already rare treasures. Seeing the soul bone of the secret method, Huo Yuhao was slightly excited and seemed to like it very much. The other 2 did not compete with him and gave the soul bone to Huo Yuhao. Ming Wei, why do you suddenly want to leave Shrek Academy? After leaving Zhou Yi, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao asked Ming Wei this question again. There are not so many reasons. I just don't like it here, so I want to leave. Maybe I am free by nature and don't like to stay in one place for a long time. Ming Wei answered the 2 people with a mixture of truth and falsehood, and she didn't want to continue to dwell on this topic. Huo Yuhao and Wang Dong wanted to ask Ming Wei to stay, but in the end they didn't say anything and suddenly fell silent. When Ming Wei returned to the dormitory, she found that all the items belonging to Mo Junjun in the dormitory had disappeared, just like her items seemed to have not been touched, but this was impossible. Fortunately, Ming Wei's important items were all placed in the July pot, and even the storage soul guide on her body was just a cover. The dormitory was just some ordinary daily necessities. Looking at the dormitory that had been searched, Ming Wei felt funny. If they really suspected her, they should have searched her storage soul guide directly, although they would not find anything. Ming Wei did not practice anymore, and concentrated on making some pills and soul guides. At present, due to limited conditions, she could not make offensive ones, but she made a lot of small defensive auxiliary gadgets, and even made a few more small trumpets. The next day, Ming Wei did not go to class. She was going through the process of dropping out, so what class should she take? Moreover, the college had pretended to suspend her classes because of Mo Junjun's poisoning, just to scare her. Until the materials stored in her hands were almost used up, Ming Wei stretched and walked out of the door. She had not slept all night, but she was in great spirits. The July pot is really worthy of being an ancient artifact. Using it to make pills is not only twice as effective as with half the effort, but also can cultivate soul power and mental power. It is a good thing. When Ming Wei was about to go to the fighting spirit area to see if she could make a fortune before leaving, she happened to meet Huo Yuhao and others. The huge group of people were all students from Class 1, and they were with the class teacher Wang. After understanding the whole story, Ming Wei looked at Dai Huabin, who was mocking Ming Wei. He should also be a candidate for class monitor. If I don't agree with him, can I challenge him? Of course. Wang Dong responded, looking at Dai Huabin provocatively. The latter naturally heard Ming Wei's words, and his face turned pale when he thought of the Suantan black tiger. Don't make trouble, Ming Wei. Huo Yuhao pulled Ming Wei, but his voice was soft and he laughed. He is not a senior student. We have to spend 10 gold soul coins to challenge him. The audience are all our classmates, and we can't make much money. It's not worth it. Okay. Ming Wei, who couldn't make much money, bet the last 100 gold coins on Huo Yuhao when someone opened a bet on who would win or lose between Huo Yuhao and Wu Feng. Huo Yuhao, this is my last money, please don't let us lose. She used all the money she had before to buy materials. Now there are a lot of finished products in the July pot. Any one of them is worth a lot of money. On the stage, Huo Yuhao, who only has one ring, faces Wu Feng, a 2-ring strong attack system soul master. Most people don't think Huo Yuhao will win, but Huo Yuhao refreshes their cognition with his actions again and again. Can I see your last trump card in this competition? Mingwei thought of the time when Huo Yuhao tested the martial soul fusion technique when he was guarding Wang Dong not long ago. She sensed the existence of the trump card of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm from Huo Yuhao, but there was still a breath. Because it was hidden too well or for some other reason, Mingwei still knew too little. When Huo Yuhao's eyes turned grey because of unwillingness, Mingwei knew that the thing had appeared. This powerful soul attack, his trump card seems to be much more effective than the Ice Attribute one, and I don't know where it comes from. Mingwei was extremely courageous. After the game, before Huo Yuhao fainted from exhaustion, she supported Huo Yuhao and stuffed a pill into his mouth. The latter swallowed the pill without hesitation and fainted without hesitation. This pill was naturally a good thing to restore Huo Yuhao's physical strength and soul power, but she temporarily added another dream-inducing spice to it, and then used spiritual power as a medium, so that Mingwei could temporarily have the vision of the dreamer Huo Yuhao, and thus see some things. For example, the 2 soul bodies that were quarreling and fighting for territory. End of this chapter. Chapter 38 Leaving Shrek Academy, Hunting. Holding the sun and the moon, picking the stars, there is no one like me in the world. What an arrogant statement. Hearing his arrogant look, he seems to be the top powerhouse in another world. Huogua is indeed Huogua. His trump card is so powerful. Because he felt that both soul bodies were not weak, especially the grey soul body, Mingwei did not dare to spy too much. After getting the information he wanted, he immediately retreated. As soon as he retreated, he saw Wang Yan bringing someone over. He looked up and saw that it was the sloppy old man. He came up and tried to press Huo Yuhao with his greasy hands. Mingwei hugged Huo Yuhao and was about to leave, but the other party was a titled Douluo. How could Mingwei dodge successfully? He still succeeded. Mingwei, this is the academy's teacher. You can just call him Master Xian. Master Xian won't harm Huo Yuhao. He just wants to check on him. Wang Yan explained with mixed emotions. He introduced Master Xian's identity for a moment. Mingwei knew that Master Xian was definitely not an ordinary teacher. He might be more special than Din Yan Shaiji, otherwise he wouldn't even mention his identity. After a while, Master Xian withdrew his hand from Huo Yuhao's chest and said with some disappointment, "You are wrong. His original martial soul has not awakened for the second time." The original martial soul awakened for the second time? What is this? Mingwei was surprised and looked at Huo Yuhao and then at Wang Dong, who was naturally puzzled. Wang Yan and Master Xian were arguing about whether Huo Yuhao had awakened for the second time, but Mingwei wrote down this unfamiliar word. It didn't matter if she didn't know it now. She would find out when she had a chance. But Master Xian actually said that dealing with Huo Yuhao's affairs was a waste of his time? He looked down on Huo Yuhao in his words, and Mingwei really wanted to laugh. She didn't know anything else, but didn't she know that Huo Yuhao was full of tricks and finally became a god? Who is this old man? He actually looked down on Huo Gua. Could he also be a god? Because he took the medicine given by Mingwei, not long after Xian Lao and the others left, when Wang Dong and Mingwei were taking Huo Yuhao back to the dormitory, he had already woken up. As a good person, Mingwei naturally relayed what happened just now to him attentively, and even seduced Huo Yuhao. They are so short-sighted and look down on you repeatedly. Why don't you leave with me? When you have achieved something, come back and slap them in the face. At this moment, Mingwei rarely proposed that Huo Yuhao should leave with her. Huo Yuhao was not in a good mood. He shook his head slowly after hearing this. I already worshipped teacher Fan Yu as my teacher last night and became a core disciple of the Soul Guidance Department. I will learn Soul Guide tool making with him, so I can't leave with you. If you could have spoken one day earlier, maybe I would have. Huo Yuhao didn't think about it any further. It was useless to imagine something that didn't happen. Okay then. Mingwei didn't force him after hearing this. She just mentioned it casually. A student's intention to leave is gone. Even if she had good talent, Shrek Academy still couldn't force her to stay, and they believed that Mingwei would be lost in the crowd after leaving Shrek Academy. Only Shrek Academy could cultivate true geniuses. They almost thought that Mingwei would regret it, and clarified the unfounded suspicion about Mingwei with the quality of a famous academy, and approved her application for withdrawal. It would be great if it was done earlier, but you had to do this. Mingwei said that she also had a temper, and it was not small, so before leaving, she specially gave Shrek Academy a small gift. But she has always been cautious, and she did good things without leaving a name, so even if she caused a big sensation in Shrek Academy, no one suspected her. After all, that happened after she left. But as soon as she left the Shrek Academy area, Mingwei couldn't laugh anymore. Where was the so-called quality of a famous academy? She was just praising them just now? But now? Why is there someone following her? Judging from her breath, her soul power is not weak. What's going on? It's not that they are worried about her safety and are giving her a mission to escort her home. Mingwei pretended not to notice the person following her. According to her soul power, she shouldn't have noticed. For the sake of her life, Mingwei began to walk to a crowded place. She didn't believe that the other party dared to attack in public. Facts proved that they really dared. After following her around the street for a long time, the two people following her couldn't help but attack. Are you killing me? Why? We should have no grudges, right? After narrowly avoiding an attack, Mingwei looked back at the three masked men, pretending to be confused and injured. Her mind was already spinning wildly, guessing all the possibilities. The three ignored Mingwei, but they were still a little surprised. They didn't expect Mingwei to avoid their attack. The gap between a great soul master and a soul emperor is not small. Although they were reluctant to kill this talented and beautiful girl, they were more worried that one day she would grow up to be their enemy and become a threat to them. Although this possibility was very small, they thought about it again and again, and finally decided to nip all possible potential dangers in the bud. Ah, 3 6-ring soul emperors, it's really an honor to deal with a small soul master like me. Mingwei's face was pale, and he looked at the crowd that dispersed in an instant because of their soul rings. He was relieved in his heart. At least he didn't have to worry about implicating others. The three of them still didn't speak, but they had already started to release their martial spirits. One sword frosts the 14 continents. Just now, an extremely frosty sword intent suddenly burst out from Mingwei and rushed straight towards the three people. It's you! One of them exclaimed, and at this time he concealed his voice, which was really cautious. The three of them were shocked when they saw the Hauran sword intent that almost locked and engulfed them. This was definitely not the strength of a great soul master. Moreover, they had not seen the martial soul and soul ring just now, so they regarded Mingwei's attack as some kind of offensive soul guide. They thought that the reason why they could not find out Mingwei's background was that it was definitely not simple. These soul guides alone were unheard of and unseen. When they hurriedly responded to the frost sword intent, they were more determined to get rid of Mingwei and must not leave any possible threats to Shrek Academy. With this little strength, you still want to fight back? Someone said disdainfully, wanting to hit Mingwei's mentality. How could they know that Mingwei had almost exhausted all her soul power and summoned the frost sword not to fight with them? She was still aware of the gap in strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 39 Escape, Shrek's Bizarre Incident. All she had to do was to cover herself. Of course, it would be even better if she could destroy their masks and reveal their true faces. When Mingwei summoned the frost sword, she had already taken out a small wing-shaped thing and used her spiritual power to smash it. This was one of the life-saving artifacts she had developed in recent days. It was called Escape. As the name suggests, this thing was used to escape. After using it, a teleportation array would appear under your feet, and the target could be instantly teleported thousands of miles away. No, she's going to escape. One of them discovered Mingwei's intention and hurriedly stopped her. The sixth soul skill hit Mingwei with all its strength, but the next second, Mingwei's figure disappeared. Mingwei was still a little lucky. When she used escape to disappear, the sword also shattered the masks on the faces of the three of them, revealing their true faces. Among the soul guides that Mingwei was carrying, there were a pair of audio and video recordings, which recorded everything. Damn it, she actually escaped. What is her identity? It's fine that we can't find anything, but she actually has so many wonderful and precious soul guides. They didn't take Mingwei, a great soul master, seriously, and they didn't expect that the appearance of Shuanghan Yujian and Runaway would actually let Mingwei really escape. They were angry and annoyed at the moment. Don't worry, she won't survive. Before she disappeared, my sixth soul skill had already hit her. She is just a great soul master. Even if there is a little talent, so what? He will definitely die in the face of absolute strength. One of them said with great certainty, which immediately made the other two feel more at ease. I won fourth. Huo Yuhao, I'm not used to her not being here. When he walked out of the dormitory, Wang Dong suddenly felt very uncomfortable and felt a little empty in his heart because he didn't see the figure coming down the stairs. For 3 months, they could always coincidentally leave the dormitory at the same time, go to the cafeteria, go to the teaching building, finish class together, and go back to the dormitory together. Habits are sometimes really terrible things. Huo Yuhao did not respond to Wang Dong. The discomfort and sadness in his heart were even stronger than Wang Dong's. He was always there. And he should have left with her. You said she just left like that, and didn't leave any contact information or address. We won't never see her again in the future, right? Wang Dong was talking to herself. Her words made Huo Yuhao stop. Wang Dong almost bumped into him. It's enough for him to know we are here. I will wait here for her to find me. Me too. The two walked towards the teaching building. When they passed the Sea God Lake, they sniffed and stopped. Yuhao, do you smell anything? It feels a bit stinky. Wang Dong asked unsurely, suspecting that there was something wrong with his sense of smell. I smelled it too. As he said that, Huo Yuhao took 2 steps towards the Sea God Lake and was pulled by Wang Dong. Have you forgotten what we encountered here before? Don't get close. Wang Dong thought that getting close to the Sea God Lake would turn into misfortune. Huo Yuhao also stopped and did not continue to move forward. I just felt that the stench came from the lake, so I wanted to get close to smell it. Hey, it seems to be the case when you say that. Wang Dong walked to the side of Huo Yuhao and sniffed, and also felt that the stench came from the lake. But the class time was about to arrive, and they didn't care to think too much, and hurried to the classroom. They were in class, and suddenly they could smell the indescribable stench in the classroom, and it was not getting stronger. Looking at the expressions of the teachers and students, Wang Dong and Huo Yuhao knew that everyone smelled it. As soon as the get-out of class was over in the morning, they pinched their noses, but were very curious to find the source of the stench, and saw that students were no longer allowed to approach the Sea God Lake. So the source of the stench is really the Sea God Lake? What happened? Huo Yuhao also shook his head, indicating that he did not understand. They thought that the academy would quickly deal with the odor, but they did not expect that it took 3 days to have a clear and normal Sea God Lake. No one thought that this was Mingwei's revenge on the academy, who had already left. Wasn't she related to the poisoning? She really poisoned them for them to see. After the poison spread, the water of the entire sea god lake, including the mud and sand nearly 20 meters below, became smelly. It was not enough to just change the water, but the mud and sand had to be cleaned out. And on the afternoon of the day when the sea god lake became smelly, another major event happened at Shrek Academy. At the entrance of the academy, one of the 10 granite statues suddenly exploded. I heard that it was the statue of Lord Sea God that was blown up. I don't know who is so bold. I don't believe anyone dares to blow up Lord Sea God's statue. Maybe the statue has been here for a long time, and it has aged under the wind and rain, so it naturally exploded. It was definitely not man-made. My classmate's friend's classmate just happened to pass by there at the time. He didn't see anyone passing by from a distance, and the statue suddenly exploded by itself. But why did I hear that there was a fire at the time? It was a bit like the explosion of a soul-guided cannon or a hidden weapon. Many students were discussing this matter. Wang Dong did not get involved for the first time. When he heard that the sea god statue was broken, he felt a little uncomfortable. However, Shrek Academy was still relatively quick in terms of the statue. It only took a few minutes to transport a statue that was exactly the same as the previous one and put it up. But because this statue was new and somewhat out of tune with the 9 surrounding ones, the 9 surrounding ones were replaced at once. But even after the statue was replaced, rumors continued, and there were all kinds of speculations. In the end, Shrek Academy was very observant and caught the culprit and told everyone the truth. It was a student from the Soul Guidance Department who accidentally destroyed the statue when he tried an offensive soul guide. Mingwei didn't know that someone had taken the blame for her, nor did she know that Tangya and the others mentioned her when they met Huo Yuhao and the others after school. Why did Xiao Weiwei leave so suddenly? She didn't even say hello to us. Tangya pouted as she spoke, looking very unhappy. If they hadn't come to Huo Yuhao and learned from him that Mingwei had dropped out, they wouldn't have known about it. Maybe she didn't like the atmosphere of parting. She left while we were in class, without even saying goodbye. Speaking of Mingwei, Huo Yuhao's tone was also a little low. He lowered his head, so he didn't notice that when he told Mingwei that she had dropped out, Bei Bei's expression of shock and disbelief slowly turned into worry and annoyance. Bei Bei didn't expect Mingwei to leave the academy. He had already reported all the special things he knew about Mingwei to the academy. According to the academy's standards, Mingwei was a genius among geniuses, and the academy should not miss this genius. How could Mingwei drop out and make her a genius become uncertain? Certain factors may bring a little bit of trouble to Shrek Academy. But now, Mingwei actually left Shrek Academy. Bei Bei didn't want to think about it anymore. He seemed to have done something wrong. A euro. Shrek Bizarre Events. 1. Why did the sea god lake suddenly stink? 2. Who blew up the sea god statue? End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Meet Mo Junjun again, her past. Escape directly teleport Mingwei thousands of miles away. In order to avoid being teleported into the core area of the Star Do Great Forest, Mingwei deliberately chose to go south and landed in the territory of the Douluo Empire. Fortunately, she was lucky. She didn't land in the downtown area or the wilderness, but in the suburbs. Not far ahead was a city. My luck is both bad and good. No one else can compare. Frost's sword exhausted all of Mingwei's soul power, and it was extremely uncomfortable to overdraw her soul power. As for the so-called fatal blow, it only broke a defensive soul guide on Mingwei's body, and did not really hurt her. Although she was very weak, Mingwei did not dare to fall down. Who knew what would happen? She could only use her mental strength to support herself into the city and found a hotel to stay. After recovering to her best condition, Mingwei immediately set off all the way west. The relationship between Douluo Empire and Shrek Academy was still close. Only the Sun and Moon Empire, which was as hostile to Shrek as fire and water, could make her feel a lot more at ease. Why is she here? It seems that she left Shrek earlier than me, but Shrek actually let her go. Are they so generous? On the way to the Sun and Moon Empire, Mingwei also met an acquaintance who fainted on the side of the road. The injury was extremely serious. If she ignored it, the person would not survive today. But after thinking about it, Mingwei decided to save her. There is no other reason, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Moreover, she also wanted to know why this person poisoned Zhou Yi, and why he was able to leave Shrek Academy alive after being caught in the act. Yes, that person was Mingwei's roommate at Shrek Academy. Mo Junjun. Mo Junjun's injuries were more serious than Mingwei thought. If she hadn't had experience in the world of immortal cultivation, she would have no confidence in curing her. This is too cruel. If you hadn't met me, you would have become a useless person. You still have some luck and can survive in desperate situations. You won't just die like this, then my efforts would have been in vain. In the carriage, Mingwei held her chin and looked at Mo Junjun, who was still sleeping. All her injuries had been healed by Mingwei, but because she was determined to die, she was still sleeping. She just murmured brother. From time to time, extremely sad. Mingwei wanted to enter her dream to wake her up, but finally thought about it and gave up. If you can't wake up, forget it. Just consider it a waste of her time. I'll give you 3 days. If you still can't wake up, I can only find a place to put you down. 3 days later, Mingwei didn't know what to say when she saw Mo Junjun waking up. I suspect you can sense everything outside, hear the 3-day limit I said, and wake up at the last moment. Although Mingwei complained about the coincidence, she had already handed over a cup of warm water. Mo Junjun nodded slowly at first, took the water and drank it before she spoke slowly. Because she hadn't spoken for too long, her voice was a little hoarse. I can hear it. Mo Junjun admitted that she could hear the outside world during her coma, and then spoke after a while. Thank you, you saved me twice. The tone was too hoarse to hear the difference in intonation, only the gratitude in her eyes proved that she was indeed grateful to Mingwei. Twice. Once to save my body, once to save my heart. After speaking a few words, Mo Junjun had regained her sense of speech, and she slowly explained. Thank you for saving me. Although I was desperate and didn't want to live at the beginning, I didn't wake up, but I could hear your voice beside me. You said something very right. Giving up my life will only make my loved ones sad and my enemies happy, and make me look like a coward. It was because Mo Junjun heard the words that her loved ones were sad and her enemies were happy that she burst out with the will to survive. With the will to survive, she woke up immediately after her other injuries had been healed. Have you left that place too? Left Shrek? Mo Junjun had just woken up, but she had a lot to say. Yes, I have been away from Shrek Academy for more than 2 months, but it has been exactly 2 months since I found you half dead on the road. Your injuries are quite difficult to heal. Mingwei said as she took Mo Junjun's pulse again. After confirming that her body had recovered, she was very satisfied with her medical skills. Then Mingwei began to calculate the bill. She would not do business at a loss. It cost me more than 100 gold soul coins to cure you. Add my consultation fee, and I will give you 1,000 gold soul coins. You have to pay me back. Mo Junjun tilted her head slightly and looked at Mingwei. Before she could come to her senses, what did she hear? Too expensive? No money? It doesn't matter, after all, you are a great soul master, and you have good talent. You can pay off your debts quickly by working. Hearing Mingwei say this, Mo Junjun suddenly laughed, stuffed the gold note that he had just taken out of the storage soul guide back, and showed Mingwei a sweet smile as if they had just met. Okay, I will follow you in the future, work to pay off my debts, and I will do whatever you ask me to do. Mingwei, there is a feeling of miscalculation. Where are you going? It seems to be far away from Shrek Academy. When he got off the carriage to rest, Mo Junjun looked around. Well, the Sun Moon Empire is just ahead. I'm going there. Sun Moon Empire. Mo Junjun murmured the word in a low voice, and suddenly understood something. He looked up at Ming Wei, and his tone was very firm. You didn't leave Shrek Academy normally, right? You must be like me, and you were hunted down not long after leaving the academy, hehe. What's going on? Shouldn't Shrek Academy let you go and put that matter behind? Ming Wei was even more shocked. You are talking about the fact that I poisoned that old witch Zhou Yi, right? That's why they dare not pursue it openly. They are the ones who are wrong. My brother died because of Zhou Yi. Shrek Academy wants to send me away with the identity of a core disciple of the outer courtyard. How is that possible? My brother lived in such pain and died so unclearly. How can I be willing to accept that? The people who killed her have almost no punishment, and they are about to be promoted and get a raise because of you three. Why? From Mo Junjun's resentful tone, Ming Wei gradually learned about her past. Mo Junjun has a brother named Mo Gu, who is 3 years older than her. He was a third-year student of the outer courtyard of Shrek Academy, but unfortunately passed away last year. Mo Gu was once Zhou Yi's student. Zhou Yi valued him very much, but that value made Mo Gu feel endless pressure. Mo Gu himself is not a peerless genius. The 14-year-old soul master can only be regarded as a little talented. It is the result of his best efforts. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Hatred and Pain of Losing Brother. Only the brother and sister know how hard they practice to have enough strength to protect the foundation left by their parents. They never relaxed for a moment. But Zhou Yi, that witch, felt it was not enough. She said every day that my brother's soul power increased too slowly and was simply a waste. It was impossible for him to enter the 4th grade. She asked him to switch to the soul guidance department, saying that it was difficult for ordinary combat soul masters to achieve great success. The real achievements were still in the soul guidance department. Thinking of his deceased brother, Mo Junjun burst into tears. You can't learn the soul guidance department just because you want to. My brother tried it and found that he was not suitable for it at all. Even if he can make up for his shortcomings with hard work, he will have to work twice as hard as before to learn it. But how is that possible? He has been practicing with all his strength before. We can't imagine what kind of pressure Zhou Yi has put on my brother. He told me more than once that he wanted to leave Shrek Academy. Obviously, we worked so hard to stay here. My brother himself was reluctant to give up. He always said that it would be better when he was promoted to the 4th grade and was not in Zhou Yi's class. But he left forever before the entrance examination. I didn't even see his body. According to Mo Junjun's story, there was a classmate in Zhou Yi's class who needed a soul ring breakthrough. Zhou Yi suddenly had an idea and took several students to the Stardo Great Forest. Mo Gu was not in the bottleneck period at that time, but he was also selected by Zhou Yi to go to the Stardo Great Forest. This time, he never came back. Zhou Yi brought back the news that Mo Gu was unfortunately killed by the soul beast, nothing else. A total of more than a dozen people set out, and my brother was the only one who didn't come back. Why? Mo Junjun was very unwilling, and tears could not stop flowing. She didn't bring anything back, just this one sentence, and asked me to accept the death of my brother who depended on me for life. How could it be possible? As a core disciple of the outer courtyard, she wanted me to forget my brother's death. How could it be possible? Mo Junjun hated Shrek Academy, Zhou Yi, and herself. If I could firmly support my brother to leave and accompany him when he first said he wanted to leave, we could at least. She had just recovered from a serious illness, and her emotions were too excited. If Ming Gui hadn't rescued her in time, she would have almost fainted again. Ming Gui could understand Mo Junjun's pain. Who could face the death of their loved ones calmly? Besides, that was Mo Junjun's brother, the last relative in the world, and the brother who had been protecting her since her parents passed away. Mingwei did not comfort Mo Junjun. In the pain of losing her loved ones, all words seemed pale. But she did not push away Mo Junjun, who was crying on her shoulder. Sometimes, it is good to vent. Fearing that Mo Junjun would faint from crying, Mingwei took out the spices to restore her spirit and threw them into the bonfire in front of her. There is really no one more kind-hearted than her. Mo Junjun stopped crying until she had cried enough. Looking at Mingwei's shoulders soaked by her tears, she felt a little embarrassed. Why did you leave Shrek Academy too? Isn't that a place that many people long for? But not me. Mingwei also told Mo Junjun about her things found on him. Mo Junjun just found it funny, I didn't expect that I would become their way to suppress you. At that time, I had already left Shrek Academy and was on the way to escape. On the day when the freshman assessment ended and the awards were presented, when she learned that Zhou Yi was about to be promoted and given a raise because of Mingwei and the other two's excellence, Mo Junjun could no longer suppress the hatred in her heart. She deliberately worked part-time in the cafeteria and put the prepared spore poison powder into Zhou Yi's food, just like many times before, but this time, she was going to finish her off. I thought, even if I couldn't kill her, I should at least hurt her. But I couldn't even hurt her, and I exposed myself instead. They said that they only expelled me from Shrek Academy for the sake of my dead brother. But I almost died. I don't understand why they did this. Can't they just let me die in Shrek Academy? Who knows? They are probably used to doing this. They agreed to my application for withdrawal, and then someone came out of Shrek Academy to hunt me down. At this point, Mingwei touched the beads on her head. The pair of phonograph beads that recorded the evidence had been put away by her. Forget it, forget it. I won't feel good when I mention it. Mingwei didn't want to mention Shrek Academy anymore. She felt unlucky when she thought about it, so she changed the subject. Really, do you really want to follow me? Of course. Mo Junjun responded immediately, very sure. She had nothing else to worry about in this world except her brother's death. After escaping death this time, she had deeply realized the huge disparity in strength, which could not be made up by some powerful poison. If possible, she wanted to learn the soul guide that her brother could never learn, and what the soul guide that Zhou Yi used to suppress and belittle her brother looked like. Yes, although Mo Junjun woke up, she did not give up the idea of a euro revenge. It's just that Mingwei saved her life, and she always had to repay this favor. I 1/4. Sun and Moon Empire, Mingde Forest. Beside the campfire, there were two young girls, one in green and the other in red, holding a big bowl in their hands. I don't want to drink mushroom soup anymore. The one in green was Mingwei, and she was holding a big bowl of mushroom soup in her hand. Although it was delicious, this was the 13th bowl she had drunk this month, and she didn't want to drink it anymore. No way, you can't cook, and I can only make mushroom soup. The one in red is Mo Junjun. At this moment, she has finished her soup and spread her hands, indicating that she has no way. If you want to eat something else, let's go out of this Mingde forest first. There are many delicious foods outside. Mo Junjun suggested, and her eyes were shining when she mentioned going out. No. But Mingwei ruthlessly rejected her and pinched her nose to drink the mushroom soup in one gulp. You can go out, just defeat 100-year soul beast. Mo Junjun wanted to cry but had no tears. Is it too late for her to give Mingwei 1,000 gold notes and then leave? Who trains auxiliary soul masters as strong attack system? Is it really reasonable for an auxiliary to defeat 100-year soul beast? Very reasonable. Mingwei didn't think there was any problem at all. She could now defeat a 900-year soul beast with physical strength and swordsmanship without using soul power, spiritual power, and mental power. Her first goal was to get a soul beast of more than 1,000 years, but her requirement for Mo Junjun was 100 years, which could not be lowered. If it was lowered, she would be embarrassed to say that she had taught Mo Junjun. End of this chapter. Chapter 42 Meeting Huo Yuhao again. At this time, they had been away from Shrek Academy for half a year, and Mo Junjun had been recovering from his injuries for more than 2 months. After waking up from his injuries, he began to receive special training from Ming Wei. Now, under her training, Mo Junjun's soul power has increased from level 25 to level 28, but it is still far from enough. Do you think everyone is the same as you, pervert? Mo Junjun's voice was very low for the last 2 words, but how could Ming Wei not hear it? It seems that you have rested well. Ming Wei took out a flute and quickly played it with spiritual power. Mo Junjun had no time to stop him, so she could only scream and stand up with a look of despair. She was really miserable, miserable. Every day, at least 400-year-old soul beasts come to her for special training. Even if Ming Wei controls the intensity and only takes 1 each time, the consumption is still very large 4 times a day. Although she can't help complaining, Mo Junjun likes this way very much and is very grateful to Ming Wei. In the past few months, she has not only improved her soul power, but also has a qualitative leap in all aspects of strength. The biggest impact on her is the poison technique. Your poison technique is not bad. It uses spore attacks, which is a relatively new approach, but you have not dabbled in it enough, so the poison you make is still very easy to be discovered. At first, when Mo Junjun heard Ming Wei's evaluation of her poison technique, she was a little unconvinced. Although she is not very old and has only studied poison for a few years, those seniors who have seen her poison technique and also know poison, which one of them did not say that she is gifted and will become a master of the generation? Ming Wei is only a few years old, what does she know? After seeing Ming Wei's poison, Mo Junjun was immediately convinced, and at the same time, she was more determined to follow Ming Wei. Being with her is much better than being in Shrek Academy. After staying in the Mingda Great Forest for more than half a month, Ming Wei took Mo Junjun away only after they had completed their own small goals. At this time, Ming Wei's soul power was already level 38, and Mo Junjun was level 28, so they planned to take a break for a while. One person's power is still too weak after all, I should develop my own power. Ming Wei took out the map of Douluo continent she bought, and wanted to find a perfect base on it as the beginning of everything. The western part of Douluo continent is the largest sun and moon empire, which may be relatively safe for Ming Wei, but she is completely unfamiliar with it, so this means that there may be infinite dangers. The northernmost part is the extreme north, where there are few people and a large number of ice-attributed soul beasts. The north is adjacent to the Tianhun Empire and the Doling Empire, which were split from the Tiandu Empire, one in the east and the other in the west. Shrek Academy is in the south of the Tianhun Empire and borders the Xingda Great Forest. The south is the territory of the Xingluo Empire, just go east from the Mingda Great Forest. If you want to find a place to rest temporarily, I recommend you to choose here. Although it is in the territory of Tianhun Empire, it is not far from Shrek Academy. As you said, sometimes the most dangerous place is also the safest place. Mo Junjun pointed to a place in the north of the map. There was a mountain behind it. Going north was the far north. The city was not very big. Why choose here? This is not a special place. This is not your hometown. Mo Junjun nodded, and did not hide his intention from Ming Wei. Yes, my home is here. It is a very peaceful place. There are not many people who are xenophobic, and the residents are very kind. Besides, the mountain that the city is against is, I suspect, a mine. To the north of Tianhun Kingdom, Liang City. Who knows why a city with 4 seasons like winter is called Liang? It feels like a name given by someone who is afraid of cold. This is the place Mo Junjun recommended at the beginning. It must be said that Ming Wei likes this place very much. The cold air can help her condense the sword intent. In her previous life in the world of immortal cultivation, Ming Wei actually practiced swordsmanship. Her famous sword was the Frost Sword. She used this sword to enter the golden elixir. At that time, she was only 10 years old. Wai Wei, it's your turn to look after the store today. When Ming Wei put away her sword, Mo Junjun just pushed the door open and walked out, still wearing pajamas. He yawned while talking, looking like he hadn't slept enough, and his face was full of "I still want to sleep and haven't rested enough." Oh! Ming Wei would not cheat on things that had already been agreed, but she couldn't bear to see Mo Junjun's comfortable look, and still wanted to sleep in. Forget it. I'll give you a month. If you don't break through to level 30, you just wait. After saying that, Ming Wei turned around and left, not looking at Mo Junjun's expression of despair. It has been a few months since she came to Liang City. Ming Wei, who can't cook, has opened a street of restaurants. Originally, it was just for her own taste, to train a chef, but I don't know how it developed, and now she has a whole food street. Not to mention, you can still make some small money. It feels really good to sit still and earn money every day. Ming Wei. When she just entered her own food court, Ming Wei heard someone calling her name from behind. The voice sounded familiar, but with a hint of uncertainty. Ming Wei continued to walk forward without stopping, pretending not to hear it. She thought in her heart that she was really careless. She didn't even notice the other person's existence even when he was behind her. If it was someone who was hostile to her, she would have died 800 times. Brother Tianmeng, did I recognize the wrong person? Seeing that the girl in front of him didn't even pause, Huo Yuhao thought that he missed Ming Wei too much and recognized the wrong person. He said to the Tianmeng Ice Silkworm in his spiritual sea with some disappointment. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm didn't want to pay attention to Huo Yuhao anymore and said unhappily. It's her. I can't be wrong about that kind of spiritual attribute. Hearing Tianmeng Binken's affirmation, Huo Yuhao was delighted and wanted to follow, but there was no figure of Ming Wei in front of him. He ran forward for a long time and didn't see anyone. She probably doesn't want to see you. Don't look for her anymore. Go get your spirit ring first. You don't have much time. Tianmeng Binken reminded Huo Yuhao that he only had 1 month of vacation. It would take 20 days to go back and forth to Shrek Academy. Time was very tight. Okay. In the end, Huo Yuhao bought some food for supplies, and then left Liang City and continued to go to the far north. He didn't notice that there was a figure quietly following him. The far north. What is he doing there? Is he going to die? Ming Wei hesitated for a moment, but still chose to follow Huo Yuhao. She wanted to see what Huo Yuhao was up to. It has been more than half a year since he reached level 20, but he has not yet added a second spirit ring. This time he came to the dangerous place of the far north alone. He must not have lived long enough, so he must have some trump card that makes him dare to do this. End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Far North. The far north, the cold, is it caused by the ice worm in his sea of a spirit? Ming Wei's thoughts were flying in his mind, but he still followed Huo Yu quietly. Behind Huo Yuhao. The far north is very cold, but Ming Wei has already condensed the frost sword intent. With her body as a sword, she is not afraid of the cold at all. The colder the environment, the more it can help her. Hurry, get down. While Tianmeng Ice Silkworm anxiously asked Huo Yuhao to lie down in the snow to hide, he felt a very familiar breath covering him. If it weren't for the fact that Tianmeng Ice Silkworm's voice was too urgent, Huo Yuhao, who knew it, knew that he had to do it, otherwise he would have wanted to look around. Ming Wei was hiding not far from Huo Yuhao's side, and her anger jumped to her throat. She was not afraid of herself. The third soul ring of July Pot was perfect invisibility and it was still very useful. Not only her body was invisible, but also her breath, voice, and everything else. Under the effect of soul skills, she almost didn't exist in this world, and no one could find her existence. She was worried that Huo Yuhao would be trampled to death by the snow monster, but when she thought that Huo Yuhao was called Huo Guo and was the protagonist, Ming Wei felt that she was worrying too much. Ming Wei? Did you follow me? Huo Yuhao climbed up from the snow, not caring about the terrifying breath and the weight of the person stepping on him. Ming Wei was the only thing on his mind. Just now, when he was about to encounter danger, he felt Ming Wei's breath. Although it was a bit unbelievable, Huo Yuhao believed in his feelings. I really admire you. You must be obsessed with her, right? This is the far north. How could she, an ordinary great soul master, walk in? Even if she walked in, the Titan Snow Demon King just passed by. It is impossible for him not to detect her breath and attack her. Tianmeng I Silkworm's unpleasant voice sounded in Huo Yuhao's sea of a spirit. But after listening to it, Huo Yuhao still believed in his feelings. He felt Ming Wei's breath. I really felt it. That breath as gentle as the spring breeze covered me. That was her power. However, Huo Yuhao didn't understand why Ming Wei could enter the far north, and why she stayed behind him after entering, but refused to meet him. Tianmeng I Silkworm didn't believe it at all, and thought Huo Yuhao was insane. He quickly reminded Huo Yuhao to cheer up and stop thinking about other things. The one who just passed by was Titan Snow Demon King, one of the 3 kings of the far north. He is extremely powerful. Even if I am in my prime, I will only die if I meet him. You have to cheer up and can't lose your life here. Although Tianmeng I Silkworm just said this, he also had a strange feeling that Ming Wei was here. It was because Ming Wei's July pot martial soul always gave it a feeling of wanting to get close but also very scared. It was a subconscious and uncontrollable feeling that surged from the depths of the soul. At this time, Ming Wei withdrew the 3rd soul skill and used an ordinary soul guide to isolate the breath as a cover. Ming Wei saw Huo Yuhao standing there without moving or talking, so she thought he was communicating with the soul in his body. To be honest, Ming Wei was still a little curious about the content of their communication. Not long after, Huo Yuhao went deeper north again. The temperature was a bit uncomfortable for Ming Wei, so she decisively took out a white cloak to keep out the wind and cold, and ate 2 pills. Of course, this cloak was not an ordinary cloak, and the pills she ate were not ordinary pills. In extremely cold weather, eating normally became a luxury. Ordinary food turned into ice lumps as soon as it was taken out. When Huo Yuhao lay on the ground for the 2nd time to avoid the wind and grabbed the snow on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Ah! I really admire you. Huo Yuhao heard a sigh. He raised his head slightly and saw a jade-white hand appear in his field of vision. A pale golden pill was quietly lying in the palm of his hand, emitting a faint light, and a strong barbecue aroma filled his nose. When Huo Yuhao looked up, he saw the familiar face, which was showing his familiar helpless expression. Seeing Huo Yuhao was stunned, Ming Wei bent down and stuffed the pill into Huo Yuhao's mouth, pulled him up with her other hand, and pinched a small wind-proof spell on him. The barbecue-flavored bigu pill tastes good, right? Or do you want to eat grilled fish flavor next time? Then I Huo Yuhao. Before Ming Wei finished her words, she felt her body tightened. It was Huo Yuhao who caught her off guard and hugged her tightly. Ming Wei, I finally see you again. Ming Wei didn't know what it meant to meet again after a long separation, and she didn't understand Huo Yuhao's emotions, because she didn't think about these things, and just pushed Huo Yuhao away. Just talk nicely if you have something to say. Don't be so pushy. Or, do you want to use my big cloak? No, I only have one. Ming Wei's cloak is neither difficult nor easy to make. The beasts in the July pot are all real entities. Some of the stronger ones Ming Wei can't summon, but it's still possible to get some of their fur and feathers. All of these are good materials for practicing weapons. She was willing to refine only a multifunctional cloak, so she naturally treasured it. Ming Wei. Huo Yuhao was angry and amused at once. He suddenly felt that the Ming Wei who played the good boy before was cuter. Isn't she a great soul master? How could she come to the far north safely? And after so long, we haven't even discovered that it's impossible. She is definitely not an ordinary great soul master. She is definitely not an ordinary person. Huo Yuhao, you have to be careful of her. Be careful of her. Ignoring the Tianmeng ice silkworm that was raging in the sea of a euro spirit, Huo Yuhao looked at Ming Wei nervously. His tone was gentle but full of nervousness and worry. Ming Wei, why did you come here suddenly? I was right before, you have been following me, right? It's so cold here, are you okay? How can you come here, what if something happens? Because of nervousness, Huo Yuhao's language organization ability seemed to be invalid, and he said a lot of things. Why can you enter this place, but I can't? I don't mean that, it's just this. Okay, I won't tease you anymore, I'm fine, you can see that I'm in better condition than you when you look at me like this, but you look like this. Ming Wei glanced at the somewhat embarrassed Huo Yuhao, and didn't know what the ice worm in his sea of a euro spirit was thinking. He didn't even make him fully prepared, and let him come to this place, it was really a matter of luck. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Tianmeng Ice Silkworm. A euro trademark M fine to a euro. Huo Yuhao scratched his head. He could think of how embarrassed he looked now, and he felt a little embarrassed. But he was worried about Ming Guai euro trademark's safety again, because no matter in the eyes of the world or what Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said, the far north was an extremely dangerous place. He was afraid that Ming Guai was in danger, even though she looked better than him. A euro, are you really okay? Don't a euro trademark you feel cold? Didn't a euro trademark you encounter soul beast attacks, a euro? If it were someone else, Huo Yuhao could use mental detection to find out her condition, but he didn't a euro trademark want to use it on Ming Guai, and it would hardly work if he used it. A euro trademark am fine, but you, what are you doing in the far north? Yua euro trademark not here to get the second soul ring, are you? Yua euro trademark VE broken through to level 20 for at least half a year, but you still don't a euro trademark have a soul ring. Is this how Shrek Academy treats students, a euro? Ming Guai clearly remembered that the reward for the top 3 teams in the freshman assessment was an extreme soul ring. When she saw that Huo Yuhao still had 1 ring, she thought he was treated unfairly. No, I didn't want to fall behind in my cultivation, so I decided to hunt for spirit rings during the holidays. Anyway, not having spirit rings won't affect the accumulation of spirit power, right? Huo Yuhao hurriedly explained. What he said was true. He started learning late, so he cherished every class, especially the knowledge about spirit guides. He really wished there were 48 hours in a day. Then why did you come alone? And here? Although she could vaguely guess that it was the ice worm that did it, Ming Wei still pretended to know nothing. It was normal for her to know nothing. When Huo Yuhao didn't know how to explain, the voice of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm sounded in his mind again. I say, can you please pay attention to the occasion and stop chatting nonsense, Huo Yuhao, your time is very tight, you still need to continue to move forward for a distance. Although what I said is a bit ruthless, you'd better find a reason to leave this little girl. This is better for you or for that little girl. Although he also thought that what Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said made sense, Huo Yuhao didn't want to leave Ming Wei. Brother Tianmeng, I think. Huo Yuhao was very entangled and didn't know what to say for a while. He wanted Ming Wei to be with him, but he was afraid that the next danger would implicate Ming Wei. When Ming Wei saw his appearance, she knew that he was communicating with the ice worm again. Do you still want to move forward? Then hurry up and set off. Ming Wei said and walked forward slowly. Before Huo Yuhao had time to think, he had already caught up. Ignoring the sound of Tianmeng Ice Silkworm shouting in his mind, Huo Yuhao only had Ming Wei in his eyes, so he found that Ming Wei didn't leave even a footprint where he walked, and he was clearly in front of him, but if he didn't pay attention, He couldn't sense his presence. Huo Yuhao, she is definitely not an ordinary person, you have to be careful of her. Yuhao, she came for you, and she couldn't help showing up when she saw you eating snow crumbs pitifully. In this case, if you ask her to help you later, will she agree? Huo Yuhao, don't pretend not to hear. Tianmeng's silkworm was really speechless, but he had to sigh that he and Huo Yuhao were similar in some aspects. You are really noisy. Ming Wei, who was walking forward, suddenly turned around and looked at Huo Yuhao, who was confused and then shocked. Naturally, Tianmeng's silkworm was also extremely shocked. The man and the soul looked at Ming Wei in astonishment. After a while, Huo Yuhao spoke with difficulty first. Did you hear anything just now? No, that's not the case. Huo Yuhao and Tianmeng Binkan breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't relax completely, because they did hear Ming Wei complaining about Huo Yuhao being noisy, and she couldn't say such a thing for no reason. But there is a very jumping mental power fluctuation in your body, and it's very strong. I think it's hard not to notice it. Ming Wei is very sensitive to the existence of mental power. When she was in the world of immortal cultivation, she became the youngest Yuanying stage because of the system hanging, and the soul as her mental power was already very strong, and after coming to the Douluo world, she felt even stronger. It was just that she usually hid it very well, and others would only think that it was slightly higher than that of her peers, and would not show any abnormality. However, due to the special nature of Tianmeng's silkworm's existence, Ming Wei could only feel his mental power fluctuations when he was very excited. Ah! This surprised exclamation was the common voice of Huo Yuhao and Tianmeng's silkworm. The whole Tianmeng's silkworm was dumbfounded. I 1/4. Huo Yuhao, has he always been so arrogant? In the ice house, Ming Wei poked Huo Yuhao. She did not expect the latter to reply, but simply wanted to say something. Because she knew that Tianmeng's silkworm's trip was mainly a matter of luck, Ming Wei kept holding the escape weapon in her hand. Once there was anything wrong, she would immediately leave. Huo Yuhao, did you hear my previous message? The reason why this ice worm asked you to come here so hastily should be because of the Ice Emperor who will not live long. But this is normal. After all, he and the Ice Emperor should have known each other for tens of thousands of years, but he has only known you for 1 year. This aura does not seem to be his. He should not be so powerful. I just didn't expect that he actually has the ability to simulate, and the simulation is so similar. Huo Yuhao could hear Ming Wei's voice, but he could not control his body to respond for the time being. Just listening to the voice beside him, he felt very relieved. Even if he knew that Tianmeng's silkworm might have other plans and calculated him, Huo Yuhao was not very sad. Because Ming Wei had guessed some of the reasons, Huo Yuhao actually told Ming Wei almost everything about Tianmeng's silkworm after they met. The Tianmeng's silkworm was so angry that he was about to jump up, if he had feet. The identity of Tianmeng's silkworm, a million-year soul beast, and the purpose of coming to the far north this time. His frankness earned Ming Wei's help. In the ice house, a wonderful magic circle was flashing with a faint light. Outside the ice house, the extremely arrogant Tianmeng's silkworm still caught the fish he wanted to catch. The legendary Ice Emperor, the second of the 3 great kings of the far north. Although Huo Yuhao had been mentally prepared with Ming Wei's previous voice transmission. But when he heard the communication between Tianmeng's silkworm and Ice Emperor and knew that the reason why Tianmeng's silkworm was so eager to ask him to come to the far north to find Ice Emperor's spirit ring was more because Ice Emperor wanted to help Ice Emperor survive, Huo Yuhao still felt a little uncomfortable. Although this Ice Emperor is very important to that insect, you should be more important to him. After all, if you die, he will completely dissipate. He won't be stupid enough to hurt you. After hearing Ming Wei's explanation, Huo Yuhao suddenly felt relieved. Yes, how can a year's friendship be compared with hundreds of thousands of years of friendship? But no matter what, Tianmeng I's silkworm is his soul ring now, so it's fine as long as it can't harm him. Mingwei has been paying attention to the situation outside. After Tianmeng I's silkworm, the sixth brother, caught Ice Emperor, she immediately pulled Huo Yuhao and ran. Her speed was naturally much faster than Huo Yuhao, and she ran to a relatively safe area in a short while. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Envy. Mingwei, who relied on her mental power to forcefully cut into the group chat, did not expect that this chatterbox was an important part of Huo Yuhao's godhood. She couldn't help but wonder what would happen if she had taken the lead and merged with Tianmeng I's silkworm first. But this thought only flashed through her mind. When Tianmeng I's silkworm found Huo Yuhao, she was also found by the system across time and space. Moreover, these were things that had already happened, and Mingwei would not think too much about meaningless things. When she was thinking about whether her attack on Huo Yuhao was strong enough, she was suddenly mentioned by Ice Emperor. Compared to the person you chose, I would rather choose the girl next to him. That girl looks much stronger. I think she has a higher chance of becoming a god. Ice Emperor suddenly turned the topic to Mingwei. This was her true thought. She had been considering the god-making plan mentioned by Tianmeng I's silkworm, but she had never found a suitable candidate. Although Tianmeng I's silkworm brought her a candidate this time, she was not very satisfied. In the eyes of Ice Emperor, Huo Yuhao obviously already had a cheat like Tianmeng I's silkworm, but his conditions in all aspects were much worse than Mingwei. If she wanted to choose, she would naturally choose the stronger one. Mingwei? No, why did you bring it to my head? But to be honest, she was quite envious of the nearly 400,000 years of Ice Emperor, but she couldn't fuse the spirit ring. No matter how good the spirit beast was, it would be useless for her. Ice Emperor? Are you kidding me? When Tianmeng I's silkworm was about to explode, he said that Mingwei should not be left behind. Unexpectedly, Ice Emperor actually took a fancy to Mingwei. What was his effort? Did he just do it for others? What made Tianmeng I's silkworm even more angry was that he could sense some of Huo Yuhao's emotions, and at this moment Huo Yuhao's reaction was that he did not object. A soul ring of 400,000 years. Hearing that Bingdi wanted to choose Mingwei, he only felt regret, not even angry, let alone other emotions. No, you should choose Huo Yuhao. He is my friend, and I will not steal my friend's things. And my soul power has not reached the bottleneck period, so I don't need a soul ring. Mingwei did not miss this good moment to attack her heart. Although she could not fuse Bingdi's soul ring for the time being, after he said this, the meaning completely changed. Huo Yuhao was deeply moved, and even Tianmeng I's silkworm was wondering if it was I was too prejudiced against Mingwei. She was obviously a very good girl who valued friendship and loyalty. Ice Emperor was still unmoved. This is not a problem. Soul beasts don't need soul masters to reach a bottleneck period to sacrifice themselves. Ice Emperor, how can you be so cruel? Are you going to abandon me? Tianmeng I's silkworm was about to cry and play the emotional card again. If we both choose the same person, the probability of success will be greatly increased. Yuhao has already merged with me. If he merges with you, the possibility of success is far greater than that of this little girl. That's right, I really don't need a soul ring. Mingwei was telling the truth, but unfortunately no one believed it. They all thought that Mingwei rejected the 400,000-year soul ring because of Huo Yuhao and because of her loyalty. Because Mingwei was unwilling, Tianmeng I's silkworm's words were sincere, Bing's painting was good enough, and it was very credible, so Ice Emperor finally chose Huo Yuhao. However, the power of the 400,000-year-old soul beast was too overbearing. The moment the fusion began, Huo Yuhao was in so much pain that he almost lost the ability to breathe. There was no place in his body that was not in pain. A melodious flute sounded suddenly in his ears. Huo Yuhao listened to the music and felt his body lighten. All the pain was soothed one by one. But in fact, it was just his illusion. Mingwei did use spiritual power to suppress his pain, but not all of it. As time went by, the strength gradually weakened until he stopped playing the flute. Huo Yuhao survived more by relying on his willpower. I succeeded. When Huo Yuhao excitedly got out of the snow and jumped up, a piece of red velvet suddenly covered his head. I know you are very excited, but you should put on your clothes first before you get excited, okay? Realizing that he was naked now, Huo Yuhao's face turned red in an instant, just like the red velvet covering him. Quickly taking out a set of clothes from the 24 Bridges moonlit night and putting them on, Huo Yuhao hesitated and didn't know how to start, and couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Mingwei, you, this. What do you want to say? Mingwei didn't react much. She studied medicine in Blue Star and in the world of immortal cultivation. She had seen many naked patients, which was no different from looking at a large piece of pork in the training period. Seeing Mingwei so calm, Huo Yuhao suddenly stopped being nervous. After learning from Huo Yuhao that he had obtained 2 soul ring skills and 2 soul bone skills after fusing with the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, Mingwei shed tears of envy. No wonder Huo Yuhao was so good. He only had 2 soul rings and 1 soul bone, but he had 8 skills. Others couldn't catch up even if they flattered him. I lost. Mingwei murmured in a low voice, and only she could hear it. She thought that 100,000 years was the limit, and the Tianmeng ice silkworm, which was only 1,000,000 years old, was an exception. She never expected that there were still many soul beasts that were hundreds of thousands of years old. The information of Shrek Academy was not reliable at all. At this time, Mingwei had completely forgotten that her 3 life martial soul, 9 10,000-year soul rings, and a full set of soul bones were something that others could not even ask for. Mingwei, I'm going back to the academy. Will I be able to see you again in the future? Huo Yuhao, who was supposed to rush to the academy immediately, stopped temporarily and looked at Mingwei with a look of reluctance. Can you give me a way to contact you? Under Huo Yuhao's expectant eyes, Mingwei shook her head firmly. I think we should not meet again in the future, and there is no need to meet. Why? Huo Yuhao immediately asked, his face full of disbelief. Don't tell anyone where you saw me. But Mingwei didn't answer. She just said this and disappeared silently in front of Huo Yuhao. She had already left quietly. What was left for Huo Yuhao were only 3 small bottles with various kinds of elixirs. There were also notes with names on the bottles, including his, Xiao Xiao's, and Tang Ya's names. Brother Tianmeng, what happened to her? Why did she say that she would never see you again? Moreover, she prepared gifts for Xiao Xiao and Xiao Yi, but didn't mention Brother Bei and Wang Dong. This is not normal. Although the gift for Xiao Xiao was to thank her for speaking up for justice, and the gift for Tang Ya was for her help when they first met, Wang Dong and Bei Bei contributed more in these 2 things. So Huo Yuhao couldn't figure it out, and he always felt that the 3 bottles in his hand had a sense of being cut in half. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 The Legendary Snow Girl. How can I understand her thoughts? She has her own reasons. But she is really good to you. I am a little envious. If my Bing Bing can be so good, I will be willing to die. But now Bing Bing. Tianmeng Bingkan started to talk nonsense again in the middle of her words. The first half of her words touched Huo Yuhao's heart. Mingwei is really good to him. He can't and won't give up these feelings. I believe we will meet. From the first time they met in the Star Do Great Forest, she was destined to be a special existence. How could this person and soul know that this was just a trick used by Mingwei to attack the heart? Mingwei was temporarily unable to absorb Bingdi as a soul ring, and even if Mingwei didn't get involved this time, Huo Yuhao would have completed the fusion perfectly. Her involvement made Huo Yuhao remember her friendship and owed her a big favor. He also learned some little things from Tianmeng Bingkan and Bingdi. Things that some people know. For example, the 10 fierce beasts. It is clear that these 10 fierce beasts have lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and Do-1 has only been around for 10,000 years. The plot of Do-1 does not mention the 10 fierce beasts at all. If it were not for this incident, Mingwei would really think that the maximum age of the soul beasts in the world is 100,000 years. Ice Snow Girl, a creature condensed from the pure ice elemental energy of heaven and earth. On the way back, Mingwei thought of the information about the 10 fierce beasts she learned from Tianmeng Binkan and others. Ice Snow Girl is the one she is most curious about. One of the 3 kings of the far north, the third of the 10 fierce beasts, Ice Snow Girl's strength is so strong that it sounds strong. Most of the other soul beasts are really beasts, and they have various forms. But Ice Snow Girl is so special that she seems not to belong to the soul beast camp. The Tianmeng Ice Silkworm said that it simulated the breath of the Ice Snow Girl when it fished for the Ice Emperor, but my spiritual power did not feel a similar breath in the far north. Is it true that my spiritual power is too weak? Feeling that she was still too weak and stimulated by Huo Yuhao's 8 soul skills, Mingwei began to practice more selflessly as soon as she returned to Liang City. When she broke through to level 40 and saw the 4th soul skill of July Pot, she was speechless. This soul skill came at a great time, making her want to just laugh. Mingwei was still very curious about the Ice Snow Girl, so when Mo Junjun reached level 30 and needed a soul ring, she took Mo Junjun to the far north. No, we don't need to go to the far north. It's also good to go to the Sunset Forest in the south. After learning that they were going to the far north, which was known as the Forbidden Area for humans, Mo Junjun was a little scared and quickly declined. But I don't want to go to the Sunset Forest. Mingwei rejected Mo Junjun's proposal and took her to the far north. When passing by the Sunset Forest on the way to Liang City, I felt that there was a breath belonging to Tang San in the depths of the forest. That place was almost his territory. Don't worry, we are not going deep, it's no big deal. And you still have the escape in your hand. As long as there is danger, just run away. Even if you don't go deep, the temperature in the far north is extremely cold for Mo Junjun. She had to wrap herself up thickly and fully armed. Forget it, since you gave me a mine, I will give you another soul guide. Mingwei took out a necklace with a red mushroom pendant and put it on Mo Junjun's neck. The latter instantly felt the warmth spread from his chest to his whole body. This soul guide only has the effect of warming in winter and cooling in summer to speed up cultivation. It requires very little soul power. I stored a lot of soul power when I made it, so it is not a problem to last for 3 to 5 years. What Mo Junjun said before was true, that there was a mine in the mountains behind Liang City, which was full of top-quality jade. The mine was originally a legacy left to her by her parents. After knowing that Mingwei liked it, she immediately gave the mine to Mingwei. Mingwei accepted the mine and decided to treat Mo Junjun better. This soul guide is really good, and it was given to you by your elder. I didn't expect that he, a master, likes to study these strange little things. Yes, he gave it to me. Mingwei admitted it without blushing. Because she often used some strange things that she shouldn't have, in order to reasonably hide it from Mo Junjun, Mingwei fabricated an elder for herself. That elder was a rising master in the soul guide world, Master Kunkan. Yes, she is her elder. It is not so easy to find a suitable soul beast. The two built an ice house in a suitable place as a foothold, and planned to select and search in the vicinity of the ice house in the next few days. Originally, Mingwei wanted to repeat the old trick and directly use the flute sound to attract soul beasts, and then pick them one by one. But after seeing the traces of other people's activities, Mingwei gave up this idea. Fortunately, I have foresight and packed food from the food street. I can eat it by heating it up. Mo Junjun found that she had really made a lot of preparations. There were a lot of prepared food in the soul guide. Although she could not cook, she could still heat up the prepared food by making a bonfire. This place is just the edge of the far north. It is normal to make a fire to warm the body and make some food. Ming Wei, who had been practicing against time, suddenly opened her eyes. Mo Junjun thought she smelled the aroma of food and wanted to eat it, so she handed the bowl to Ming Wei and said, "Wai Wei, do you want to eat too? Then you eat first, I'll reheat it." "No, someone is coming." Just then, a voice came from afar, and the quiet night sky could carry the voice very far and clearly. "It smells so good, brother, do you smell it? It's the aroma of chicken soup." It was a girl's coquettish voice, and it could be vaguely seen that the two sides were still a little distance apart. There are actually people who dare to make a fire and cook food in the far north, which is quite fresh. Then came a young man's voice, probably a brother and sister. And this time the voice had to be heard closer. "We'll know if we go over and take a look." The voices were getting closer and closer. After a long time of vaguely hearing their voices, I finally saw the people coming. It was an unkempt old man with two beautiful boys and girls about 14 or 15 years old. The two looked similar and were undoubtedly siblings. When she saw the old man, Ming Wei lowered her head instantly, not knowing what to say. Although she couldn't accurately see the soul power of the old man, she knew that he was undoubtedly a titled Douluo. But why did he also disguise himself and make himself look like an old man, unkempt? Is disguise a trick between strong people? End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Old Man Jing Hongchen. Ah! Just the two of you. When she saw only Ming Wei and Mo Junjun, the girl with wine-red hair was obviously a little surprised and couldn't help asking, turning her eyes to the old man's silent question. The old man also retracted his gaze around and nodded. "It means that there are only Ming Wei and Mo Junjun around. You two little girls, why did you come to such a dangerous place by yourselves? Are you not accompanied by your family?" The beautiful girl with wine-red hair approached them and couldn't help sniffing while speaking. As expected, she was attracted by chicken soup and was probably a foodie. "We are orphans and have no family. Is it dangerous here? What is sister doing here?" Ming Wei smiled softly and put on her well-behaved and ignorant mask again. But she was indeed curious about what they were doing here. One of them was a titled Douluo, and the soul power of the brother and sister was around level 49, and they didn't need soul rings for the time being. However, as the girl approached, Ming Wei lowered her head slightly again. She had roughly guessed one of their purposes for coming here. Snow lotus, a plant that grows in the extreme north, is a very good medicinal material no matter how old it is, and the older one is also a plant-shaped soul beast. The two forces of ice and fire in the girl's body cannot be balanced, and she needs a snow lotus to suppress the raging fire attribute power in her body. But it was clear that there was more than just this one situation in her body. "Sister, I came here to train. I didn't know you were orphans, sorry." The girl sat next to the two of them, her eyes still looking into the pot from time to time. "It's okay, sister, you didn't mean it, and we're used to it." This strange and well-behaved tone made Mo Junjun, who was working hard, raise her head and glance at Ming Wei with a puzzled look. "What's going on? Are you okay?" She finally realized that Ming Wei was wrong, but she didn't know what she was up to. "The soup you guys drank smells so good, can you give me a bowl too? I won't drink yours for free, I can pay for it." The girl took out a handful of golden soul coins from the storage soul guide, holding them in her palm, her big deep blue eyes flashing as she looked at them, which was actually a little cute. "Of course you can. Sister." The boy's disapproving voice came, interrupting Ming Wei's words and shifting people's attention to him. The boy who looked similar to the red-haired girl had pure white hair and two glass-like eyes, one blue and one green, which were very delicate and beautiful. "Brother, I just want to drink a bowl of soup, it's no big deal, this soup smells delicious." The red-haired girl pouted, a little unhappy, and she cast her eyes on the old man and complained aggrievedly. "Grandpa, look at him. Don't worry about your brother." The old man still loved his granddaughter. He knew that the brother and sister were playing around, but he also responded to them. Loyalu. The girl made a face at her brother, and then stuffed a handful of gold soul coins into Mingwei's hands. Little sister, bring me a bowl of soup. You have soul guides? And they are not low level. Compared to the delicious chicken soup, the old man cares more about this. He suddenly looked at Mingwei and Mo Junjun and said with a very firm tone. The white-haired boy with heterochromatic eyes who heard this also looked at the two of them, and seemed to be very interested in soul guides. Just as they found the abnormality of the two, in such a cold place in the far north, their clothes were too thin, but they didn't seem to feel cold at all. From their age, they obviously don't look like they have extremely high soul power, so the biggest possibility is that they have soul guides such as cold-resistant ones, and the level is not low. Because the low-level ones don't have such an effect, but this seems to be just an ordinary cold-resistant soul guide. Is it worth the middle and high-level soul guides to study? Mingwei didn't react yet, and was handing the soup to the girl. But Mo Junjun couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise, and secretly glanced at the old man while adding soup. It was also her action that made the old man discover the red mushroom pendant on her neck. His eyes were focused on the pendant, revealing a strange light. Little friend, can you lend me your necklace? His gentle tone made Mo Junjun unable to refuse, so he looked up at Mingwei. This was something she gave him, and he wanted to ask for her opinion. Mingwei nodded, and Mo Junjun took off the necklace and handed it over. This is the work of that Kunkan. He still likes to study this type of soul guide. Mingwei then looked up at the old man. His eyes were obviously very sharp. He immediate lithe identity of the maker was confirmed immediately, and it was Mingwei's vest. No, this person's level is obviously not low, why waste time on these useless auxiliary soul guides? The boy didn't quite understand the direction of Kunkan's research. Normal soul guides like to make and study offensive soul guides, so he couldn't help asking. Little trumpet, escape, 1 point, and this, Kunkan's ingenuity is indeed difficult for others to achieve, and he deserves the title of the new master of the soul guide world. The old man returned the mushroom necklace to Mo Junjun and asked casually. This soul guide is good, but I haven't heard of it. It should have just come out, and I don't know what it's called. I'll buy 2 after I leave. Ah. Mo Junjun was confused. Could she say she didn't know? Mingwei began to be curious about the old man's identity. Although she started selling the trumpet when she just left Shrek Academy, she only sold some of the trumpets after running away in Udiantung a month ago. In such a short time, this old man already knew the existence of Tao Xiaoyao and other things, but he studied the production characteristics of the vest Kunkan, which was unusual. When Mo Junjun didn't know how to explain, Mingwei took over the conversation. This thing doesn't have a name yet. It's a new product that Master Kunkan gave us for trial. After saying that, Mingwei looked at him with innocent eyes. Grandpa knows a lot? I wonder who the grandpa is. Faced with Mingwei's question about his identity, the old man answered without thinking. There was nothing he couldn't say. His identity was not shameful. I am Jing Hongchen. A euro. The description of Xiao Hongchen's appearance is based on the comics, with white hair and blue eyes, which sounds very delicate. I will not admit that I don't know how to describe the hair color of anime. End of this chapter. Chapter 48 Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy welcomes you. Jing Hongchen? Mingwei looked up at the old man, Jing Hongchen, and still revealed a trace of shock. She didn't expect that she could meet someone from the Sun Moon Empire here. Through what she learned on Shrek, Mingwei naturally knew some news. For example, the most famous person in the world of soul guides is the Dean of the Sun Moon Empire Royal Soul Instructor Academy, Ming Tang Jing Hongchen. It seems that this kid knows me. Jing Hongchen's eyes fell on Mingwei, and he concealed his inquiry very well. But the surprise in his heart was hard to hide. He couldn't see Mingwei at all, which made him more curious. I studied at Shrek Academy for 3 months before, and I heard your name there, the master of the world of soul guides. Mingwei nodded and deliberately revealed a trace of information. She felt that she was quite lucky. She had planned to venture into the Sun Moon Empire and advance to the systematic soul guide production. Although she could also make soul guides, she was a wild person and was easily restricted in some aspects. I have learned before. You stayed in Shrek Academy for 3 months, but did you choose to leave? Jing Hongchen was indeed attracted by the information revealed in Mingwei's words. He had naturally heard of Shrek Academy, which has always been known as the #1 academy in the continent. Although it rejected students from the Sun Moon Empire, there were still countless young talents in Douluo continent who were eager to study there and regarded it as a life belief. But when Mingwei mentioned it, his eyes and expression were very calm. Yes, I stayed there for 3 months last year and applied for withdrawal. Mingwei did not hide it. If you want to check some information, it is still easy to find it. You actually dropped out of school. Isn't Shrek the best academy in your mind? This time, the brother and sister looked at Mingwei with shock and asked in shock. It was hard to imagine that someone would drop out of that academy, but they would not think that Mingwei was lying in such a way that could be easily exposed. That's in their mind, not us. No. Mingwei and Mo Junjun spoke one after another, both denying their cognition. No matter how good Shrek Academy is, it is not a place they want to stay, let alone the best academy in their mind. Hearing their reaction, the 3 of them found it interesting and happy, especially the younger but very arrogant boy, who had an idea in his mind. In fact, when they first heard about Shrek Academy from Mingwei, the 3 of them were slightly repulsed by Mingwei and the others, because they also hated Shrek. But when Mingwei finished speaking, they felt much more comfortable. They liked anyone who hated Shrek Academy. Kid, do you want to go to our Sun Moon Empire and enter our Sun Moon Empire Royal Soul Instructor Academy? It is definitely not worse than Shrek Academy. The young man invited Mingwei arrogantly. But his address almost made Mingwei angry. When did she become a child? She was 10 years old, but how old could she be? But she still maintained her innocence and obedience. My name is Mingwei, you can just call me by my name, can I really go to Sun Moon Royal Academy? After all, they have been together for more than half a year. When Mo Junjun heard Mingwei's words, she knew that she had something in mind, and immediately called Wei Wei in a low voice with a pleading tone. If you don't want to leave your friend, you can come together. The boy said very considerately, thinking that Mingwei was hesitant because she was reluctant to leave her friend. Anyway, it is normal to use the back door and squeeze in a few students. Yes, yes, 2 beautiful sisters can come to our Sun Moon together. Jing Hongchen did not stop his grandchildren, but let them go. But soon, he will join the camp of winning over. At this time, Mo Junjun was lowering his head and said a little lonely. But I didn't drop out of Shrek Academy by myself, I was expelled by them. Now Mo Junjun has learned some of Mingwei's true acting skills. Expelled? Is it because you can't keep up with them in your studies? What's your soul power level now? Are they so strict? It's no secret in Douluo continent that Shrek Academy likes to expel and eliminate students. After all, these eliminated and expelled students can still find other academies to study, so they brought this matter to other academies. I'm only level 30. This time I came here to find the 3rd soul ring. Mo Junjun still lowered his head, looking very inferior. Level 30? You look only about 13 years old, this level is already very good. Although the Hongchen brothers and sisters are not much older than Mo Junjun, they are already soul lords, and they are not far from soul kings, but they do not look down on Mo Junjun's soul power. They know very well that they are the most outstanding geniuses in the Sun and Moon Empire, and ordinary people can't compare. From the perspective of ordinary people, a 13-year-old quasi-soul master is already very talented and can be called a rare genius. I didn't expect Shrek Academy to have such high standards. They don't even look down on a 13-year-old soul master. The red-haired girl couldn't help but complain. It's okay to be expelled. There is no law that stipulates that students expelled from an academy cannot choose a new academy to practice. Not to mention that you are still quite outstanding. A 13-year-old soul master is still rare, so the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy welcomes you. The white-haired boy was concentrating on making trouble. He had thought about what he would do to mock Shrek Academy after the two entered the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Sister Wei, you look less than 10 years old, but you studied at Shrek Academy last year. At the same time, the red-haired girl also asked Mingwei about her information indirectly. I'm more than 10 years old, not less than 10 years old. Although I entered Shrek Academy when I was more than 9 years old. Mingwei immediately refuted, does she look very young? So how much soul power does 10-year-old Sister Wei have? For those who look good, the face-obsessed girl naturally feels close to them and teases Mingwei. A 32nd level auxiliary combat soul master. Mingwei raised her chin slightly, full of pride, and she did have the capital to be proud. You are already 32nd, are you really only 10 years old? The grandfather and grandson looked at Mingwei in shock. There is actually a 10-year-old soul master. Anyway, they haven't heard of such a precedent. Have all the geniuses grown up like this? The Hongchen brothers and sisters suddenly didn't dare to say that they were the first geniuses of the Sun Moon Empire. At least when they were Mingwei's age, they were not soul masters. End of this chapter. Chapter 49,000 Mile Sound Transmission, 10,000 Mile Communication. This time, Jing Hongchen looked at Mingwei with eagerness. Their Sun Moon Empire has always been a shortcoming in terms of excellent soul masters. If Mingwei is recruited to Sun Moon, with her talent, she will definitely achieve a lot in the future. There are only less than 2 months left for this soul master competition. Her soul power may not be able to participate for the time being, but she will be able to grow up in the next soul master competition and give the world a big shock. As the Dean of Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy and the head of Mingde Hall, I sincerely invite you to study at Sun Moon Royal Soul Master Academy. I will provide you with the best resources. Jing Hongchen said solemnly to the two of them. Thank you for the invitation, Senior. We are very tempted by it. But we don't know much about it, so we want to follow you to take a look first, and then talk about admission. Is that okay? Mingwei did not agree blindly. She could make up her mind after a field investigation. Okay. Jing Hongchen was not annoyed. He just thought that Mingwei had become cautious after experiencing the disappointment of Shrek Academy. Mo Junjun looked at the three people who looked at Mingwei with strange eyes, and felt funny in his heart. Mingwei just showed his level 32 soul power and they were so excited. If they knew his true soul power, how excited they would be. She completely forgot how shocked she was when she saw Mingwei's 3 soul rings. She even doubted her life. It was then that she knew that Mingwei was already level 28 when he entered school. Some people are still soul warriors at the age of 9, without even soul rings, while some people are already great soul masters at the age of 9, with 2,000-year soul rings. People are really incomparable. Knowing that Mo Junjun wanted to obtain the 3rd soul ring, the 3 Hongchen people said they could help, and the 2 were happy to relax, without any pressure. It immediately dropped sharply. It was at this time that after exchanging names, Mingwei learned that the brother of the pair of siblings was called Xiao Hongchen and the sister was called Meng Hongchen. Their family name is Hongchen, but there is a special thing, that is, only the outstanding people in the family can put the given name in front and the surname in the back. If Xiao Hongchen is just an ordinary person, then his name is Hongchen Xio, which is an orthodox surname in front and given name in the back. Both of them are less than 15 years old this year, but their soul power is both level 49, which is only 1 step away from the 5-ring Soul King. I remember that when I left, The outer courtyard twins of Shrek Academy were about the same age, but their soul power was only Soul Master, which was really much worse than that of the Hongchen brothers and sisters. They are still the outer courtyard twins. When Mo Junjun learned about the soul power of the Hongchen brothers and sisters, he was very surprised, and at the same time, he couldn't help but complain to Mingwei in a low voice. Because of her brother Mo Gu's death and her near-death experience, Mo Junjun had a very bad impression of Shrek Academy and hated everyone in Shrek Academy equally. However, after saying this, she thought of her own quasi-soul master strength and felt the gap. She felt that she had to work harder and push herself. Maybe she could have such soul power at the age of 15? I-1/4. Shrek City, Treasure Pavilion. After Wang Dong took a fancy to a soul bone, Huo Yuhao also took a fancy to something. One point of understanding? Why does this thing look like a bracelet? Wang Dong also noticed Huo Yuhao's sight and looked at the exquisite gold bracelets in the display case, which were inlaid with 10 peanut-sized gems. Master Kunkin's latest work, a communication soul guide. With a single click, the soul guide can communicate with each other. This item can be paired and can transmit sound over thousands of miles and communicate over 10,000 miles. There is actually such a soul guide. Wang Dong was stunned. No wonder Huo Yuhao stayed in front of it for so long. Although she rejected soul guides, she mainly disliked attack-type soul guides. Auxiliary soul guides such as storage soul guides were still within Wang Dong's acceptance range. Especially this unprecedented communication device that is said to be able to transmit sound over thousands of miles attracted her curiosity. There is a detailed description of this soul guide under Yudian tongue. As long as the two soul guides are bound to each other, no matter how far apart they are, as long as they are in the same world, they can instantly transmit messages. Each Yudian tongue can bind up to 10 people. If you accidentally bind too many and want to bind others, just unbind them. Although this soul guide is very good, its price is really high. Huo Yuhao had already read the introduction of Yudian tongue, including the red warning font at the end. Warning, warning, this product carries a self-destruct device. If you try to dismantle it for research, it will explode without leaving a trace. Be careful not to get hurt, please dismantle it in a hurry. But Huo Yuhao was more concerned about the price it was marked with. It was a very beautiful price that he could not afford. Although Shrek Academy gave him the status of a dual-core disciple in order to win him over. In the Jubeo Pavilion, there is a top VIP card, which allows him to take one thing from the Jubeo Pavilion for free every year without paying. But let alone that he was ready to take the golden soul bone for Wang Dong. If it weren't for the fact that this soul bone was rare and really suitable for Wang Dong, he might never meet it again if he missed it. He would not use the VIP card either. After all, the more he owed the academy, the more favors he would have to bear, and the more things he would have to pay back in the future, the more he would have to pay. Now, he wanted to buy such a valuable Yidian Tong, but there was no way. Wang Dong's credit limit was not enough, so he could only watch this thing slip away. But Huo Yuhao couldn't bear it, and Wang Dong couldn't bear it either. Soul guides have been around for thousands of years, and there has never been such a thing. It would be a great pity if you miss it. Buy it. Wang Dong gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Ah! But this thing is very expensive. Hearing Wang Dong's voice, Huo Yuhao was surprised. He thought Wang Dong didn't see the price clearly. Although this soul guide is not as expensive as the soul bone, it also needs 7 figures, and the price unit is gold soul coins. I can't afford that soul bone, but I can't afford this thing? Don't underestimate me, I still have some money in my hand. After making a decision, Wang Dong's tone became much lighter and no longer entangled. If she didn't bring too much money when she left home this time, she wouldn't need to rely on Huo Yuhao, and she would be able to buy the soul bone that cost nearly 10 million gold soul coins. You are so rich. So I am the only poor guy, right? Seeing Wang Dong really take out the money to buy the pair of 1-point pass, Huo Yuhao was really shocked by Wang Dong's ability to make money. He never dared to think of so many gold soul coins before. What's the big deal? You have already got the top VIP card, what did I say? This card is enough to prove your potential. You will earn all these easily in the future. Wang Dong was not too proud of her wealth. These were not earned by her. But Wang Dong was still envious and surprised that Huo Yuhao got the top VIP card. She knew that Huo Yuhao's talent was not bad, but she didn't expect that he was so good that Shrek Academy bet so much on him. That's not even a possibility. I'm just a little great soul master now. Huo Yuhao was a little embarrassed by the praise, and a shy expression appeared on his face. But he was very nervous and under great pressure. He was afraid that he would not be able to achieve such an achievement and live up to others' expectations of him. Yudian Tung, a super low-profile phone watch, number 998, number 688, just 188. End of this chapter. Chapter 50. Go to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy. The Extreme North, The Edge. Jing Hongchen led the charge. Ming Wei, Xiao Hongchen, Meng Hongchen, and Mo Junjun attacked together. The Hongchen brothers and sisters took the initiative, and Ming Wei and the others were almost paddling. But they also successfully solved a 1,000-year soul beast, which was killed by Mo Junjun herself and became her third soul ring. This soul beast is about 2,300 years old, which is a big challenge for Mo Junjun. She has been training with Ming Wei for most of the year, and her physical strength is no longer the same as before. She believes that she has the ability to absorb a 2,000-year soul ring. Wei, why don't you look worried at all? Is she absorbing it across levels? Mo Junjun chose to absorb across levels, and Meng Hongchen was a little nervous. Seeing that Ming Wei was still calm, she asked curiously. I believe in her. This soul ring is just the right age for her. She will succeed. Ming Wei looked at Mo Junjun, who was absorbing the soul ring, and her tone was full of trust in her. As for the fact that the self-familiar Meng Hongchen called her Wei, Ming Wei no longer wanted to refute it. How could she know that Meng Hongchen was not self-familiar, but just a top-level face control? I believe in her too. Meng Hongchen also added a sentence and quietly moved closer to Ming Wei. And Mo Junjun did not live up to their trust. Soon, he perfectly absorbed the soul ring and became a 13-year-old 31st level food-type soul master. Wei, I succeeded. Thank you for letting me choose this soul beast. Mo Junjun excitedly rushed to Ming Wei, hugged her tightly, and was very happy. It seems that your third soul skill should be very good, otherwise you wouldn't be so happy. Ming Wei smiled and hugged Mo Junjun back, and was also very happy for her. Yes, very good. I never thought that the third soul skill could be like this. The effect of soul skills is a person's privacy, so Ming Wei did not ask about Mo Junjun's third soul skill. She did not ask, so Hongchen and the other two naturally would not ask. Mo Junjun's third soul ring was obtained, and the snow lotus that Meng Hongchen needed was also picked. The five of them set off together to go to the Sun and Moon Empire again. Fortunately, we came to the far north. Meeting you is really the biggest gain of this trip. On the way back, Meng Hongchen said so. It turned out that the snow lotus she needed did not need to be picked in the far north in person, but the two brothers and sisters wanted to break through to the Soul King level as soon as possible, so they came to the far north to train and pick snow lotus by the way, killing two birds with one stone. It is our honor to meet you. Ming Wei is sometimes very sweet-mouthed. At least this made Hongchen and the other three very happy, and their feelings towards her improved a little bit. Let me take you along, little friends. Don't resist or be afraid. Not long after they set off, Jing Hongchen, who felt the speed was too slow, suddenly said to Ming Wei and Mo Junjun. My grandfather wants a flying soul guide to take us along. Don't be afraid. Meng Hongchen explained again, and then took Ming Wei's arm. At this time, two thin golden lights were unfolding behind Jing Hongchen. It was a pair of flying soul guides shaped like wings, with light golden light flowing, which was very beautiful. Mingwei was sighing at the magic of this flying soul guide, and saw a golden light curtain covering them and taking them flying together. The flying soul guide suddenly expanded 1,000 times, and the four of them were covered by a layer of golden light film, floating behind Jing Hongchen, and the two huge golden light wings with a width of 10 meters were flapping gently. This feeling makes me miss the planes on Blue Star and the spiritual boats in the world of immortal cultivation. Mingwei thought so in his heart, his eyes kept looking at the light film covering them, he was surprised and nostalgic, his eyes were much brighter than usual. What a beautiful and powerful soul guide, I can't even feel that I am flying. How did you do it? Mo Junjun exclaimed. She didn't expect that she could see such a powerful soul guide. This is my grandfather's original bionic flying soul guide, only our Sun Moon Empire has it. Seeing them like this, Xiao Hongchen explained proudly, as if he was praising him. His goal is to become a soul guide like his grandfather, and it would be even better if he could surpass his grandfather. Bionic flying soul guide, that means there are other bionic soul guides. Mingwei suppressed his hand that was about to touch the light film, and in order to divert his attention, he started chatting with Hongchen and his sister. You are quite good at association and your guess is quite accurate. You are all young, and it is not too late for you to learn soul guides now. The most advanced soul guide technology in the continent is here, so you can consider it carefully. Seeing Mingwei's interest in bionic flying soul guides, Xiao Hongchen spoke with a hint of temptation. If we join the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy, in addition to the opportunity to study, what else can we get and what do we have to pay? Although Mingwei was very curious about the Sun Moon Royal Soul Guide Academy, she is a realistic person who cares more about her own interests. The kid is quite smart, it's better to be smart. When we get there, you can have a good chat after you have seen our academy. Jing Hongchen's voice came from the front, with a hearty smile. He naturally understood Mingwei's meaning, but he did not dislike Mingwei's behavior, but was more satisfied. At the same time, Jing Hongchen also felt Mingwei's interest in soul guides. Since he was interested, he had the confidence to let Mingwei stay sincerely. Mingdu is ahead. I will slow down. The two girls can take a good look at the scenery below. Jing Hongchen slowed down after saying this so that they could see the scenery below clearly. Mingdu is the capital of our Sun Moon Empire, also known as Sun Moon City. You see, Wai Wei, your last name is Ming. You have a connection with this place, don't you? Meng Hongchen has always been very tolerant of good-looking people. Although Mingwei looks immature, her face is really resistant to beating. A face control explained very considerately along the way, and secretly tempted Mingwei to stay all the time. Mingdu can be regarded as the pride of our Sun Moon Empire. Even if the capitals of Xingluo, Tianhun, and Douluo are added together, they can't be compared with our Mingdu. Mingdu below is indeed, as they said, an extremely prosperous city, far exceeding Shrek City and the capital of Tianhun Xingluo where Mingwei had passed by. The Sun Moon Royal Soul Instructor Academy is in front. Meng Hongchen pointed to the hexagonal building in front and said. It is a large building with an area comparable to that of a medium-sized city, but it is just an academy. The Sun Moon Empire is indeed a unified country. Is this the benefit of a large land area? End of this chapter.